IB Nation, welcome back to the Irish Breakdown Podcast, live here on a Monday, which means, of course, it is Monday, Notre Dame football mailbag time. Folks, so we have a ton of questions already in the chat. If it's your first time with us, put an MB before the question or a mailbag before the question. We can easily distinguish what is the question you want to guide us with, what is general chatter in the chat. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're excited to get started here. It's going to be an eventful week, as it always is. A lot of hustle and bustle here in the Notre Dame football landscape. But Brian Driscoll joining me, of course. I'm Ryan Robertson. We are excited for you all to lead this conversation. The best show of the week, in my opinion, because the listeners, the fans, the chat members, you guys get to tell us what you want to talk about. And it goes beyond the centric of Notre Dame football, Notre Dame recruiting. We can talk some college football. We can talk aliens at points. We talk whatever the heck we want here on the podcast.
We're not. No, we're not. We're not going to be talking about that. But I'm ready to rock and roll, Ryan. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. I feel like I haven't done a show with you in forever, even though it was what? Actually,
Friday?
It's been a week.
Well, actually, no. Wednesday? Wait.
No, because you did one with Sean on Wednesday. So literally, the last time you and I did a show together was last week's mailbag. So it does kind of feel it has been a while, man. So let's get this thing rocking and rolling, man. And a little President's Day mailbag. So I don't know who's home today or who's not. So we're gonna have some fun today, man. We're gonna have some fun.
All right, we got Ida Benami, a great member of the chat who always brings great questions. Have you guys seen the Marcus Freeman interview with Lou? Is it Nani? Is that
Nani?
Yeah,
Nani. I think so. It's Nani. Yeah.
Marcus Freeman is a good man. Do you think the university is paying up, making moves, and supporting coach because of the person he is, and they believe in him?
You know, we actually did talk about this during our show on Saturday, Iden, is that, yes, that is part of it. That is part of the fact that he's a good representative of the university. If they didn't believe in him as a football coach, however, I don't care how good of a decent man he was. Ty Willingham, from everything I've ever told, was a well-liked person. He was a good man. He was a decent man. He cared about the players going to class, bettering themselves, getting their education. He cared about all those things, which are important. He wasn't a very good football coach. With Marcus Freeman, it's yes, he's a good man, and that matters. I think there's a level of buy-in with him where you want him to be successful if you're Notre Dame because he's such a great representative of the institution. And you know when Marcus Freeman is speaking at this engagement or that engagement representing the university, you're going to feel like, hey, this is us as an institution putting our best foot forward when people like him are speaking. And people like him are out in public talking about being part of the Notre Dame family. But at the same time, there has to be a level of football buy-in as well, Ryan. And I think that's a big part of it also is there is a buy-in that we believe he has a plan. We believe that plan can work. So we're going to do what we feel we need to do and what to a degree what he's asking us to do. Because Marcus Freeman's not getting everything he's asking for. I mean, there's some give and take to it. But we're gonna financially back him. We're gonna make that financial investment because we believe not just in that he's a good person, because it's a bad. I mean, if you have a financial advisor, Ryan, who's just the sweetest, nicest guy in the world, but he's not a good financial advisor, you're not going to trust him to run your family's you're not going to trust your family's financial future to him. They do believe in that he has the chops also from a football standpoint. And there's not going to be a scenario where if he doesn't make it, it's not going to be because the school didn't support him. And that's what it comes down to. So yes, he is a good, decent man. That's something that is appreciated and respected by people at Notre Dame. It's part of the buy-in, but I truly believe you can't separate the football part either. I do think there's a lot of faith that the plan he's got put in place, his ability to acquire talent, all of those things is a much better investment than maybe the same amount of dollars might have been into Brian Kelly. But we also can't ignore the fact that this isn't just we didn't believe in Brian Kelly. We do believe in Marcus Freeman. We can't ignore the fact that Notre Dame did just sign an extension to their TV deal. They did just sign a new apparel deal. There's more money to spend now, significantly more money to spend now. That can't be ignored either.
Yeah. Well, I would say this too, and I could be speculating here, but I was a fan that didn't have a choice to be a Notre Dame fan because my father was one, right? And then there's other people that don't have a choice because they have family ties to Notre Dame. They themselves went to Notre Dame, so they have the ties that way. But there were a lot of fans because Notre Dame is a national and global brand that they are fans of Notre Dame, not just because of the amount of national championships they've won in their history, not just because of the Heisman Trophy winners, not just because of all the NFL players they've been able to develop over the years, over a long historic program. But I think it's also, Brian, that Notre Dame does it a very admirable way. Like there's nothing's perfect, but I think for a general sense, Notre Dame does it the right way. Like they are a program that is built off of academics, high end athletics, and also just trying to be morally as sound as possible. Are you always going to be 100% morally sound? Of course not. Nobody is. No entity is. Let's be honest with ourselves. But I think that for the most part, when you compare it to a lot of other programs, a lot of programs will sell their soul to win, right? They'll just sell it. I mean, how many jobs has Urban Meyer had at this point, right? Where you're just like, that team sold their soul. And hey, that's their prerogative. That's their message. That's what they wanted to do. I'm fine with it. But when Notre Dame they're a entity that needs a leader at the helm, right? They need a guy that understands every part of it. It's not just about selling your soul for Notre Dame. It's about doing it a right way. And I think that that's why you admire Iden, my opinion. This is why I think that you admire Marcus Freeman, because he is all the things that you talked about, right? He's a player. He's a person that has a very good resume in the sense of high level football player, had a cup of coffee in the NFL, was disrupted due to injuries, obviously, was a great defensive coordinator for multiple teams on the college ranks, and is now the head coach of the University of Notre Dame. I mean, that's a great resume to build off of, obviously, at 37 years old or whatever the heck he is now. I mean, he's still a super young guy, but ultimately, it's the part of the coin that you're talking about is what type of person is he, right? And every time I hear Coach Freeman talk, including in this interview and every media availability he's ever had, every podcast he's ever been on, comes off as a very authentic person to me. Some guys are super rehearsed and you could tell they talk the talk, but in the end, do they walk what they're speaking about every single day? And I buy it for Marcus Freeman. Again, I know that there's no person that is morally completely sound and does everything the right way all the time. But Marcus Freeman, I think what he talks about and what he preaches on these types of availabilities, I think he believes it. I wholeheartedly believe that he believes what he is pitching and what he is selling and what he's putting out there. And I think that he is a great spokesperson for the program. And I pray that he can win it. He can win the ultimate prize. Because if he can, then you're talking about a beacon of sustainability for Notre Dame. Talk about a beacon. He's a beacon of hope right now, right? Like he makes you believe and he makes you hope. But if he's able to win something and win a national championship, then he becomes a beacon of sustainability. That's when programs around the country are like, oh, snap. We are in trouble here, folks, because he just won it the right way. And if he's able to showcase that he can do that, you're in a little bit of trouble nationally.
Ryan, that was why the finish of the season was so important. And we talked about it on our show right after the Clemson game that this next month is going to be sort of it's a turning point in Notre Dame history. In that there's no way to salvage this season from it was a great season. It was everything you thought it could be season. But if you don't win, the doubts start to really rise. Okay, great guy. All the things you said are true, but I got questions if the guy can coach football or not. Right? So if you go out there and drop one of those last two, or if you lose the bowl game or what are those other type of things, then you say, yeah, great guy. But you don't win football games by just being a great guy. You've got to be that, but you got to have the chops as a football coach. Because as I've said, Ty Willingham, 100% graduation rate and kids didn't get in trouble and all that stuff, did that stuff the right way, but he couldn't coach his way out of a wet paper bag. So you had to make that move. And the way that they finished was so important with the two blowouts in the regular season and then a blowout in the bowl game, because the momentum is back now. We can all look back at the season and say, yeah, that was disappointing. That was a missed opportunity, but it was still a step in the right direction. To your point, now it's kind of you at some point in time, very, very soon, you've got to kick down that door and show that you can be that top program. It doesn't necessarily mean win a championship this year, but you've got to show that you can make that big year 3 jump that all the great coaches have made. I hesitate to say you've got to win a title like all those coaches did, because I don't think it's different era, it's different time, but but they all made those big jumps for specific reasons, which we've talked about in past shows, and I wrote an article about. And so to me, that to me, that's the way I look at it is you've got to start showing that. And that's why that end of that season was so important, because there's so much more momentum now. I shouldn't say so momentum as much, positive vibes now, where it's like, okay, yeah, this season wasn't what we hoped it would be, but you ended it the right way. Then you go out and make the staff hires, and now it's time to say, okay, now do something with it. It's time to do something with it. And gonna have to.
I would say this too, Brian, is that it was we all lived through the Bob Davie and Ty Willingham era, right? Where, because one thing that you said that I think is fascinating is that we know that obviously Urban Meyer was an assistant coach under Bob Davie, right? And when you're talking about when you're talking about what you just said about Tyrone Willingham in the sense of he was a great person and spokesperson from being a man perspective, and you contrast it with just on the previous staff, there was a young assistant coach named Urban Meyer, right? Who was the exact opposites. Urban Meyer was not a great spokesperson from doing everything right way, but he was the ultimate competitor. I've talked to a former player at Notre Dame that was coached under Urban Meyer, and they hated him. They hated his guts. They did not like him as a person, but they all respected him, right? Because he understood the competitive side of things and how to get things out of people. And it's just a fun parallel between two former Notre Dame coaches, although one an assistant and one a head coach, because I think you need to bridge the gap between those two at Notre Dame, right? Like Urban Meyer cannot be Urban Meyer at Notre Dame. He has to be different. The coach at Notre Dame has to be different than that. You need parts of what made Tyrone Willingham an attractive person, attractive spokesperson of a program, and what made Urban Meyer, a former Notre Dame assistant, a really good coach in the sense of he was competitive. Yes, he was a prick, but he was going to do whatever it took at the end of the day.
Yeah, and he knew how to build a team, right? Like
Yes.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to solve this advanced math problem, but I have no concept of how to do it. I can have all the willingness in the world. You are absolutely correct, Ryan. You've got to have that drive. And the great ones have that drive, but they also are really, really smart guys and know how to prepare a team to go out and win week after week after week. And that's something that Coach Freeman still has to prove. But we've seen steps in the right direction. But at the end of the day, as you said, it's like we were talking to one of the things about Marcus Freeman that we were discussing, and some people took it the wrong way, and we ended up having a quality conversation on the board about it. But, one of the traits is you don't ever hear Urban Meyer making excuses. You don't ever hear Nick Saban making excuses. There's a lot of foundational characteristics that Marcus Freeman possesses. Not an excuse maker. Has some fire and some passion. He's aggressive. He's a worker. He has a plan. All those things are there. Now we just got to see if he's just a good football coach, which I think he's already established he's a good football coach. Now we got to find out, is he an elite football coach? He's an elite, a coach when it comes to talent acquisition, but he's an elite football coach. We're going to start to find that out over these next couple of years. I'm optimistic because again, you're seeing some coaches showing that putting their careers on the line with him. Mike Denbrock basically is like, if this move doesn't work out for Mike Denbrock,
the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Same with Al Golden. I mean, Al Golden has certain aspirations. Mike Mickens has aspirations. Dylan McCullough has aspirations. These guys are putting their faith in Marcus Freeman. That says a lot.
That's why I was very not surprised. It was interesting that Al Golden had signed a 4-year contract, because I'm like, it's a good amount of time in the college football landscape when you're 50-plus-year-old coach. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of running out of time. I mean, it's not like he's, going to retire over the next couple years, but like this is one of his final jobs in the coaching realm, potentially, right? And if you did want to get back to the NFL and be a DC or, be a head coach in college football again, I mean, you are kind of limiting your window as far as being able to achieve that. So yeah, there's definitely buy-in, man. Like Coach Denbrock would not have spurned LSU and his relationship with Brian Kelly. I know he got paid and everything, but like he would not have just made that move willy-nilly at his age. Al Golden would not have signed a 4-year contract. There's obviously belief in Marcus Freeman.
Right.
Now, Marcus Freeman needs to profit on that now, right? And be like, yep, you guys were very smart to follow my lead and trust me. That needs to be the next step.
There's a lot of people investing. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I'm sorry, Ryan, I mean to cut you off, man. There's a lot of people investing in Marcus Freeman. And and it's people that are around him daily. That's where it matters most to me. It's not us as fans. Irish Breakdown, we're all in on Marcus Freeman because of whatever, right? We're talking about people that are around him daily, that see the way he has gone about it, that have seen the growth he has made in 2 years. Those things matter to me. And
Yep.
some of them I know. I know them well. And I know that they would not be doing that if it wasn't for that belief in him. And
Right.
that's something that you got to be excited about. Let's keep on moving. That's a great kickoff question, Iden. Great kickoff question.
That we spent 60 minutes on. Congratulations,
Yes.
Ida. You're the man.
Great kickoff question.
Erica Cipher with the super chat. Thank you so much, Erica. Very appreciated. Do you catch either game of the men's lacrosse yesterday or the baseball's game against Rice? Drake Bowen and Jordan Faison balled out. I'm assuming neither will be available for the spring game. Brian, I'm not. I mean, I'm sure you probably know a little bit more about the spring availability, but I did get a chance to watch just the highlights of lacrosse the first two games. I think Faison scored 5 goals in the first two
Yeah.
games, right? If I'm not mistaken. So he's been on, and obviously Drake had that great, that run from second base all the way home, great slide into home for a big. It was the deciding run in the end, right? Because it ended. I forget what the final score was. I think it was like 10-7 was the final, right, of that game.
No,
Or
it's
actually, no, it was like
13-10.
14-11 or something like that. Right? Yeah,
13-10. Yeah,
it
they
was a
were
little higher
down
scoring.
big. They were down like 8-4.
Yeah,
And then battled back. Drake had that big run, and then Tito
Yep.
Flores broke it open in the ninth with the grand slam. They were up. They had taken a 9-4 lead, and he hits a grand slam, make it 13-9. Rice got one back in the 10th, and then bottom of the ninth, and then they closed it out. Yeah,
that was good to see Drake doing some good things, man.
Yeah.
I don't really follow college baseball. I mean, I follow it usually around, the tournament time, especially last year. I watched a lot of like Wake Forest and LSU and all those teams, but Rice has traditionally been a power. I don't know if they're very good
They've
this year,
been
but
down
Notre
a
Dame
lot.
getting the
They were,
sweep.
yeah. I don't know how they're going to be this year, Ryan. They were down last
Yep.
year, but to your point, like I think it was like, you're watching the game and like 04, they've got like 2004 national champs on their wall. You know what I mean? Like, so yes, Rice has been a
Used to be
good
a
program in
power.
the past. Yeah.
Yep.
But look, at this time of the year, going on the road against even a mediocre team and getting a sweep in series 1 is pretty good. They did it mostly with the arms for game 1, a little bit of mixture of both on game 2, and then it was all bats in game 3, man, giving up 10. But it was cool to see. That was Drake's first appearance too. The catcher had, I think the catcher doubled, and they brought Drake in to pinch run, and he wasn't even a third when the left fielder fielded the ball. And there was like that slight hitch, at the top on his throw, but Drake was moving. I mean, he was absolutely moving.
I'll say this about Drake. Drake, I know, is a great baseball player, and he's great in both sports, but he definitely looks more now like a football player that's playing baseball, man, because he's filled out, to say the least. Big guy.
Yes. Somebody said that they have a hard time watching college baseball. I actually really like college baseball because it's more like the baseball.
Yep.
Yeah, I like college baseball, Ryan, because for me, it's more like the game of baseball I grew up watching. Just the era I grew up was not this walk, strikeout, home run era that we have in Major League Baseball now. It was, you bunt in college baseball, you steal bases in college baseball, you hit behind the runner in college baseball. And it's not that it's better or worse. Just for me, it's the type I prefer. So I rather enjoyed it. And they've got different bats now, so you don't get the same ping that you used to, which is kind of a bummer. But yeah, I've always liked college baseball, and it's I watch it more now than I do Major League Baseball by a ton.
Do you know, to Erica's second part of her question, do you know spring game availability?
That I don't know.
That
I don't think it's a given that they're not going to play. Let me just check the lacrosse and baseball schedule, because my understanding is that that Drake has made it clear that football is still going to be his number one priority, and if unless it's a travel game, he still plans on being at baseball things. Now, I would imagine that Jordan Faison will not be available. I'm looking at their schedule now. They have a home game against North Carolina at 11:30. So I would assume that Jordan will not be available for that. Let me check the baseball schedule. Because Drake's obviously, his only appearance so far has been a pinch running situation. Jordan has, as you said, Ryan, has shown himself to be. He's a pretty important part of that lacrosse. And in fairness, that's what he was initially recruited to do. They do have a game at home at 2:00. I don't know if what Drake will do with that one. I'll have to ask. Actually, I'm going to ask that one right now and see if I can get an answer before the show's over. So
Do you
we'll see.
remember? Do you remember? I used to think it was pronounced John Reese Plumley, but apparently it's John Rice Plumley is actually how you technically
Really?
pronounce it, which
Okay.
is hilarious. Yeah. But so I don't know if you ever saw the video, but he literally played in a baseball game for UCF last season, left at like in the middle innings or something like that to make it at halftime to the spring game and played in the second half of the spring game. Like wild, man.
I
Wild.
just am really curious to see how Drake is going to evaluate this one because Jordan
Yeah.
and Drake have to look at this completely differently.
Yep.
So I was just told that Drake does not plan on missing anything football related. So if it comes down to the two, then that means he's going to play football, which for Drake is different than if I'm Marcus Freeman, I'm going to say to Jordan Faison, hey, dude, we know who you are, right?
Yeah.
The lacrosse team needs you, right? You're good. Because if you're Marcus Freeman, that's a chance for you to get KK Smith some extra. I mean, you know who Jordan Faison is. He doesn't have to prove anything. Drake's in a little bit of a different situation. You know, Drake's battling for a job. Jordan's going to play whether he's a starting slot or backup slot. Jordan's still going to play a bunch.
Right.
And again, Drake was recruited here to play baseball. Football is his number, Drake is recruited here to play football. Baseball is his number 2. Jordan was recruited in Notre Dame to play lacrosse. Football is supposed to be his number 2, and he's dependent on a lot more. So, but there you have your answer. So.
I don't know. I don't know how college lacrosse is either. I don't know if I'm assuming there's like freshman All-Americans and stuff, but like 5 goals in the first 2 games, pretty good start.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good start. Yeah.
Well, for the defending champs. That's the other thing too.
Yes,
I mean, it's for the defending champs, which is awesome.
And at both the Kavanaughs back too, so it's not like there's a empty cupboard there. You know what I mean? Like there's still pretty dang good teams.
I didn't get a chance to watch either game, but I'll be watching more lacrosse games this year. There's no doubt. It's a very interesting sport.
Yep. We had Tom
hold on.
Super Chat.
And as Notre Dame, did you see that Notre Dame's women's lacrosse team, I think it was last week, to beat the number 1 team. I think it was Northwestern. It's the program's first. I mean, Notre Dame's, I think, top 10 in women's lacrosse. So it's not like they're but they beat the first win over a number 1 team ever last week. They beat Northwestern, who's ranked number 1. So yeah, it's a good. Right now, it's a pretty good time of the year for spring sports at Notre Dame. They're off to a pretty good start so far, no doubt.
I'm just impressed that Northwestern's good at something. That's crazy.
I know, right? Well played, right?
Tom Cotter. Brian. It's my understanding that what was this? Wait,
coordinators.
Coordinators. I'm sorry. My apologies, Tom. Right. It's my understanding that coordinators here are paid by alumni. Who controls the amount paid and length of the contract?
So it's not, no, they don't pay the salaries. What they do is they give a certain amount of money towards that position to kind of have their name associated with it. There might be some that pay the entire amount, but I don't believe they pay the entire amount. There's a threshold, I believe, and I could look into that more, but I don't believe that they do that. And then also, those people that put their name on it have nothing to do with who gets hired. I'm 100% positive of that one. That decision is made by the athletic director, and then when it comes to coordinators and football coaches, the head football coach. The head football coach can say, hey, this is my guy. We got to make this happen. But the person negotiating the contract is the athletic director, with the football coach understanding this is your pool for assistant coaches. And if you want to go beyond that, then you got to go talk to people and express why. So Notre Dame spent well beyond its normal pool for coaches this offseason. So what that means is they've raised the bar for what the pool is. So, and what I mean by that is most schools will tell a football coach, hey, you've got, $5 million to spend on your staff, assistant coaches, analysts, GAs, that kind of stuff, or 3 million or 8 million or whatever. And then you got to figure out as the head football coach, okay, where do I want to allocate my funds? I'm going to go hire me a really young running backs coach that I can basically pay a minimum amount for, because I need to put that other money towards making sure that I don't get my stud DB coach poached, or my stud quarterbacks coach poached, or my stud O-line coach poached, or whatever the case may be. And so you have to make some of those decisions. But right now, Notre Dame is stepping up to the plate with Marcus Freeman saying, hey, this is what you want. This is what you need. We're going to get it for you. And that's huge, Ryan. Absolutely huge.
Because it's not even just the coordinators either. You had to, pay up to keep Al Golden. You had to pay up to get Mike Denbrock. It's also just like Dylan McCullough getting the, the jump to associate head coach. It's like that.
Which
that
comes with a pay raise.
my friends.
Yes,
exactly.
it does. Yeah, and we have a question about that as well. I know I'm pretty confident that Mike Mickens has already been given a pay raise this offseason. I wouldn't be shocked
Yep.
if he gets another one now that he's taken over the entire secondary. That
Mhm.
would shock me as well. I wouldn't be shocked if Al Washington got a little bit of a bump, with some of the interest that he's gotten this offseason. And again, the
Sure.
bump comes because who are the people getting paid? People that did a great job. I mean, Dylan McCullough has done a exceptional job
Stellar. Yeah.
his 2 years.
Yep.
Mike Mickens is proven to be one of the very best, if not the best, cornerbacks coach in all of college football. Al Golden had a top 5 defense last year. So
Yep.
you do the job, you're going to get paid. That's what it comes down to. And it's good to keep those guys around as much as possible. And just to reiterate, too, the one coach they did lose, the 2 coaches they lost, I should say, one got a promotion that clearly he wasn't going to get in Notre Dame because he's not going to be the head football coach. And the other one, it wasn't about money. We said this before. O'Leary leaving wasn't about money. It wasn't
Yep.
him getting offered a job and him going to Notre Dame saying, "Hey, pay me or I'm leaving." It was the NFL was kind of his dream. That's where he wanted to go, and the Chargers
Mhm.
situation was a good
Well,
one for him.
and that's why he's had generated NFL interest for what, 2 straight off seasons now, right? So that's a
Right.
goal he had in mind, and good for
Because
him.
what have
It's
we
great
said
for
all
him.
along, Ryan? The only question we've ever had with O'Leary after he got hired was, can he recruit? There's never been a question about, can this guy coach? I mean, that's one thing he's proven from even before he was a full-time coach. We heard people
Yep.
raving about him back in 2020 when he was coaching the Rovers during Jeremy.
Right.
I mean, the guy's basically been an on-field coach for 4 years. And in those 4 years, he's coached 3 consensus or unanimous All-Americans, 2 unanimous All-Americans, and 1 consensus All-American. That guy's got a phenomenal resume. And the
Yep.
fact that so many Notre Dame fans were just like, whatever, let him go, says how much we over obsess on recruiting. Because think about it, 4 years an assistant. Look, I felt I had a good track record, Ryan. My first 5 years as a coach, I coached 2 All-Americans and one, uh, 2, 3, 4, 6 all-conference players in 5 years. This dude in 4 years has 2 unanimous All-Americans and 1 consensus All-American.
At 2 different positions too, man, which
That's
is yeah.
pretty freaking
Yep.
good. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Yep.
Like, the guy can
It is.
coach. Now, he had great players to work with, but you still gotta
Sure.
do a good job of getting those guys ready to play. That's the whole thing.
Right.
Like, none of my All-Americans that I coached were bums, that I'm such a great coach, I turned them into dudes. It's like, "Look, you've got talent. You get this ball of clay. Now go do something with it." And he's able to
Right.
do something with it, which is
I I
important.
did I did selfishly want to see him coach that 2025 potential safety class,
Yes.
because then he would have
Yes.
some elite talents to work with.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. All right.
We had another super chat from Jay Clampett Investments. Thank you so much. Hey, first, thank you, all IB members, for the thoughts and well wishes for the loss of my dog. Question, not a negative, but are you a bit surprised by the takes we have committed at wide receiver versus what still is out there?
So Ryan, there's a couple questions about this, so let's just get into it, and we'll dive into the Sean Carey commitment more specifically. We'll do the full breakdown tonight. Vince and I are actually going to be together tonight at 6 o'clock talking about the Sean Terry commitment, and so I'm not surprised, nor do I have a problem with. I'll just say what I think, Ryan. You can say what you
Sure.
think, agree, disagree, whatever.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with either of the 2 takes. Like I like Elijah Burris more than Ryan does. Ryan likes Sean Terry a little bit more than I do. I
Yep.
believe I'm speaking correctly. We both like both players. There's no issue with both players, that they're adding skill sets they need. I think the boat that people are missing a little bit with Sean Terry is that, no, he's not a top 100 player, and he's not this, he's not that, but he has a very unique niche skill set that
Yep.
Notre Dame needs more of, and really doesn't really have much of on the roster right now. And so you need that, because when this kid shows up, Jordan Faison's going to be a junior, KK Smith's going to be a junior, and so I'm not every kid is meant to be Michael Floyd or Golden Tate. You just had a 2-year stretch in which you landed, even just the guys on still left on the team, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, KK Smith, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, and Logan Saldate. They're at the point now where, yes, you need to maximize the talent, but you also need to be thinking about what types of receivers do we need more of. There's not a lot of Elijah Burris' skill set on the roster. That top level route runner, space maker with his route running and quickness. And so they're looking to add specific traits. Now, we could debate, should they have waited to see where things went with Lex Cyrus, or I mean, whatever the case may be. I think we both like Lex probably more than Sean. But at the same time, you got a good football player in a state you want to recruit in who has offers from Oregon, Penn State, Michigan, USC, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma. I don't know if I said Oregon or not yet, but Oregon.
You did, yeah.
Like, clearly people see something in this kid because they see that niche. And the other thing too, Ryan, he's a dynamic returner. And that trait probably more than any other translates right now to college football. What I think is happening is every time they get another receiver, people just automatically go to the thought that they're also going to take Jerome Bettis Jr. at some point in time. And I think that's the fear. But that's not fair to the guys they're getting.
Sure.
Right? Yep. And Sean Terry fills a role that they needed to fill in this class, that they wanted to fill in this class. You are not, somebody asked this question, are you passing on Dalen McCutcheon to take Sean Terry? No, you're not. You passed on Dalen McCutcheon to take Elijah Burris. Different conversation. You're basically passing on Lex Cyrus to take Sean Terry, which I'm okay with, because as much as I love Lex Cyrus, I don't know if you're going to get Lex Cyrus. So then you run the risk of, well, we're probably not going to get him. But if we wait, then we're not going to get him or Sean Terry. And you needed that skill set. So I'm not surprised by either takes. And I understand where a lot of this comes from. I have my concerns about Jerome Bettis Jr. as well. Brian Smith saw him in a camp this weekend. He said he was better than he saw him before, but he's still not that kind of that top level guy. And that's okay. I mean, it's really going to come down to, for me, Ryan, is what you do in that number 4 spot. And then also with the understanding of what you and I have been told, Ryan, by our sources is, look, if they get Jerome Bettis Jr. and they get Derek Meadows, which I don't think Derek Meadows is close to the given to Notre Dame that a lot of people seem to think that he is. And he wasn't a given to pick Notre Dame, Ryan, before Alabama and Georgia and all these other schools offered him.
People are just looking at a crystal ball and they're just assuming it's a done deal, but it's not.
And it's definitely not. But I don't, from what I understand, if they get the guys they want and some studs are still out there, they're not going to stop recruiting those studs. They technically met their needs at defensive end well before they started making a hard push at Damian Shanklin. I mean, they came into this recruiting cycle looking for 2 safeties. They got them. But they haven't stopped recruiting Jadon Blair. Why? Because they're saying you can't not go still after Jadon Blair. This staff is being very aggressive. And yes, 4 is the number. But my understanding is if they get to 4 and there's still some stud receivers out there, they're not going to stop recruiting those guys. That's just the reality. That's the thing that we also have to take into consideration. This is why they're not bringing in a 4th offensive lineman right now. This is why they're not bringing in a 2nd tight end in right now. This is why they're making certain sacrifices at certain positions, because they want to load up at these positions that are pretty strong nationally. It's a great safety class. Take advantage. It's a great corner class. Take advantage. It's a pretty deep receiver class. Take advantage. And that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, individually, because I agree with you. And I'd be lying to everyone if I said that it at least didn't cross my mind at all, as far as you might have 2 receivers in the class, but you know that there's technically a 3rd, because unless barring something weird happening during the course of the end of this recruitment, I do anticipate Notre Dame landing Jerome Bettis Jr. I do. But I think that has soured some people. I will say, and this is complete honesty, people have seen my takes on the show about the 2 wide receivers already, or at least on the message board. I just did a film breakdown at boardsirishbreakdown.com on Sean Terry, actually. I like the Sean Terry take. I truly do. I don't think there's enough of what Sean Terry does on the Notre Dame roster right now. And I don't think on the board there was many players at all that can do a lot of the things Sean Terry can do. I don't. I think as a slot, gadget, punt returner, he brings a dynamic that you don't have much of at all. And I don't think there was much of it on the board either. So I was completely fine with the Sean Terry take. Me and Brian talked about that one yesterday. I'm like, I like him as a player. I like him. It's cool. I'm good. Because you need to evaluate him differently than you evaluate Derek Meadows and Taylor and some of the other guys, because it's just not the role he's going to play. Like, you need to understand that this kid is not going to be a 100 catch a season kid and be a, your
Or at
number
least
one
you're not
receiver more than
recruiting him to
likely.
do that.
Yeah.
Right.
He's going to be more than likely a secondary pass catcher that specializes in when you get the football in his hands, he's going to make something small into something big potentially at times. He's going to create hidden yardage. He's going to be a yak threat. I am totally fine with Sean Terry. The only reason that I wasn't as high on Elijah Burris is because, honestly, it was that with Jerome Bettis in the class, you have to limit your numbers a little bit. As far as if you're only getting the 4, that means you can only take one of the other talented receivers that are on the board when Jerome Bettis commits to Notre Dame, if he does choose Notre Dame ultimately. And for me, I personally would have, in that scenario, maybe waited on Elijah a little bit. Because if you told me today, if you told me the wide receiver class is a 4-man class of, let's just say, Derek Meadows, Sean Terry, and let's say one other good receiver and Elijah Burris, I'm good, man.
Yeah, let's say
I'm
Taylor
fine.
Taylor is an example. Let's use him as an example.
Yeah, like, I have no problem with Elijah Burris being in the class. The only issue that I had is that I believe that when we're talking about the numbers battle, is that I think that you limited yourself basically to take another good receiver. I think that there's been some flaws in the recruiting of wide receivers in this class. Full transparency. I think that they cooled on Cooper Perry way too early. I think that their evaluation potentially of Dalen McCutcheon is off compared to what I believe. I believe that they're off.
Agree.
But ultimately, do I think Elijah Burris is a good player and can help Notre Dame? Yeah, I do. Do I think Sean Terry could bring something to Notre Dame that they haven't had enough of? Yes, I do. So I'm not necessarily against the take. It's just the process of wide receiver recruiting as a whole, I think had some flaws in the process a little bit. That's just kind of my opinion on it.
That I agree with. So, like, Ryan, one thing you and I don't have the same opinion on Elijah Burris, which in yours was totally fair. Mine is he's a definite take for me now because I just graded and evaluated him higher, right? And that's where a lot of this has to come down to. For what I would say to all of you is watch the film, evaluate the player, and then say, can this guy help Notre Dame or not? And not look at the stars and this and the other, and stop projecting onto these players your feelings about another player at this point in time. But at the same time, Ryan, I do think sometimes you can get to the right. You can say, hey, I'm going to go to the mall, and you could take a weird, wild, like backwards, and just like it took you twice as long to get there. But as long as you still get there, you get there. That's why how they finish is going to be so important. But at the end of the day, even if they finish well, I'm going to look back on this class and say it was just weird how they got there because of their value. Look, Cooper Perry is a different animal than Dalen McCutcheon because I believe the previous wide receivers coach cooled on him so early that by the time the new guy came in, it was like, you like other guys as well. Do you really want to invest in going? I understand that one. I don't like it. Yeah. I don't agree with it. I think the previous receivers coach should have been vetoed. It is what it is. Dalen McCutcheon one doesn't make any sense for me because that's an entirely on the new staff. Watching him and saying, hey, I have to think maybe there's some questions about his speed, but all I know is the kid's film is outstanding. But that's going to be part of the process. There's going to be times when you don't like the evaluation, and receiver is just some strange evaluations. At the end of the day, if they get where they need to get to, but I think the thing that people are missing about this class, Ryan, is all those things being true, they are looking for a specific types in this class that you have to be thinking about when evaluating some of these players. I don't count Jerome Bettis Jr. in that category. I'm more referring to Elijah Burris, the Sean Terrys, the players like that. There's a reason why they went after Lex Cyrus and Sean Terry and offered them I shouldn't say offered them, but got on him about the same time. It's because the new coach came in, the new OC came in and said, hey, we need more of this. Right. Let's go find this. And that's why that's why it was those two. It was like Nas Newkirk. There was a lot of guys that you looked at them and said, these guys all kind of do certain things. They're either stretch the field guys or they're after the catch guys. Yeah. And it was very obvious that they were looking for that kind of player. And why? Because the current roster doesn't have a lot of it. You have really two players that fit that bill. One of them is a lacrosse player. The other one's a redshirt freshman coming off of a major shoulder injury, right? You need more of it. And that's what they're trying to add. And so I understand it, even though, like you said, Ryan, some of the evaluations I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the first two evaluations. That's not my issue. My issue is maybe what comes next. I don't hold Derek Meadows in quite the same like no-brainer, take over everyone else type of thing that I think the staff does. But I get it. You know, I get it.
I think you need that skill set though, is more than anything, right? Like you need the
Right. And the
outside
upside
length that can run. Like you need that
because who on
style
the
'cause you
roster
don't have
has
enough
that
of
right
that.
now, Ryan? Who has that right now on
De
the roster?
Deion Colzie, I mean, it's not
Who
many.
is
It's
going to
not
be
many.
probably gone by the time Derek Meadows shows up,
Right,
right?
right.
Bo
Yep.
Collins, who's going to be
To a degree, yeah.
gone when Derek
Yep.
Meadows shows up.
Yep.
Exactly. And so that's why I can say,
You need
even though
more.
I don't view him the same way that the staff does, I'm
Yep.
totally on board with him being a priority because, again, as you said, you're betting on the upside and the fit need.
Right.
And that's the thing that I want to push back on too, Ryan. I'm hearing a lot of, well, you guys got to understand that this staff has to have their chance to prove that they can throw the ball. No, like that doesn't make any sense to me. That's an excuse making because they have been loading up at wide receiver the last 2 years with offenses didn't throw the football.
Yep.
I mean,
Because
you
they've
know,
been
so
recruiting. Yeah. So
right.
yeah.
So stop making excuses for who the staff has gotten and just say, hey, listen, this is who they like. They didn't settle on Sean Terry, guys. Because again, if they wanted Dalen McCutcheon, I think they'd have a good shot at getting him. I'm not saying they would definitely get him. I think they'd be a major
top
player for him.
2-ish.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
And so Cooper Perry, I think flat out, Ryan, and this is based on what you've told me, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think Cooper Perry comes to Notre Dame if they would have pushed for him.
Oh, 100%. His father went to, I mean, his grandfather went to Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was a dream school of his. Like it was, he would have went to Notre Dame if they would have
darn
pushed.
good football player. So
Yeah.
they're not settling on Elijah Burris and Sean Terry. They like these kids a lot. We have to accept that as fans and say, we're going to find out if it was a smart take for those two players or not. That's to be determined. But this isn't the staff settling. This isn't the staff missing on top targets and getting beat for top targets and having to go to plan B guys. These are plan A guys. We'll find out in the next 3 years if they were smart to bring these guys in, but we have to stop making excuses and, well, they're just doing this because of this, that. That's not why they're taking these guys, right? They like these players. They view these as plan A players. And if you want to disagree with that evaluation, that's a different conversation. But we don't need to be making excuses for why they want. Right? It's that simple. They want those players and the skill sets they add. And we'll find out if they're right or wrong on that.
I have no issue with them wanting those skill sets either. And also, I'll say this, guys. If Notre Dame would have landed Derek Meadows with the previous wide receiver coach, I would have had some hesitation as far as like what he would have became because coaching wasn't up to par. I would feel a whole lot more comfortable if Notre Dame's able to get Derek Meadows. I like the proposition of him working with Mike Brown because I do think that he is a coach that can get a lot out of that player. So we'll see.
We'll see. Agree. This is an easy one, Ryan. I'll go ahead and ask this for you. Question is from NC Notre Dame fan. Where does Notre Dame stand with number one, with David Sanders, the number one OT in the nation, North Carolina, stand up?
They stand at the bus stop while he's driving away and never coming back. Not the best way to put it, but I mean, they're just look. I think there was
actually, Ryan. That is not the best way to put it.
I mean, Brian, like I think in like an early interview, like he had talked about like wanting an offer from Notre Dame or something like that, right? And like after that, it was like that was the last you ever heard of Notre Dame, you know? Like it just is what it is. So he didn't want to go to Notre Dame. He's not going to go to Notre Dame. He's a great player, though, man. Like maybe the best player in the class. Like he's that type of dude. Like he is phenomenal. But yeah, he's not going to Notre Dame. But Notre Dame's doing pretty well in the offensive line trail, so I'm not too worried about that.
Agree.
We got Ida Manami says, which Florida recruit is a bigger gap closer, Dallas Golden or Nathaniel Owusu Boateng?
Well, I'll give my answer first. It's Dallas Golden for two reasons. Number one, I just think Dallas is a better player. I evaluated Dallas higher. They're both top 100 guys. I view Nathaniel as a top 75-ish to 100 type of guy. I view Dallas as a top 50 kind of guy. So just right there, that's why he would be the bigger gap closer, number one. Number two, I also just don't think they get guys like Dallas Golden nearly as much as they get guys like Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng. This is not at all to take away from Nathaniel. I think he's a heck of a football player. If he wanted to come tomorrow, I would be thrilled about it. But Notre Dame has a track record in recent seasons of recruiting some pretty darn linebackers. Jalen Sneed, Josh Burnham, who's now moved to D-line, Drake Bowen, Jaden Alsbury, Kingston William Asa. Landing guys like Dallas Golden are more rare. What I mean by that is a top 50 recruit nationally from Florida that's an elite skill player on the perimeter. It's not a position that Notre Dame has done great with in recent years. It's just as simple as that. So to me, that's why he would be the bigger gap closer to me. Because I've said this before, Dallas Golden can start at all 5 secondary positions, in my opinion. I think he's outstanding. We'll find out, where he's going to end up playing and it ends up picking Notre Dame. But I think, I think he's a really, really good football player. Right. The issue's on my end.
Got it. Okay. Just making sure it wasn't
for some reason, like my signal has just dropped.
Gotcha.
For the last couple of minutes.
Okay. Yeah. You sound a little bit in and out. So I was just making sure that it was not on my end. Okay. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to try and get this figured out, see if I get it back going. But yeah, that's the issue.
Yep. No worries. So yeah, for me, I actually agree with Brian on this one. And actually that sounded bad. It sounded like I was reluctant to it.
It's okay.
Some reason, but
he's actually right on this one.
It was not the intended tone on that, which was my wife tells me I need to work on tone sometimes, so that tone was not appropriate in that sense. But for me, it's Dallas Golden because of I think Brian hit on one key part there, is that Dallas Golden is a rare athlete in the sense of I think Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng is a potential superstar at linebacker. I think he's got big time upside. I think he has all the tools to be a difference maker. But Dallas Golden, if that happens, Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng is a playmaking will that makes a ton of tackles and a ton of plays in the backfield and is all over the field. Dallas Golden could literally play either corner spot, play into the boundary, could play to the field. He could play nickel. He's very physical. He could definitely play nickel. He could play either safety spot, whether he's to the boundary or to the field. Heck, he could play wide receiver. He could play running back. I could throw him at wildcat quarterback at times if I felt like it. That kid's the type of dynamic athlete that Notre Dame needs more of. Like, I know Notre Dame likes him as a corner, and I think that he could be a great corner. But I would not be opposed to, like, hey, Coach Mickens potentially coaching both safeties and corners. Like, hey, you need a safety a little bit more. Hey, Dallas, go play safety, brother. Like, go move around a little bit and be that dynamic player. I think that he brings the versatility that I always, as an evaluator, I always gravitate towards that. For me, the more you can do at a high level, the more valuable you become ultimately. So yeah, Dallas Golden would be my answer as well, man. He's a dude. He's a dude.
And you don't see guys like him as much anymore, Ryan. It used to be normal that you'd recruit these athletes. Like Lou Holtz used to recruit 6-7 running backs every class. I'm like, how the heck? Because you knew this guy plays corner, this guy plays safety, this guy plays linebacker. I mean, you just knew they were going to move over to other positions. Football has become far more specialized than it has been in the past. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, some of the kids that we're seeing are just corners or just receivers. Growing up would have been playing, they never would have come off the field. Mm-hmm. And so when you have guys like what we've seen, Xavier Watts and Dallas Golden and players like that, like they add even more value because of, like you said, think about this, Ryan. Tell me if this is a nutty statement. Dallas Golden could start at 7 different positions at Notre Dame and be a good football player to varying degrees. Field corner, boundary corner, nickel, field safety, boundary safety, receiver, slot receiver, running back. Yeah. Now, he wouldn't be the same player at all those, but he could play at Notre Dame at all those positions.
Agreed.
You just don't find guys like that. I mean, you saw a guy like that right in your neck of the woods not that long ago, Mika Fitzpatrick, who could have been an offensive player in college if he wanted to. He could have been a great wide receiver. I mean, he could do a lot of things. He was Brandon Wimbush's top target in high school. So when you have guys like that, they become such a priority. And Dallas is a really special talent and a fit for Notre Dame as a young man too. I mean, that's the thing too, is he's a really unique young man, and you can understand why the two have hit it off so well in that regard.
Well, and that's why I like a couple of the players Notre Dame is recruiting, because they recruiting some kids that like athletically they can do a bunch of different things. I was talking to Sean about this, Brian, and I truly believe this. Devin Williams out of Buford, that kid could easily play slot receiver if you wanted him to.
Yeah.
Because I know for a fact, I've talked to Devin about this. Georgia is recruiting Devin Williams to play wide receiver on the next level, not to play corner. Like he's a big time wide receiver out of Buford as well. So yeah, man, I'm all for getting those kids.
Ryan, that's why I would keep
play
recruiting
so
him.
many spots. Yes.
If Notre Dame gets Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary, I would flat out keep recruiting Devin Williams if you could. Because to your point, he can return kicks for you. He can play corner for you. He can play nickel for you. He can play receiver for you. Absolutely. I would keep recruiting that kid. I don't know if you'll be able to get him, but 100% would keep recruiting that kid. He's a darn good football player, man.
He's dynamite, man.
Darn good football player.
Yep. We had the history expert says Notre Dame has 2 wide receivers committed and Jerome Bettis Jr. is all but committed as well. Is there a scenario where Notre Dame signs 5 wide receivers in the 2025 class?
I think so. Now, well, let me change. I don't think they're going to – if they get Meadows and Jerome Bettis Jr. as your next 2 receivers, I don't think they stop recruiting the rest of the receiving class. I don't. But if they get a commitment from someone even better, it doesn't mean that all 4 guys in the class now would stay. That's why I say it could be that. But yes, I think they will keep recruiting players, and I could see a scenario in which they recruit 5 receivers, sign 5 receivers. Yes, it's not the goal, but yes.
Yeah. See what happens. Numbers can change. All right, we had John A1. What's up, John? Will the 2022 Edge class make an impact on the 2024 team? Tyson Ford, Aiden Gabira, Joshua Burnham.
Absolutely.
Joshua Burnham definitely will. I mean, he's going to play a lot for Notre Dame in 2024.
He's got a shot to start, right? I mean, he's got a shot to start this year for them. So, yes, I think so. And I think we will start. I think one of the other 2 will crack the rotation this year. I think one of Tyson Ford and Aiden Gabira.
Aiden Gabira was really growing fast right before he got injured, right? Wasn't he showing a lot of good signs?
Yeah, because it was funny it was not funny, but ironic. The practice that we went to where he got hurt, tore his ACL, he was destroying the second team offensive line. I mean, he was letting them know about it. It was kind of fun to watch. He was letting them know about it. But he was having a really good practice. And we had heard he'd had several coming into that point in time. And then, of course, he hurts his knee and it set everything off, set everything back, excuse me. So that obviously was disappointing. But yeah. Yep. It was one of those 2, I think. One of the Ford or Gabira I do think will make some level of impact this year. But I think Josh Burnham's poised for a breakout year. I won't be at all shocked. Ryan, I want to get your immediate reaction to this. I'm going to say it, and then you respond to it. My prediction for my one bold prediction I have for this team right now, the big end position will be even more productive in 2024 than it was in 2023. Combined production, which was 16 tackles for loss and 8 sacks. Yeah, this past year, I think this group is more productive from a disruptive number standpoint.
They're definitely more athletic than last year's group. I mean, all due respect, like Javonte Jean-Baptiste was a very good player for Notre Dame, and Nana played his butt off every snap, right? But Joshua Burnham and RJ Oben potentially, right? Like they're a much more athletic duo than what you had in 2023. So I can see that athletic upside to being more disruptive because I think they're just better athletes potentially in 2024.
Well, and you saw it a little bit at the Senior Bowl, Ryan. Yep. Javonte did a great year, but he when he's going up against top tackles is just a different level of athleticism that he lacks that other top ends have.
He worked against like Patrick Paul from Houston, who's not even a particularly great offensive tackle that was at the Senior Bowl, but it was just the length difference. It was just like, because, Javonte is good length. Like he's, right around a 79-inch wingspan. Like he's a good length guy, but when you go against those guys that are really well above average, like you have to be a little bit of a twitchier athlete. You got to have a little bit more high-end athleticism to be able to defeat that. And he struggled in that department. He did. He really did. I will say this too, Brian. I don't think I ever told you this, but I talked to a scout about RJ Oben like a week ago because we were talking about Senior Bowl stuff or whatever, because RJ would have been at the Senior Bowl if he would have chose to go to the Senior Bowl. And the scout was shocked that he went back to school, man. Apparently there were like some late day 2 grades on him. Like there's some 3rd round grades at NFL circles. And they're like, We had
and
no
that's
idea
not
when that
what
kid
you
went
were
back to
hearing
school
last year, Ryan, about Javonte. That's not
at
what you were
all.
hearing. I mean, you can go back to what we were talking about this time last year, and you're like, look, we thought Javonte had a chance to be the pass rusher he was at Notre Dame last year. We did 5 sacks, really good pressure guy. He was a better run defender than we thought. Kudos to the young man for working his butt off. Kudos to Al Washington for getting the most out of him. Kudos for Al Golden for scheming the system to play to his strengths. But you could even tell, like, he's not a guy that your thought was, hopefully this can get him into day 3. This wasn't all of a sudden look at this hidden gem that's going to be a day 2 guy now,
No.
and so, yeah, I mean, and I could kind of see, I'd be surprised if he was a day 2, if RJ was a day 2 guy based on his game so far at Duke's been kind of a one-trick pony. I mean, just the way they used him was rush the quarterback and some other things. But you do see and you've talked about this, Ryan, you do see a difference in just that twitchiness, that explosiveness, that ability to really fire off the ball off the line that RJ has that Javonte just didn't have.
No.
And Josh Burnham has that as well. So I think that duo could be really, really good this year. And if Jordan Pizarro figures things out, then I think the edge position can be really good. But here's the thing. If Josh Burnham and one of those 2 kids has a really good offseason and a good start to the 2024 season, and you get Bryce Young coming in and Jordan Pizarro and Junior Talamaka don't get better than they were last year, don't be shocked to see RJ Oben be the one to go back over to Viper, not Josh Burnham. I could certainly see that. Next year, we're like, look, we're going to get these 2 kids on the field more because they're both better than what we have over there, Viper. But that's the kind of options you want and need, Ryan. Hopefully, that's not needed. Hopefully, Jordan Pizarro and Junior Tilamaka make jumps this offseason. But if they don't, you're going to be fine because you're going to have more options now. Oh, I guess we're going to have to get more reps for Bryce Young now that we moved one of these 2 guys. Oh, bummer. I guess we're going to have to try to get Tyson Ford or Aiden Gobaira on the field more. That stinks, I say with sarcasm oozing through my pores.
I'm just dreaming of a sub package where hopefully I think that's very possible that Bryce Young's in the 250 plus range by the time the season starts, right? Because he's already up to 241 pounds. Like if he's 250 something, I would not be shocked. I am dreaming of a sub package where you bring Bryce Young in to rush against guards on obvious passing situations. Where you're just like, okay, guys, have fun, man. Have fun with that.
That would be a lot of fun. He's a rip. That's the thing I noticed from some of the photos you sent me, Ryan. He's a really long kid. Like I saw that too. Because when I saw him, but the 2 times I've seen him in person, he's had his hands in his pockets because it was cold. So I never got to see him like extending. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could see the big shoulders and the big feet and the big head and like just the like this kid's going to be 265, 270 and look skinny, when it's all said and done. But I couldn't see that reach. You sent me some clips when you were down in San Antonio and some photos where I'm like, yep, that kid is long.
And he's loose too, man. Like he was cornering about as well as anybody there where I'm just like, that's not natural for a kid. Notre Dame really has him listed at 6'7". I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, look, I don't know how Bryce Young's going to develop guys, but if there is a kid in the 2024 recruiting class that I would call my early shot on them being a 1st round draft pick, Bryce Young might be number 1. Like that might be my guy. I mean, Gerby would be in the conversation. Cam Williams would be in the conversation. But like if I had a number 1 and I had to pick just one guy, it would probably be Bryce Young because you don't see 6'7" guys with length that corner the way that he does. Like it's different, man. It's different.
That's it right there. Like I think Gerby is I have Gerby ranked as if they all pan out, I have Gerby going higher just because I think he's got a chance to be a really elite tackle. But to your point, Ryan, if I had to say which one am I most confident will be that is Bryce, because number 1, I think Bryce still has a long way to go as a player developing from a technical standpoint. And number 2, there's there's guys like Gerby. There's been guys like Gerby at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Guys like Bryce are more rare. A 6'6" plus kid, super long arms, twitchy athlete. You just don't see kids like that very often. He's a unique talent.
We had a super chat from Garen Knutson. Thank you so much, Garen. What are some reasonable expectation goals for the offensive line performance the first 3 games of the season? Great show, y'all. So First and foremost, Garen, thank you so much. First 3 games of the season. So Army, Texas A&M, and then who's the third game of the season
Our
again?
Army's in November.
Oh, my bad. I completely,
Yeah.
okay. So
No.
Texas
There was
A&M,
talk
the
about
next,
Army being week 0.
yeah,
Yes, but yeah,
yep,
they're later in the year.
yep.
A&M, Northern Illinois, and Purdue would be the first
Okay,
3. For me, Ryan, I only have one expectation for the first 3 games: be physical. That's it. Look, they're gonna have some sloppiness early. They are. They're gonna have some run throughs they allow. They're gonna give up a couple sacks they probably shouldn't have, because they're a unit. Even though they played together in the bowl game and they had that month of prep, it's still a younger group learning to play together. And it's going to look kind of similar to what we saw early in 2022, not the Ohio State game, because that was just not a good performance, but just, like we saw against like Marshall and Cal, where there were some good moments, but they had to learn to play together. There's going to be some of that. Now, I hope that they can limit that, but there's going to be some. Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to expect them to be as dominant in games 1, 2, and 3 as they should be in 9, 10, 11, and 12. However, the thing that you should be able to do from day one is be physical. If your technique needs to catch up, if your timing needs to catch up, if your communication isn't on point by week 1, 2, and 3, where your timing on the inside zone's not quite as good, you're leaving a little early, you're not leaving early enough, whatever, that stuff I expect. There's no excuse from the minute you put the pads on game 1 to not be physical. That's my
yep,
expectation. Now, the development from there will be the thing that determines how good they're going to be. That'll improve week after week after week after week. But that's my expectation for the first 3 games, Ryan, is I want to see this team playing physical football, move your feet, drive, punish, finish. That's the stuff that we should see from week 1. And then you can improve the other technical stuff, the cohesive stuff that happens through experience together. That'll come. But you don't need experience together to come off and say, I need to kick the crap out of this guy in front of me. That's a
sure.
day one thing. That's a mentality thing for me.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to get tested very quickly against Texas A&M because although they lost, Walter Nolan and a couple of those defensive linemen, Overton, they also do bring back a couple very talented players, and they also got Nick Scourton from
Yeah.
Purdue to
I know you love that
transfer
guy.
over, who is a dude. Yes, that guy's a very good
Yeah.
player. So you're going to be forced. Well, not forced. You have to choose to come out and be super competitive in that football game because if you
Yep.
don't come out with some fire in you're going to get embarrassed against Texas A&M.
Yes.
You are, because they have enough talent up
Yes.
front to make you look very bad if you do not come ready to play. I think from there, look, because you could play your B game or even your C game potentially against Northern Illinois and beat the what out of them,
Right.
physically, just physically.
Right.
But that's a game where you need to now start to see the cohesiveness begin to improve, right? Steps against inside zone, working combos to the second level, understanding where your help is and certain pass protection opportunities. Like those things need to start getting ironed out in number 2. And then number 3, I think you're going to get a big indication because I know that a 3-game stretch is still a limited sample size, but I think game 3 against Purdue, after you've had a test against an SEC level defensive line, against a lower level defensive line, week number 2, number 3, I think against Purdue is where you start to see like, okay, it's starting to click now, right? Like it's starting to come together. Physically, they've been tested. Now, mentally, they're starting to put things together a little bit. And I think by game 4, you're really going to see kind of this really round into force. But I think you're going to start to see the glimpses in game 3 as far as like what is the full season going to look like. You're
Mm-hmm.
going to start to see really good glimpses in game 3 against Purdue because that's going to be your second time playing against a Power 5
Right.
opponent, Power 4 opponent now, I guess, and to really start to see like what the gains you made in week 2 are.
Power 4 and a 6th, right?
Yes.
Is that we're
Something
kind
like
of
that.
well,
Yeah.
Ryan, to your point, when did the offensive line of 2022 start to show that? It was the second half against Cal, week 3.
Yeah.
That's when they started, and
Mhm.
that unit was overcoming a lot more than what this unit has to overcome, right? I mean,
Yes.
that unit was like learning how to play the game again after Coach Easthand took over from where they were before. That's not the
Yep.
case with what they're doing now. So to your point, yes, by week 3, week 4, that's when we should really start to see those things. I also wanted to say something else before we move on, Ryan, from Garrett Nuts. And Garen said,
Yep.
I was supposed to start at Walter Reed. Orders changed. I guess the Middle East missed me. Oh, well, I will miss the live shows for a while, but God bless IB and YouTube. Hey, Garen, I'll definitely be praying for you, man. And we always appreciate your support. But more than that, we thank you for your service, man, in so many different ways. So we really appreciate you. We'll miss you, but we'll be here when you get back, man. And shoot
Stay
me an
safe.
email, and we'll try to connect, and we'll see what we can do to have you still be part of what we're doing here, man. So yeah, stay safe, and thank you so much for your service. And we'll be back here when you get back, buddy. No doubt about it. So yes, and stay safe.
Yep. John A1 said, on the message board, I compared Riley Leonard to Marcus Mariota as a comp on the question posed by Andrew Gilmore. Is there a good comp to Riley Leonard?
So the comp, Ryan, just I don't know if you saw that thread, but the comp that Andrew Gilmore made, and I understand it, although I don't agree with it, was Jake Locker. I don't think Jake Locker is a really good comp for Riley Leonard for several reasons, although I don't take that as an insult because I think Jake Locker was a really good college football player. He's a playmaker. I think Riley Leonard's a better thrower than Jake Locker was. They have different arm talent. Jake Locker was about power. I think Riley Leonard is not. I think Riley Leonard has a more natural feel for throwing the football. I don't really have a great comp for Riley Leonard, but I don't know that I could find a better one than Marcus Mariota. There's some differences in how they play. There's some, I think Marcus, to me, Ryan, was a little bit more explosive vertically. Yeah, I think Riley's a little bit more elusive. So, you know what I mean? Similar production. I think that their releases are different. Marcus did not have a big arm. Riley doesn't have a big arm. I think there's a lot of similarities between the two. Their systems were very different. But yeah. I think that's about as good of a comp as I can think of if you're going to try to find a skill set and a style of play that matches what Riley Leonard did. I don't know that I can think of a better one. I don't know if you have a better one, Ryan. If you've thought about this, have a better one. But I really don't know that I have a better comp for him than Marcus Mariota. I'm not saying he's going to put up the numbers Marcus did, but as far as style of play, impact, and just playmaker,
Body
absolutely.
type.
I see a lot of it. Yeah.
They got similar body types. It's yeah, I think it's a steady one. I mean, look, it's going to sound insulting to Riley, and I don't mean it this way at all, but this is just a stylistic perspective. But like, he does remind me of a little bit more of an more explosive Daniel Jones, and maybe that's a Duke comp to a degree, right? But like, body type similar, arm strength is similar. I know that Riley has also kind of studied Daniel a lot too, because obviously he was a former first round pick out of Duke, and he was at Duke, right? So, but I think Marcus Mariota makes a lot of sense. I think that athletically there's some similarities. I think body types are some similarities. So, yeah, he's an interesting one, man, because he's got a unique body for a dual threat, right? Like, 'cause like Jake Locker was a dual threat, but Jake Locker was like 6'2", 6'3", 230 pounds, just like muscled up quarterback power dude, and just rifle arm. Like that was kind of Jake Locker's thing. So yeah, definitely don't see some similarities there.
And just did not have a great feel for throwing the football, in my opinion. He really didn't.
We had Quinn Kibler with the question: what school quarterback battles are you most excited for? Oregon is most intriguing, but also curious what Michigan ends up doing since there isn't a big name in that room, in my opinion. I don't think Oregon's a battle, Gwen. Like, I don't think that's a battle, man.
Yeah, I don't think. I think the only way that Dante's the quarterback there, Ryan, is if Dylan gets hurt or struggles.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I will say this though, Ryan, could Dante just come out there and tap into his elite gifts and beat Dylan out? I mean, it's possible. I guess, but I just think the experience is I don't think they brought in Dylan Gabriel to battle. And I don't think Dylan Gabriel, I understand, hey, I got to compete and all that. But look, when you get one more crack at this, you've got to be smart about, and like I've said, I don't want to hear a high school senior asking for guarantees ever. If I was a guy who had 1 year of eligibility left, I'm going to be asking for some guarantees at certain places because this is my last crack at it. And I need to make sure that you guys are bought into me and I'm not just some stopgap until some other young kid's ready to go. I need some guarantees.
Yeah.
And that's not about not competing. That's about, I got to look out for what's best for me with the options that I have. And so when I'm dealing, and that's part of the reason that Dylan left Oklahoma is because he wasn't going to get that kind of same guarantee at Oklahoma. And so, no, I don't think that's I'm trying to think, Ryan, I mean, what other battles are there? Obviously Michigan, but I got to think Michigan's going to have their eye on the portal after the spring.
I'm interested in the USC battle this offseason because they brought in the Jaden Mayava kid from UNLV, but Miller Moss just threw 6 touchdowns in their bowl game. So, like, he showed that
Right.
I don't know what to what level it could be at USC, but like he just showed that at least in a 1 game sample size that like I can be pretty productive in this offense. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So and there aren't a lot of
Yeah.
big quarterback battles this offseason, really. I mean, I'm trying to think of like
Yeah.
a
I mean, because
typical
like you go
people or yeah,
ACC, there's going to be a
yeah,
battle through who's going to replace Drake May. Obviously, they brought in Max Johnson, but obviously you've got Connor Harrell there, who's a young kid that I like. But again, I think Max Johnson went there thinking he's going to be the starting quarterback. Louisville, they
sure.
didn't bring in Tyler Shuck to battle for the job. I mean, I think he's the guy. I don't really care about the replacement for Riley Leonard at Duke. I mean, I'm looking through the ACC. I don't see any battles that are overly entertaining that I care much about. Oklahoma's not a battle. Kansas
Yep.
State, Texas, Kansas is not. West Virginia is not. I mean, there's a lot of established quarterbacks coming back, or the succession for who's going to be the guy
Right.
is kind of assumed at a lot of
Right.
places. Ryan, I'm looking at the Big Ten, same thing. I mean, MJ Morris is going to be the guy at Maryland. I mean, does anybody care about any potential quarterback battle at Illinois? Tyler Van Dyke's not going to be part of a battle. He just falls apart.
Yep.
But yeah,
And
there's a couple schools that
Curtis Rourke's gonna be the quarterback for Indiana. Like there's just
right,
yeah. Yep. Yep.
right. LSU is an interesting one. I mean, I think Nussmeier's supposed to be the guy.
Oh, Nussmeier's gonna be the guy. He's gonna be the guy,
I'm not
but
a
I don't
huge
think it's a
Garrett
battle.
Nussmeier fan,
Yeah.
but I did like some of the things AJ Swan did at Vanderbilt, so I mean, we'll see if there's a potential one there. SEC, what else in the SEC, Ryan? I mean, I don't. Ole Miss is no, Georgia no, Bama's probably not. We'll
Yeah.
see if Kalen DeBoer allows Austin Mack to compete for that job, or if he allows Ty Simpson, or a guy that I would keep an eye on that I just kind of drool about thinking about his system and his arm talents. Dylan Lonergan's a guy that I would keep my eye on this spring, but I don't think going into the spring it's a battle. I think one has to kind of be forced upon them, would be my guess. Although I would open it up because I'm not a huge Jalen Milroe fan. A&M, Missouri, Tennessee are not battles. Kentucky's not a battle. Florida's not a battle. I don't even know who the quarterbacks are at Arkansas, Ryan. Do you? I mean, who? Because that KJ's gone.
Arkansas. Man, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Because they
I don't
lost the
even
other kid a
know.
couple years ago too, right? They Malik Hornsby, he's gone too. I don't even know where he
Yeah,
is now.
yeah. So I don't even know who their quarterbacks are. I don't know who they signed. And I'm going to go look right now to see who they signed this offseason, right? And I know they got a portal guy, but I just don't know who it was. So let me go look. So I honestly, Ryan, there just aren't a lot of battles that I can
They're not.
see this year. They got Taylor. Oh, they got the kid from Boise. That's right.
Oh, Taylor
They
Green.
got Taylor Green.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah.
not a battle, most likely. I
Mhm.
mean, so
Mhm.
I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of quarterback battles this offseason, Ryan. I mean, we can pretend that
Yeah.
Notre Dame's going to have one, but they're not. I mean, let's be honest. If Riley Leonard's healthy, there's no
Yep.
quarterback battle. So yeah, I don't know that there's a lot of them, to be honest with you. There's not one at
Was
Ohio State. Let's be honest.
yeah. I was just looking up some depth charts because I'm trying to find a good answer to this question, but there's not really a ton of not
Like
really a ton. I
Michigan's
mean,
probably the only big time school that I can really think of that has a giant unknown at quarterback. And as I said earlier, Ryan, it would not shock me if some portal things open up after the spring and Michigan is one of those top schools that's in the conversation. I just have a hard time thinking
right.
Michigan's going to just turn the keys over to Alex Orji or the Jaden Davis kid as a true freshman. I have a hard time. I have a hard time believing that that's Sharon Moore's plan in year
Who's even
one.
in the quarterback battle outside of Alex Orji? I have no idea who's even
Well,
in the
they have
conversation.
They have Jaden Davis, the freshman coming in,
Yep.
who's some people
Yep.
ranked as a 5-star kid. Jack Tuttle's gone. He's done, right? Isn't Jack Tuttle done? I know he went there this year to kind
That
of
was
be a
in
backup,
Indiana?
but
Jack Tuttle at
what's
Indiana?
that?
That was at Indiana?
No, he was at Michigan.
That he was at
Yeah,
Indiana,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, I'm saying he was at
Correct,
Indiana.
correct. Yeah, correct,
Tuttle is not
correct.
gonna be a starting quarterback.
They got a raw
He's not gonna
kid,
be a starting
Jaden
quarterback.
Denegal. He's a big armed kid, but
Mhm.
not a real natural quarterback, in my opinion. Alex Orji and Jack Tuttle. Those were their quarterbacks. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Ryan. Like, don't be shocked when some of these kids that think they're going to be in battles that aren't, or kids that get beat out in the spring. jump in the post-spring portal, and Michigan's that first team that's calling these guys. I will not be surprised by that at all. At all. And not at all.
We had a question from Irish Blood. It says, can you talk about what really is part of the job for an associate head coach instead of just being a position coach? And is this the same at most schools or very situational?
It's situational, Ryan. Some guys it's just a title you give to a guy you're trying to give a pay raise to. My expectation for Dylan McCullough is it will be a more true associate head coach role. What does that mean? An associate head coach will have certain responsibilities on staff, with the team, with the administration, where sometimes he will be speaking for the football program if Marcus Freeman's not there, or Marcus Freeman may say, so like one of the jobs I had when I was at Christopher Newport, I was the assistant head coach. So I was basically the liaison with the admissions department and the financial aid department. They worked with me, and then the head coach would be brought in if there was an issue or something needed to be finalized or decided. So I was the spokesman for the football program in those roles. It's a little different at a place like Notre Dame, but there'll be things like that. There will be times when Dylan McCullough will be the guy standing up speaking to the team while Marcus Freeman is kind of off to the side. He'll have certain roles like that where he will be the face of the program in certain situations. And so with the team and outside of the team, he will be in charge of maybe some oversight and different aspects like that. So an associate head coach, if it's a true position, will have some authority that other assistant coaches don't have in non-position specific matters. And also Marcus Freeman has always struck me, from what I've been told by different people, is someone who wants to know what his coach's aspirations are, so that way he can kind of help them build in those areas. And Dylan was very upfront with Coach Freeman when he came that he wants to be a head football coach. And I think this is an opportunity. Yes, you're getting a pay raise and you're getting the title, but my understanding is this isn't just a pay raise role. There could have been, co-offensive coordinator, run game. He already was run game. There could have been other things he could have done, but I think this is also about, let's help him be prepared to be that head coach. So now when he goes in interviews, hey, listen, this is what I had to do at Notre Dame. I had to meet with this person. I had to speak with this booster club. I had to speak with this donor class. That was part of my role. Coach Freeman went here, I went there. That's what we did, and that's something that will look good. Hey, you had to have some responsibility that you took from the head coach. That's going to be good for you. In a place like Notre Dame, it's going to help him. So that's my understanding, is that there will be some of that stuff as well, beyond just the title and the pay raise. Let's be honest, that's part of it. The pay raise is part of it, of course. But Coach McCullough, this is what he wants to be, and I think this is just another step to helping him get to that point, especially if Notre Dame wins. Like, look, here's the thing too, Ryan. This is another thing that you factor into it. There's a belief with this coaching staff that this team's got a chance to be really, really good. And if they are really, really good, is Ryan Grubb the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks if they go 8-4 this year? I doubt it.
Probably not.
And it's because they're really good. Right, and you want people that
unless they were still doing their thing offensively and their defense was awful.
Perhaps,
but,
perhaps. Yeah. So I look at it like that, Ryan, and I say that this is something that's going to help these coaches. If they're as good as we hope they are, it's going to help them as well. And on top of this kind of title, it certainly helps.
Yep. We had a question from Rob Osgood. Says, "Hey folks, great news on the new commit. Saw many talk about his 3-star level. Is he a playmaker? Yes, I'd take playmakers over stars any day."
Agree. Agree with you, Rob. Yep.
Especially when that skill set is obviously one that is very wanted by a lot of people, because I think that offer lists do tell more of a story than stars to that point, Rob. And we're talking about a wide receiver that was wanted by Oregon and USC and Oklahoma and some SEC schools and Michigan and Notre Dame. So it wasn't like they just pulled Sean Terry out of nowhere that nobody wanted, right? Like there was a lot of interest in Sean Terry joining many different programs.
Honestly, Ryan, he has one of the most impressive offer lists of all 15 kids in the class.
Yep.
I mean, he really does. Now that doesn't mean that every school that offered him, he was an immediate take today. But a lot of them he was.
But when you have that many high level offers, more than likely you are taking many different schools. So yes, agreed.
Right.
All right. We had a. Oh, sorry, we didn't hit that one for Isaac Evans.
Oh,
My bad.
sorry.
That was my fault. That was my fault.
Let's go ahead and go to this one. I will go back and
Okay.
find the one from Isaac.
John A1 says, in the projected Mike Denbrock offensive scheme, which position requires more athleticism, center or guard? If guards require more athleticism, would it make sense to move Pat Coogan to center and Ashton Craig to guard? What?
If guard, well, I would look, Ryan, I'll say this. Number one, you build around what you have. I think Mike Denbrock is one of those coaches that will build around what he has. I don't think the interior guys for LSU last year were overly athletic, which is why they were a heavy inside zone team. I mean, I'm into game 5, and I'm just doing the Power 5 games. I'm into game 5 right now. And I can, other than they've ran a small handful of power with the backside guard kicking and the tackle wrapping, and they ran a couple tackle wraps against Mississippi State. Outside of that, Ryan, it is inside zone and the variations of, and a little bit of outside zone against Arkansas. It has been a heavy big boy football game because that fit what they do. At Notre Dame in 2015, when he had Quentin Nelson and he had, could run counter right with Quentin Nelson and Ronnie Stanley coming from the backside, they ran a lot more counter. They ran a lot more buck sweep at different times. So he's going to play to the strengths of the team. So I just don't think it's going to need to require a lot of guys to move around. To answer your question, however, I would say that center needs to be the more athletic position in an inside zone system. I think you really need a center that can work up to the next level, because a center is going to have a lot of second level, but a center also is going to have a lot more of, I've got to reach that wide technique more so than you will a backside guard, in my opinion, because the way that Mike Denbrock runs it, they're running away from the 3 technique. So the guard needs to be physical mover. That's what the need is. Wash that guy down. We're cutting behind you. And with the center, it's like you gotta reach and get up to that second level. You've got to overtake this if we're working against a different aspect. So I would argue that center of the 2, but I think both spots need to be a little bit more movers. But they're gonna play their best guys and adjust the scheme. That's what good coaches do. Who are my best guys? And let me fit the system around them, as opposed to, here's my system, let me find the best fits for my system. Give me my best players, and then I'll build around them. When it's early in a tenure, eventually you recruit to what you want to do schematically. But when you first take over, who are my best guys? How can we make it work with those guys? And I think you'll see that. But I think this line's going to fit. If they stick to what Denbrock has done at Notre Dame, Cincinnati, and LSU, if they stick to that, Ryan, I actually think the offensive line they had last year is much better suited to his offense than what they tried to do most of the year last year with all the pin and pull stuff that they were trying to do. I think Rocco and Coogan are much better fits for what this offense is about. I think Zeke Correll would have been a much better fit in this offense than he was for the one they ran last year, in my view.
Sure. Well, I think John, I think there's been an evolution of the center position over the last few years. I mean, you're seeing more and more guys just generally on the college and NFL level be much more high level athletes than you once did. I mean, it used to just be kind of like physical dudes, right? Like either undersized physical dudes that are scratch and claw, or it's bigger guys that are, going to be able to hold the point and be able to, block back and do all those types of things, right? But we're seeing the center position, I think, evolve because in so much zone heavy approaches, whether you're talking about inside zone or outside zone, you really do need a center that's going to be able to not only work laterally, but work up to the second level a ton, because there's going to be a lot of situations where a center is uncovered and he's going to have to work to the second level a lot in certain scenarios in college football today. So I want to keep Ashton Craig where he is, because I think Ashton Craig showed me the last couple games of the year that I am very excited about Ashton Craig potentially at center in the next level, because I think he presents, because he's over 300 pounds, so he's not a small guy by any means. I think that he brings a really nice overall profile, because I think he can do a lot of the dirty work, point of attack stuff, but I also think that he is a very good athlete at center position as well.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, I think this can all be traced back to the roots, the historical roots is in the Mike Shanahan system with Tom Nalen. I brought up Tom Nalen last week, but that was that. I still believe that the 1997 Super Bowl changed a lot in regard to the way that NFL football run games are designed. There was a lot of people going into that game that part of the reason everybody thought the Broncos were going to get killed is because how are these undersized interior linemen? It's Tom Nalen, Mark Schlereth, Brian Habib. How are they going to block Gilbert Brown? How are they going to block Reggie White? How are they going to block all these big studs at Green Bay, the defending champs? And they worked them. Tom Nalen was like 6'3", 280, and he was a phenomenal player. And I think you see it now. What's that?
Was he that small, Tom Nalen?
Yeah, he was small. Yeah. But I'll look it up. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was an undersized guy. 285. He was listed at 285. But he was, the Niners are exclusively almost a zone team, and you got to be able to move at center. With all the different fronts and the A-gap run throughs and things like that, you've got to be able to move. And I think you can trace a lot of that back to you say Mike Shanahan, it's really Alex Gibbs. Mike Shanahan and Alex Gibbs in regard to what they were looking for. And but when it works, everybody wants to try to emulate it. I do have that question from Isaac Ryan. I was able to find it.
Okay. Isaac Evans says, what offensive weapons does Notre Dame need to sign to have a truly gap-closing class around Deuce Knight in the 2025 class?
We got one of them already, and James Flanagan, in my opinion. I think you got one of the best tight ends in the country.
Agreed.
Thoughts on, we've talked about one, Ryan. Talon Taylor's one for me. I'm very high on Talon Taylor. I think Derek Meadows is that kind of player from a potential standpoint. Sure. Just because if he booms, he's going to be in. Yeah. I don't know that there's a lot of others in the class that they're on right now.
I think also the board is obviously getting a little smaller now as far as the availability to take players. And we talked about that in nauseam at the beginning of the show. But I think that for me, Talon Taylor would be one on both sides of the coin. I think that he brings a good floor and a high ceiling to the table. I also think that Derek Meadows, and I'm fully on board with taking Derek Meadows in the simple fact of if I have a really good developer, a wide receiver coach, which I think Notre Dame has, I'm good with taking that type of physical profile because there's just not a lot of 6'6" guys that run 4.5 flat. Just not many of those dudes, man. There's just not many of those guys walking around the planet. So I'm good with that one. I think James Flanagan is a gap continuer. I don't even know if I would call him a gap eraser because you're obviously already good at tight end, but I think that he continues to that lineage. And then I think Justin Thurman's going to be a very interesting player, especially for Notre Dame at running back, because he's kind of a Sean Terry type at how we talked about wide receiver, where Justin Thurman brings a skill set that Notre Dame has on the roster, but doesn't have a ton on the roster as far as like you can get him involved in the passing game. You could throw him into the slot. I could even see him line up at slot at times and run some jets to Justin Thurman just to try to get his speed involved, right? Like he's not going to be the most all-around back of all time. I don't even know if he'll necessarily be a bell cow or a lead back in any sense, but he's a guy that with his speed and explosiveness can certainly bring a dynamic to the table that you just don't have a ton of.
Agree. Agree.
Vanilla Chill, if Emil Wagner can't get to an ideal weight for tackle, can he go inside to guard or center? Is he tall for center/guard?
Backwards, no, he's not too tall for center or guard. He's
I actually would be interested in him at center, to be honest with you. I'd be a little interested with him there, but
I'll say this. If he can't hold up at tackle, I don't know if you're going to want to move him inside. Number 3, working backwards. Ryan, it's not about weight. So keep saying it's not about weight. He doesn't weigh that much less than what Robert Hainsey weighed his first 2 years as a starter. He doesn't weigh that much less than what Zach Martin weighed his first. Zach Martin was 290 his first 2 years as a starter. And Emil was 288. It's about the distribution of the weight. The problem that Emil has is he has a very thin lower body and a very thin core. You see him, Ryan, you saw him at practice. He looks like a tight end. You line him line him next up to Eli Raridon, and you really can't tell the difference. And that's the issue. It's not you can get him up to 290, 295, and it won't matter. It's can he play at the weight he is? Can he move people? Can he prevent himself from being moved those are the questions that you have to ask and have to get answered about Emil. So it's so much about the weight. If he stays at 285, but his lower core gets stronger, his lower body gets stronger, he doesn't get pushed around the way he can at times, then he'll be fine. He could get up to 295 and still have the same problems he's having now. That's the concern. And that was my issue when they got a commitment from him. I said at the time, he is a low floor, high ceiling guy. I could not justify ranking him in the top 100. I think I had him as a top 150 guy based on projection alone, but he had 5-star upside because it came down to it. If the kid can put the weight on, he's going to have a chance to be really, really good because you see the power. I think one of the most underrated aspects of Emil's game is he's a pretty strong kid. It's just being strong at that size. Yeah, actually, I had him as a top 250 caliber prospect coming out of high school. I just looked at my notes, but I had him with 5-star upside because you could see the potential. You could see the upside. It just comes down to, can he hold up at the point of attack? Can he move people off the ball? If he can answer those questions, I don't care if he stays at 285. I really don't. For the NFL, it might matter, but for college football, I really don't care. It's about holding up at the point of attack. It's about filling out parts of his body that right now are still just a little thin and undersized. That's really what it boils down to for me. Got a question here from, actually, I'm going to hold on to that one for Ryan to get back. I think he'll like that one. John A1 says, give me your dark horse for each position on defense to win a starting role. Defensive end, either side. I kind of already mentioned this one earlier. It's Josh Burnham. I think the assumption is that Botelho and RJ Oben are going to start. I could see Josh Burnham being a dark horse starter. They're either being out or more potentially being a guy that starts at big end and they move RJ to Viper, or they move Josh back to Viper to start if Jordan Botelho doesn't get better. Defensive tackle, oh man, there isn't one, honestly. John, the only way that anyone other than Howard Cross or Riley Moore starts at defensive tackle is if somebody gets hurt. And so I don't see a dark horse there. Middle linebacker, dark horse candidate to start. Do we count Kingston as a dark horse? If you count Kingston as a dark horse, then go with Kingston. If you don't count Kingston as a dark, if you don't count Kingston as a dark horse, then the guy that I would say would be Jaden Alsbury. I could see Jaden being a guy that moves inside to Mike and could play that position. He's not going to be any smaller than J.D. Bertrand was. He's not going to be any less powerful than what J.D. Bertrand was. He's not going to be any less physical than what J.D. was. And I think he moves even better than J.D. He's longer than J.D., so he would be my dark horse. I think you could count Preston Zinter as a dark horse. I like Preston a lot. I think Preston still might be a year away from really pushing for a starting job, but I think Preston Zinter is a guy that's always going to get overlooked, and is a guy that I would not do that with. Outside linebacker, same guy, Jaden Alsbury would be my guy there. Nickel, I don't know that there's a dark horse there. I think it's going to be Jordan Clark's job. If Jordan Clark gets hurt or struggles, it'll be Micah Bell. So you could go there. Cornerback, dark horse candidate at corner. Again, I just don't see one. I don't see a dark horse. I don't think any of us will be shocked whether it's Jaden Mickey or Christian Gray. Obviously, Benjamin Morrison will be there. I just don't see Chance Tucker or Leonard Moore, Carson Hobbs really pushing for a starting job. I don't see them. Those would be shockers, and most likely it would be a bad sign if one of those, if one of Christian Gray or Jaden Mickey doesn't start. It'd probably be a bad sign. And then at safety, who's my dark horse at safety? It'd be Luke Talich, would be my number one. I don't count Adon Schuler as a dark horse because I think most of us assumed Adon's going to have a chance to battle for that job. I think Rod Hurd probably is the leader of the clubhouse for now, but Adon's going to get a whole spring with Rod not around, and Luke Talich is going to get a whole spring with Rod not around to push for that role. So I think both of those kids will have a shot to push for it. I don't think any of us would consider at least I don't consider Adon Schuler a dark horse. I do consider Luke Talich a dark horse. Problem is, I don't know how much Luke is going to be able to participate in the spring because of the injury he had during the season. Rob Osgood says, great show Saturday. Y'all talked about Notre Dame being aggressive with money. Who do you think is more responsible, Jack or Pete? Both. I don't really care, Rob. This is not at all a shot at your question. It's a totally fine question. I just don't care to get into this whole who is more responsible, Jack or Pete. I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't care. I do know this for a fact. They have both played a big role in what's going on right now within the program, both of them. Whether it's 60-40 in Jack's favor, 60-40 in Pete's favor, 70-30 one or the other, don't know, don't care. What I do know is that they have both been involved in various decisions that have come into play. I do believe we're at the point now where Pete is doing more. Is he fully in charge? I don't know the answer to that question, but they're both involved, and that's a good thing. And I don't really care to spend a lot of time or use what little time I get with sources to try to find out what the difference is between the two. I think they're both involved, and they've both played a key role in Notre Dame being where they're at right now. Next question from God Country, Notre Dame and barbecue. Looking at the Notre Dame 5-stars who didn't meet expectations, i.e. Dane Christ, who would you want to reincarnate and be a freshman again, assuming they all had the heart of Rudy? Oh, man, that's a great question. 5 stars that I would like to reincarnate with Rudy's heart, or the boy, oh boy. Josh Barajas. That would be my pick. Now, he was a 5-star by me. He would not be on my current system, but he would have been a top 50 guy on my current system. He's a guy that if he had Rudy's heart and work ethic, I think he would have been a really good player at Notre Dame. Really good player. That would be one for me. I don't think Dane Christ had any issues with heart. I just think Dane was a victim of bad luck, and spending 2 years with Charlie Molnar and Brian Kelly just ruined Dane, in my opinion. And there was no salvaging him. Charlie couldn't salvage him by the time he got to Kansas. It was ruined. And it's just one of the reasons I just utterly despise Charlie Molnar as a football coach. And I'm not afraid to say that, because he was just not a person that I think really brought the kind of moral fiber to the position when it comes to caring about players. And yeah, this is a good one, Ryan. Which former Notre Dame 5-star that you could recreate with Rudy's heart? I went with Josh Barajas, who I had as a 5-star, because he was a really talented kid. Same high school as Drake Bowen, but Josh just did not work at all. I don't know of a lot of other 5-stars that I could really point to and say that they didn't pan out besides Dane, because I don't think, in my comment about Dane is, I don't think Dane had a heart issue. I think Dane had a Charlie Molnar problem and a Brian Kelly problem. I think he just had bad luck. By the time he went back to Charlie at Kansas, it was too late. He had been kind of ruined at that point in time.
Does Aaron Lynch transferring after his freshman year count to this conversation? Because technically, he didn't
that's a great one, Ryan. If he had Rudy's heart, Aaron wouldn't have left. Yeah, let's be honest about that.
And he ended up not being that. He wasn't even very good at South Florida either. He was pretty good with the San Francisco 49ers for a couple of years, but that
he got drafted based on potential, Ryan. Because I think he made I don't remember if they were AAC at the time.
I don't even think so. Maybe Big East. Were they still Big East at that point? Might have been.
Might have been it. Yeah, might have been it. But his numbers weren't knock your socks off numbers. I'm actually pulling up his college numbers now. He got 5 sacks, something like that. Yeah, he had 12 tackles for loss and 5 sacks. Only had 29 tackles. He was there 1 year. He played 1 year and then left for the NFL. I mean, so the kid left after his junior year. He just was a mess.
He could have been special, man.
Could have been truly special. He was so good. So good. Ryan, I saved a couple questions that I passed because I thought they'd be some good ones. Go ahead. What were you going to say? You have another one?
Okay. Oh, no, I was just going to say one guy that I think he was still good at Notre Dame, but I still don't think he necessarily met expectations was Max Redfield. I still think Max Redfield could have been a superstar if he was obsessed with being great.
Max's issue wasn't heart. Max's issue was just maturity. I mean, and I think Max would tell you that. And Max also didn't have the proper guidance at Notre Dame that I think he needed, from a defensive coaching standpoint, especially defensive coordinator, to really get the most out of him. But yeah, he's another one. Max is a really talented player. He really was. Talented. All right, so these next 3 are the ones that I kind of passed over because I was curious. I figured you'd want to be able to answer some of these as well.
Okay, well, Irish Blood said over under Riley Leonard will have more or less rushing touchdowns this upcoming season. Then Ian Book had his last year at Notre Dame. How many did he have his last year?
So I believe Ian Book had 9 his last year, but that's 2020. So Ian Book had 9. Yes.
Okay.
I'd be a little surprised if Riley Leonard didn't have more than that. And here's why I say that. If you watch
Joker,
LSU
yeah.
this year, Ryan, first of all, Mike Denbrock had if you look at the rushing success Mike Denbrock has had with quarterbacks, I mean, Everett Golson had 8, Deshaun Kaiser had 10, and then Malik would have easily had 10 if he wouldn't have, if he would have played. Deshaun had 8 the next year and didn't even run it nearly as much as he did when his first year. You look at his tenure at Cincinnati, his first year with he had Hayden Moore had 4, and he wasn't even a runner. And then you get into the Desmond Ridder era. He had 5 the next year. He had 5 the next year. He had 12 in 2021, and he had 6 in 2020. He had 12 in 2020, 6 in 2021. And you and I talked about he didn't run nearly as much as he should have. And then the last 2 years, Jaden Daniels was the team's leading rusher and went over 10 touchdowns both years. He had 11 in 2022 and 10 this year. So that's 4 seasons with a quarterback that rushed for 10 or more touchdowns and another with 8. And part of that is he's had guys that can run, but another part of that is they run a lot of read zone in the red zone, a lot. And you're going to see Riley Leonard get at least 4 or 5 touchdowns this year on 2-yard runs where it's just read zone and he keeps it and scores. And that's partly why Brandon Wimbush had 14 in 2017 because he had like 5 of those. I mean, you remember the one he had against BC? Just read zone, they crash off the edge, and he walks into the end. I mean, literally walks into the end zone. You're going to have at least 2 or 3 touchdowns like that from Riley Leonard this year, in my opinion. Just because when you break down Mike Denbrock's system, that's partly why Jaden Daniels had 10 touchdowns. He didn't have 10 touchdowns of 30 yards or more. He had like 3 or 4 of those, and then a bunch of short yardage touchdowns where it was running in from 1 or 2 or 3 yards. So I would expect him to have, if he's healthy, to have double figures this year. Plus, Riley's good enough to then rip off the long, because that's the key too, Ryan. Like, okay, if you're going to get 4 or 5 red zone touchdowns, are you athletic enough to get 4 or 5 longer touchdown runs? And I think you and I have seen enough of Riley Leonard in his 2 years as a starter to say he's going to have at least 3 or 4, long touchdown runs, and then a couple medium scramble ones.
Well, I also believe that I think that there's a couple guys in Notre Dame's roster, Kedron Young being one, Jabron Payne being another, that can be good short yardage runners. And I think that Jadarian and Jeremiah can mix in, obviously, in those types of scenarios. But you don't really have a proven short yardage running back right now, and that's set in stone. The one thing that Riley brings to the table that you could do is, and I don't want him running quarterback power all the time, but in a 3rd and goal situation from the 1-yard line, you could run quarterback power out of gun and just let him just get in there because he's 6'4", 215 plus pounds. Like, he's a pretty sturdy frame. Like, he's a strong athlete. Like, people look at his frame, I think, and think that he's like a little wiry, a little skinny, but like he's a pretty strong kid, man. He'll a ton of tackles as a runner. So I think that I would also go over in that scenario because I think that the read game on top of the power read game, on top of the just him being a really good player outside of structure on an occasional scramble, I think that he has enough that's going to be able to really affect the goal line situations as well.
And Ryan, the counter to that is if a Jabron, a Jadarian, a Kedron then establishes himself as a really good short yardage red zone weapon, then that makes him dangerous because you have to then play to them, and then now you have to worry about Riley getting out the back door. And so I'd be a little surprised if he had 13 2 years ago at Duke when his 4 years a starter, and he was on pace for I think 9 this year in the first 5 games, like 9 or 10 again this year as well. And that's just the regular season. I didn't even count bowl game in that one. So I would be a little surprised if he's not there. We did have a super chat that popped up down here, right? A couple that I want to get to. So we'll get to these now.
First one's from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. How many wideouts go in the first round of the NFL draft? Would you rank them after Marvin Harrison Jr.? How many go in the first round? Great question. Look, Marvin Harrison Jr. will go in the first round. Malik Neighbors obviously will go in the top 10 along with Marvin Harrison. After that, you're talking about Roma Dunze from Washington would be 3. I think Keon Coleman from Florida State goes in the first round. I think Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU goes in the first round. That's 5 right there. And there's probably 1 to 2 more that end up going. I think you're going to talk about 6 to 7 wide receivers in the first round this year. After that, is it going to be A.D. Mitchell? Is it going to be maybe a semi-surprise of wide receiver? Is it a Troy Franklin Jr. from Oregon? I think that's going to be 6 to 7 is the number. Wide receivers after Marvin Harrison Jr. for me, Malik Neighbors is high on my list. This is no particular order, but if I had to round a top, let's just say a top 5 for you, Tyler. A top 5 in no particular order would be Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Keon Coleman from Florida State, Roma Dunze, and Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. That would be a top 5 for me.
Ryan, I wanted to ask you this because I saw some debate online about this one. Where do you view Xavier Worthy?
I'm not a Xavier Worthy guy.
He's one of the more polarizing guys, I think, in this draft class. So
he has no play
about
strength.
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, he's listed like 6'1". He's probably closer to 6 foot. He's listed at 172 pounds. He's probably right around 170, give or take a couple pounds. Like there's a reality that Xavier Worthy goes to the combine is like 168 pounds. Like it's possible, right? So he's got a very unique body type and a historically unique body type. Like there's just not a lot of guys you're going to find that are 6 foot plus that are 170, give or take a couple pounds. Like that's just a very strange body type. The kid's incredibly fast, explosive. I mean, short area explosive and long speed. He's got all the athletic gifts, and he can be an after catch demon at times. But man, his hands are not great. I mean, even this year was better than it was in 2022. But like, he really fights the football. He's a body catcher. Just some bad drops on film. It's like once or twice a game, you're just like, dang, bro. Like, just not. It's like routine catches too. It's not like high, a high leverage situation, working through contact. It's just like he just has some bad ball skills, I think, at times, and he has no play strength. So I would be willing to take a gamble on late day 2 in a certain situation as a
you say like third round. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Third, fourth round, I would be there with Xavier Worthy, but he's not a first round pick just because his ball skills and hands are just not good. It's just not a good combination.
The first thing that I've seen people point to is, well, Devontae Smith was only 6 foot 175. And I have 3 things about that. Number one, Devontae Smith's overall game was far more advanced than Xavier Worthy's. Number one. Number 2, Devontae had much better play strength than what Xavier had. And number 3, Devontae had some of the best ball skills you're going to see. Xavier has none of those things. He's literally fast. That's it. I mean, to me, that's it.
There's no comparison between him and Devonta. No comparison.
Yeah. So, I think you'd be silly not to take a chance on him in round 3. Or if you're a really good team and you are kind of in a good position and you're late round 2, you're the Chiefs or the 49ers or some team. You're like, look, we don't need you to be anything but a speed guy. Whatever. I mean, sure. Maybe one of those teams could maybe take a flyer in late round 2. But I'm glad you said late day 2 because that's kind of how I see him. Yeah. Really good weapon in college as a complimentary player, but he's just not that dude, in my opinion.
He reminds me, different body type to a degree, but he reminds me a lot of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who just won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Yeah. It's like occasionally he'll make a nice play. Occasionally he'll get a nice deep ball and maybe it'll make something happen after the catch, but more often than not, he makes a lot of bad plays. You're just like, whenever you're talking about lack of play strength and bad hands, I'm usually pretty out on you.
Because those are 2 things that I thought. Those are 2 things that I thought hurt Will Fuller a little bit in the NFL. But Will Fuller was still a much better player and was much better in those areas than Xavier Worthy is, in my view. And Will Fuller's hands were shaky, but Will Fuller never had a drop when it mattered, ever. Right. And so, I'm with you.
And Will's a good 14, 15 pounds heavier than Xavier Worthy, which is pretty wild to think about. So,
exactly. It's nuts. It's actually kind of crazy to think about. Ryan, I'm going to take this next one from Erica, also with a super chat. Thank you very, very much, Erica, because she is asking you a question. And she says, Ryan, who do you think from Notre Dame will have a good combine next week? And who do you think non-Notre Dame will surprise everyone? And let's take that from a positive.
question.
Let's say a positive
Yeah.
surprise. Let's go with that.
Yeah. I think that Notre Dame wise, it's a great question. I think Cam Hart's going to turn some people's heads. I think that because he already measured in at the Senior Bowl and he was 6'2" and 7/8, 204 pounds with 32 and 5/8 inch arms and a almost 78-inch wingspan. So I think that some people are going to assume just based on body type that haven't watched him a ton that he's not going to be a good athlete. And I think that people are going to be surprised that maybe he jumps pretty well. He's explosive and then he runs a pretty good 40 for his size. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Cam Hart runs a 4.47 at nearly 6'3". Like, I think that he could surprise some folks. I think both offensive tackles for Notre Dame are going to test pretty well. I really do. I don't necessarily think they're going to be like historical testers, but I think Joe Alt's just going to kind of solidify everything. Like another stamp, another check mark there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Blake Fisher does some like stuff in like some of the short area explosive stuff where you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting, right? So 2 offensive tackles, and I think Cam Hart are probably my biggest winners, I guess, if I have to predict them for the Senior Bowl. Guys that I think will shock some people. That's a great that not Notre Dame. Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU's one. He is 6'5", and I would be shocked if he doesn't run like 4.35, 4.36. That kid is lightning in a bottle, man. He is incredibly explosive. Another one, and a kind of an under radar one. I just had a conversation with Tyrese Knight, who is a linebacker at a UTEP that not many people know, but was at Senior Bowl, had 140 tackles this past year. I'm pretty sure he led college football or was like top 2 to 3 in college football in total tackles this year. He had a great year for UTEP, was at the Senior Bowl, 237 pounds. He's a little bit of a lighter linebacker in terms of he's a little bit shorter. He's only a smidge over 6 foot, but he's got 32.5 inch arms. He told me that he's going to probably run somewhere around 4.49 as a inside linebacker, which is that's moving, man. That's moving.
Yeah.
So a couple kids like that, I think will surprise folks. They're going to do some things.
So
and Amarius Mims from Georgia is another one, the offensive tackle. I think he's going to do some like freak show stuff where you're like, oh man, what the heck is this kid?
Tyrese Knight's listed at 6'2", 235. So this isn't like a small guy. That's good size. He finished this year, Ryan, 6th in total tackles, but he was 2nd in solo tackles this season, 1 behind the leader, Sam Houston State, and only played 12 games this year.
Yep.
So
they stunk
because his team did not make a bowl game. So keep that in mind as well. He had double-digit tackles in 8 of the team's 12 games. He had 9 in another and 8 in 2 others.
Yep. He had 15 and a half tackles for losses as well, and like 4 sacks and like 7 pass breakups as well. Like, he had a great season. It was great.
That's why I like solo tackles, because some of these, like Jason Henderson from Old Dominion has 170 tackles. He had 52 solo tackles, Ryan. That's it. He had 108. That means basically Old Dominion is going to put like anybody that like they have the number 1, number 3, number 8 players in the country in assisted tackles. That just tells you that the statistician for Old Dominion basically is like anyone that's near the pile at the end of the play gets a solo gets an assist, right? So that's why I like that, looking at that solo tackle stops, because 84 solo tackles is a lot
12 games in 12
of
games,
tackles. A lot of tackles in 12 games. I mean, just to give you an idea, Jalen Smith, who was one of the best linebackers I've seen play college football athletically, had 69 in his best season, 69 solo tackles. In Tavon Coney's season, where he had 123 tackles and he had 63 solo tackles. Manti Te'o, in his 4 years, had let's see here, where's Manti? 2010 as a starter. 2010 he had 64 solo tackles, 62 in 2011, 55 in his Heisman year. Right, so like that puts into context 84 solo tackles. That's a lot of flipping. So that means you are around the ball all the time.
And 15 and a half of them are behind the line of scrimmage too. So it's not like he's just tackling dudes down the field in pursuit.
And he plays for a really bad football team. So the game plan is geared around, let's not let that guy take the game over. Let's be honest about that. So
he's been their leading tackler for the last 3 years as well. So like they know number 10 is their guy on defense. Yeah. They know.
Ryan, one of the shows I'm looking forward to having with you is after the combine. We'll recap obviously how all the Notre Dame guys did. But I'm really looking forward to. We're going to have a show. I haven't told you about this yet, but we're going to have a show afterwards, so that week after, where we're going to kind of look at. It's going to be fun. Look ahead to the next combine, the 2025 combine, and what Notre Dame players we think are going to be there and what that impact could have. Because there's going to be some very intriguing and interesting combine guys for Notre Dame next year, in my opinion. So that's going to be a lot of fun to look at, because I'm looking forward to seeing, barring injury, no injury, I'm looking forward to seeing what Jack Kaiser does. I think Jack Kaiser is going to be one of those. If he gets invited, no one's going to be expecting him to go out and run a 4.5 and do some of those things that I fully anticipate him doing. Doesn't mean it's going to change his draft standing, but he's going to be a guy that people are going to look at the combine and be like, dude could move like that. And we're going to be like, yep, try to tell you. Try to tell you.
If Eli Raridon has a big year, man, and he's at the combine, runs a 1.4 something 10-yard split, it's gonna be like, dang, dude, who's that?
You're gonna be talking about the combine in 10 years, and you're gonna still be bringing up the Eli Raridon thing. And I'm here for all of it. But next, Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts, Jack Kaiser, Riley Mills. There's going to be some very interesting. Chris Mitchell. There's going to be some very interesting. It's Howard Cross. Going to be some very interesting guys next year for Notre Dame at the combine. Riley Leonard. It's another one, so it's going to be that's going to be a fun show to do. Very, very fun show to do.
We had John A1. From which positions will the team leader in yards after catch emerge? Running back, wide receiver, tight ends.
Well, the team receiver, I mean, just from anything, just an opportunity standpoint, you could have a running back that maybe gets more yards after the catch from a per catch standpoint, but you're just not going to see the volume, in my opinion, from a running back. So I'm going to say receiver, and tight end is just not a position where you're going to rack up a ton of after the catch numbers. So receiver for me.
I mean, wide receiver, if we're just talking about the entirety, if we're just talking about the volume, the raw number perspective, John, but running back is usually one that if we're just talking about a per catch type of situation, that's usually a guy that's usually high in yards after catch, because they're usually a lot of checkdowns where they have a lot of space to operate, screen passes, like that type of thing. So running back, if it is a per catch average that you're talking about, wide receiver, if you're just talking about volume. We had Isaac Evans. Do you like inside zone based run schemes better against the modern 4-2-5 fronts than the old school 3-4 looks?
Well, I love it against both, Ryan. It's just different. Like you're not running inside zone a million times against an old school 4-3 team or 3-4 team out of 11 personnel, right? I mean, you just don't have enough guys, right? But of course, that's going to then present. They better hope they have a really good nickel or safety that can cover our slot, right? But it's going to be different. When you were playing, 20 years ago, when you were playing more 3-4 teams, more true 3-4, you were a 21 personnel team, a traditional 21 personnel like the Broncos were. You've got your fullback, your tight end, because you need those guys to secure all the gaps to run inside zone. When I was coaching, first time I ran inside zone a ton when I was at Muhlenberg College. I mean, we ran it a ton out of ace formation, right? Just 12 personnel split. Just 2x2, tight ends attached, and we're reading the front. I mean, because we were facing 3-4s, 4-4s, 3-3 stacks, things like that. And you had to make sure you had all the gaps secured. As teams have moved to more getting players out of the box, as offensive has evolved, I'm still loving inside zone. I can just do so many more different things with it now against those those different types of looks. So I don't think inside zone is better against the two. I just think it's just different. And depending on if you want to be more of a, we're just running zone without the quarterback options and reads, then, you're going to like it against a 3-4. If you're someone who likes to run the inside zone with the locks and, the reads and those type of things, and you're probably going to like a little bit more out of 4-2-5. But I mean, Ryan, I've been loving the inside zone since I was a teenager. I mean, it's just I love the inside zone. I love the outside zone. To me, it's one of those few run plays that is just, I just have a hard time seeing it ever going out of style, just because it's so diverse that there's really no evolution that I can think of that is going to make it not be something that's still part of somebody's day-to-day offense, because you can, like, and that's the thing about it too, which is great about it, is it doesn't matter what it's so much, if it's taught properly, it's not taught as here's how you block it against a 4-2. It's here's the principles of the inside zone, covered, uncovered, open gap, close gap, all that type of stuff, to where it doesn't matter what look you throw at me. The rules are the rules. The calls are the calls. And that's a little harder to do with some of the man schemes and gap schemes and things like that. And so it's really as timeless as a run concept as I can think of. It's just how you run it against those two looks is going to be way different out of personnel and things along those lines. That's really what changes against the modern fronts and the old school looks. But inside zone is still a thing of beauty, in my opinion.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, you out leverage defenses with numbers a lot of the times, right? And that's formations, that's different, motions to get to different looks out of an initial look. I just look, if you're asking me, Isaac, if it was a traditional 3-4, they're in their base defense, that's the only look you're getting for a reason, and you're stuck there, or a 4-3 look and you're stuck there, right? I'd rather go against a 4-3 team just in principle. But to Brian's point, which is 100% correct, you're not just going against that look every single snap, right? Because I mean, we can call a team a 4-3 team all we want. We can call them a 4-2-5. We can call them a 3-4. Teams are in subs so much that the base defense just doesn't matter as much anymore, man. Are you an odd man front team mostly? Or are you an even front team mostly? That's what matters more than just calling it a 4-2-5 or 4-3 or 3-4, whatever, because you're just in nickel and dime so much now. It really doesn't matter the bases. It really doesn't. It matters what your principles are as far as what your fronts you believe in, what your coverage on the back end believes, and making everything mesh in between. Like, that really is what it comes down to nowadays. We have John A1. From which position do you expect to be second individual player on the team in rushing, running back, or quarterback? I think quarterback. For me.
So you think a running back will lead the team in rushing, and then the quarterback will be number 2? Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I think because I think the quarterback and the number 2 rusher will be kind of similar-ish, but I'll give Riley Leonard the benefit of the doubt to be the second leading rusher over the second running back for me.
I'm actually going to. My initial reaction was to agree with you, Ryan, but I'm actually going to disagree. Sort of. I think Riley Leonard will either be number 1 or 2 on the team in touchdowns rushing. But I could see a scenario where Riley repeats what he did 2 years ago, 700 yards basically. But because you don't have an established, this is our workhorse like you did last year, I could see a scenario where if he rushes for 700 yards and the carries and the yards are split like they were in 2022, that he could be third. Because you'd have one guy with like 900, one guy with 800, like we saw 2 years ago. I mean, that's what it was 2 years ago. I think Audric had 922, and I think Audric had 830. I mean, excuse me, Audric had 922. I think Logan had like 830, somewhere around there. And so even if Riley repeats what he did 2 years ago, he'd still be third. I think there's a scenario where I think that's where I'm leaning more towards how the running back is going to be split up this year. I could actually see a situation where Jeremiah Love leads the team in rushing yards, but Jadarian Price leads the team in rushing attempts, and very similar numbers overall. So I'm going to go there. If one back emerges as the dude, then I'm going to agree with Ryan, because then it's more of a 1,100, 1,200 for your number 1, 500 to 600 for your number 2, and Riley's above that guy. That's where I'm going to be. So I'm going to go with that one. But I think part of it depends on when you say, Ryan, if you think that there's going to be, if you think Jeremiah Love or Jeremiah Price is going to be the guy, then the odds of Riley Leonard being number 2 are going to be pretty high. If you think it's going to be more of a split, I mean, and you could even get in a situation where Riley is number 1 because there's 3 backs splitting those yards. I'm less prone to look at that one, but it's going to be interesting to see how the running back room shakes out next year from a touches standpoint. It's very interesting. Mike Denbrock played a lot of backs this past 2 years at LSU. Part of it was out of necessity, but he showed he can use different types of runners more than we really saw in past years. At Cincinnati, it was Jerome Ford was the guy. At Notre Dame, it was CJ. Then when CJ got hurt, it was It was then Josh took over, but you saw much more of a rotation this past couple of years.
We had Irish Blooded said, listen to some of the Saturday's show on coordinators. Do you think as a pair Notre Dame has better coordinators than Ohio State? And who has paid more, do you think, or worth more as a pair? That's a great question.
So, Ryan, I'm going to ask you a question. And I'm going to, if you want to answer it, it'd be fun. Because Sean and I had this discussion on Saturday. The conversation was, who are the top 5 coordinator duos in college football? And so we both listed our top 5s, and we had 3 of the same, and we had 2 different. So we both had Notre Dame, we both had Ohio State, we both had Florida State. I had Utah and Oregon, and he had Louisville and Texas. And then we talked about some others. So while I'm giving my answer to this, if you want, think about who you would count as your top 5.
That's a lot of research.
We researched it. You can just kind of get off top of your head. So if I were to rank the 2, it's hard for me to really do it because we haven't seen Chip Kelly be a coordinator in so long. That's my only hesitation. But if Chip Kelly just kind of, it's like a glove.
He's been the play caller, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it's like I don't think he's ever not been the play caller.
Right.
If it's like kind of like, hey, he just makes that transition from not being the head coach to coordinator smoothly, then I think it's Ohio State, with all due respect. I think as good as Al Golden was this year, Florida State was every bit as good, but Ohio State, was every bit as good. And Ohio State statistically, and then Ohio State was better in year 1 than Al Golden was in year 1 under Jim Knowles. And then Jim Knowles' defense in 2021 at Oklahoma State was outstanding. So you said 3 years in a row, he's had pretty good defensive play. So I'd probably give the slight odd edge to him, although the counter to that would be, I would argue that Al Golden played against better offenses and better quarterbacks on a week-to-week basis than did Ohio State. And then, Mike Denbrock versus Chip Kelly. I love Mike Denbrock, but Chip Kelly's a really good freaking coordinator. So I would probably lean towards Ohio State, but I wouldn't argue with anybody that wants to put Notre Dame number 1. To me, those are the clear top 2 coordinator duos in college football, in my opinion. Mike Denbrock is the only play caller to have 2 top 10. Mike Denbrock and Lincoln Riley are the only 2 play callers to have 2 top 10 offensive efficiency teams that ranked in the top 10 in offensive efficiency each of the last 2 years. So only one, Mike Denbrock is, and only 2, Mike Denbrock and Lincoln Riley. So that's pretty good. But again, part of the reason I have Utah is because it's not about where you rank, but are you getting the most out of what you have? And I think Chip Kelly put a couple really good offenses on the field with not great talent at UCLA. And I give the slight edge to Ohio State, but I think those are, to me, the clear 2 top. When you in the conversation, Ryan, you can include head coaches if they're the play callers. So if with Texas, Sean was including Sark. With USC, you're including Lincoln Riley. So I think those are the top 2 for me right now. I would give Ohio State the slight edge. As far as who's paid more, I still don't know the particulars of Mike Denbrock or Al Golden's salaries. I think Al's going to be about $2.5 million a year. I would imagine Denbrock will be close. So it's going to be very similar. I don't know what Chip Kelly's going to be making at Notre Dame. At Ohio State. And let me see here. I can see if I can find Jim Knowles is. Let's see here. Looks like he's making a little under 2. Is what it looks like here. So I would imagine Al Golden's going to be getting paid more than him. So I would imagine, unless Chip Kelly got a huge deal, that you add the 2 together, Notre Dame's core is probably going to be making slightly more. But that'll always be a guess because Notre Dame doesn't release salary numbers. So that'd be my guess. So Ryan, have you been able to quickly do the research that Sean and I did over 2 days that you get 2 minutes to do? Have you been able to just off top of your head?
There's some that stick. There's some that stick out. Ohio State would have obviously been on that list. I would agree with you that I would give the slight edge to Ohio State. I've been a big Jim Knowles fan for a long time, and I think everybody that's watched this show has known for a while that I'm very high on Chip Kelly, the play
Yep.
designer and the play caller. I
Yep.
think that he's tremendous. I mean, especially in the run game, man, he is just a tremendously innovative offensive mind from a run game perspective. So Ohio State would be on there. Notre Dame would be on there. I would put Utah as well on there because I think Andy Ludwig is excellent, and Morgan Scalley is probably the best defensive coordinator no one talks about. He's a
Yes.
foundationally impressive defensive coordinator. Florida State's a good one. One other one that I would just throw out there is that I think it's going to be a very good one is USC. I think now has a very good coordinator acquiring.
Yeah.
The Anton Lynn, I think, is a really good defensive coordinator. A kind of a little bit of a, his resume is not quite to that of obviously of a Jim Knowles or like an even Al Golden now, but he did a tremendous job at UCLA this past year and over the last couple of years. I think that he is going to be a really good one. And then Lincoln Riley, all his faults as a head coach, it's a really good offensive coordinator,
Yes,
man. Like he's
100%.
a brilliant offensive mind. Yeah.
Ryan, so when I talked about USC, I did it. So the way I broke it down is I did my 5. I did my who else I considered. Like I also considered Michigan State. I mean, with Joe Rossi, the D coordinator, and Brian Lindgren plus Jonathan Smith. So we went through all those lists, and then I did here's guys I'm keeping an eye on in 2025. And my one on D'Anton Lynn is I just need to see him do it under Lincoln Riley. He did a great job this year, but I'm not sure you can be a great defensive coordinator under Lincoln Riley. We haven't seen it done yet. And so if he can do it again this year, then you are spot on because he's going to be facing a completely different circumstances week after week at USC than UCLA. But to your point, I mean, he took a defense that I think gave up 29 points a game the year before and dropped them, I think, sub 20.
Yeah.
When I did a show a couple weeks ago, I broke down the pressure numbers and where Notre Dame would rank if they had the same number of drop back opportunities other defenses. And they finished first in total pressures and sacks and hits a lot. But the only times that they didn't, they were number 2 is because they were behind UCLA. They had 115 total hits plus sacks from the quarterback this year. That's nuts. That's really good.
And he created a lot of those pressures. Like Latu's a really good pass rusher they had, but the Murphy twins, who are good players. I mean, one will get drafted in the NFL. The other one's probably a priority free agent. But it's not like you're talking about they just had horses and horses of great players. I mean, it was just a very well constructed defense, in my opinion. So I was impressed by what Coach Lynn did this year.
Yeah. Here's a sleeper one for me, Ryan, and I know why you're going to disagree with me, but I'll say this. If I'm right about Tom Allen as a D coordinator, then Penn State is going to have a really filthy coordinator combination because Kansas has been, well, not Kansas, but Andy, how do you say his last name?
Kotelnicki.
Kotelnicki. Yep. He also had success before Kansas. He had a top 10 offense. Where did he come from? Was it
Buffalo, I think, right? Wasn't he with
Buffalo? That's right. He was with Lance Lee. He had a top 10 efficiency offense in one of his last 2 years at Buffalo. So and I think another year, actually I have the numbers here, Ryan. Why am I guessing and pulling out of my head? I actually have the numbers here. So Penn State on offense, they were 80th in 2021 in efficiency. His last year, I think that was his first year at Kansas, right? They were at Kansas 3 years, correct?
Sounds
so
right,
his last year at Buffalo, they had the number 6. This is the Fremeau efficiency index. They had the number 6 efficiency offense in 2020. They were number 80 in his first year at Kansas because they were terrible the year before. Jumped up to 14 in 2022, and they were 9th this past season. So that's excellent. And as I said, Tom Allen put multiple top 30 defenses together at Indiana. So I like that combination. I think James Franklin had a very good offseason. And as long as he doesn't screw it up, I think they're going to have a really dynamic coordinator combination. So there's some interesting ones to look at, Ryan. And I was surprised at how high Texas ranked in efficiency the last 2 years on defense. They actually ranked higher on defense the last 2 years than they were 7th this past year and 11th the year before in defensive efficiency.
Pete Kayakowski's their DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Former linebacker.
Who was Chris Peterson's D coordinator during some of their really good years at Washington before Jimmy Lake took over. So they're another one that was they were next on my list in my top 6. But I don't think people respect.
Sark's a great offensive coordinator. He's a great
offensive mind,
so
no doubt. And I don't think people respect the job that the two guys at Utah have done the last few years. They're outstanding.
They're great.
They are absolutely outstanding.
Yep. I can't believe they've been able to keep Morgan Scalley that long in Utah, man. He's a star
Yeah.
defense coordinator, but yeah.
Yeah.
John A1. Now that the conference has have done away with divisions and gone to a 3 annual opponents, which 3 ACC teams would you consider playing every year? For me, it would be Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Boston College.
I don't really have a lot of interest in playing Georgia Tech all the time. That would not be one. I do like the Boston College one, Ryan. I do think that Boston College or Pitt would be one of my two. I'd probably go with Boston College just because
I'd be
I don't
down with
know.
Boston College. Yeah. Some
Yeah,
of the past good games you've had and the history there.
yeah.
Yeah. I'd be down with Boston College.
The you want to have a rival against one of the better teams. I'm torn, Ryan, and part of me wants to say Florida State because you played some past games and all that, but I don't know. I just have never really cared a whole lot about having a rivalry with Florida State. I would either want to go back to playing
Yep.
Miami, although I'm not sure I would love that because
Yeah.
they're not Miami anymore. But Miami's where. But you know what? I really like this Clemson rivalry, and part of it is because there's such a mutual respect there, where it's not this hate. Like Dabo, they battled hard against Notre Dame this year because they respected Notre Dame because of what Notre Dame did to him the year before. Dabo has always spoke glowingly of Notre Dame. Like there's a mutual respect there, but those two teams tend to kind of bring something out of each other that they just don't when they play most other ACC teams. I kind of like that. So I'm kind of torn between Miami and Clemson. I don't want to do both, but I'm torn between those two. And then after that, yeah, I don't really because I don't really care about. I mean, Stanford will be one, but I don't really care about playing Stanford. Honestly, I'm okay not with them not being my third. You know, it'd be an interesting one for me. Ryan would be if I had to play 3 teams. Give me Duke, just because there's some like-mindedness there. It's a game that you're going to have a consistent rival that occasionally will be good, that get you a good win, but more often than not, it's a W. I mean, you're chalking up a dub on that one, but there's an aspect of I like what Stanford brings to the table from you're constantly playing in a like-minded institution. I just don't respect Stanford because the fact that they don't respect football at all. Not that Duke respects football a ton, but more than Stanford. You know, so
Right.
so maybe Duke. I don't know who my third one would be, but BC, probably Duke, and then either Miami or Clemson would be one of those. I don't really care about having Florida State be a regular one.
I'm cool. I'm cool with Boston College. I think there's a little bit of history there. Obviously, there's been some good games between Notre Dame and Boston College historically. UNC is one that kind of has my interest a little bit, peaked a little bit. I like that Notre Dame is getting more heavily involved in a recruiting aspect in the Carolinas recently.
Mhm.
And I think that UNC has like kind of a coolness to them to a degree, you know. I think it's the uniforms, Chapel Hill. Like I think there's kind of a coolness there. And all for the Miami rebirth. I know that they're not the program that they once were, but I think the rivalry part of the game of college football is what makes it special, even though that they're trying to
Agree.
rid a lot of rivalries. And you know, whether
Sadly.
they're Miami of the yeah, seriously, Miami, whether it's 2001 Miami or it's 2023 Miami, you still, as a Notre Dame fan, Catholics versus convicts, right? Like it's still in the
Yeah.
back of your
Yeah.
mind, and you still get up for that football game. So I'll take
Yeah.
Miami too.
If only they had a better stadium to play in, that'd be nice.
Sure.
That'd be very nice. Not that stadium's not nice, but it's just not a college football stadium. It just
Right.
yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't really have a desire to have 2 northern teams on my schedule either. Because I thought for a second, what about BC and Pitt? Because there's some traditional rivalries there with both of them, but I wouldn't want both of them on my schedule. I would much rather have 2 like Miami or Clemson and then BC, and then have a rotating through the Carolinas would be more interesting to me. The North Carolina one's interesting, Ryan, because there is a coolness factor, but the problem is North Carolina just hasn't. They just don't. In recent years, they just haven't matched up against Notre Dame. I remember watching them beat Notre Dame back in 2008, and I just was so disgusted. And then they had that really close game, and was it 14 where Notre Dame blew a big lead? But outside of that, it's been pretty much domination every time they've played since then, which is kind of interesting. Kind of because you'd think they'd be more competitive. You'd think they would give Notre Dame a close game because they actually are one of the few Carolina teams that has athletes that can kind of say, hey, we got some athletes that can go against these guys. And
Sure.
but they get out physicaled. Right? Notre Dame just beats them up in the trenches all the time.
All the physical kids go to Elon, apparently. Stay away from North Carolina.
Or NC State, yeah.
Yep. John A1, which of the listed former Notre Dame great wide receivers would you like to be on the 2024 team? Tim Brown, Michael Floyd, or Jeff Samardzija? I would take personally.
Or Tim Brown,
excuse
me.
I go Tim Brown because Tim Brown was like a 4.3 something guy too, right? Like he could fly.
Yeah, and he was also a dynamic return guy. I mean, he was an impact returner as well.
Right.
The only argument I would make for Floyd, Ryan, would be he might fit what your team need is greater with the makeup of the current roster. But my whole thing with Tim Brown is Tim Brown can play wherever the heck you want to play him.
Right.
I mean,
put
him into the boundary and let him. Exactly.
Yeah.
Tim Brown was a great player. Great player. I don't remember watching him at Notre Dame, but I've gone back and watched games. You go back and watch the Michigan State game where he basically won the Heisman. I mean, it's just like, yeah, this dude's dynamic. This guy's special. So I'd go. Samars would be a distant third for me, but I would be happy with any of those three. I mean, they're all really excellent.
You want to give me Jeff Samardzija? I'll take him.
Yeah, sure.
The baseball team can have him back too, and they'll be really happy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Of those three, Brown, Floyd, Samardzija, and I'd be happy with any of them. But the top two are just way more dynamic players, in my opinion.
We had Joe Allen who said, with the potential of losing a quarterback to the portal, does Notre Dame roll with just 3 or try to get another one out of the portal?
I mean, there's no need to go to the portal for a guy in case you lose another guy. I mean, if you have to do that after the spring, then you deal with that after the spring. But for right now, you've got 4 quarterbacks. Those kids are all going to go out and compete in the spring, and that's where my focus is on. If that circumstance changed, then because here's the thing: if one of them leaves for the portal's open up for you to go find their replacement. That's basically how it works. But
the good news is
I'm not worried about that.
If you, especially if you're not interested in it at all, is that I know he's a preferred walk-on and he's a true freshman, but I do think Anthony Rizak brings you some solid stuff to be like, all right, 4th quarterback, whatever. Like we'll move forward here. So
between him and Dylan Devison, yes. Yeah. You have 5 kids that you can get. Yes, 100% correct. Because like to your point, if you ever got to an emergency situation where you had to put Anthony Rizak in a game, you run 1 million RPOs and read zones and you dominate, you know what I mean? And you make enough plays to go win that game. You know,
couple slides, couple screens, you'll be all right. Yeah.
Some bootlegs. Exactly.
We had a question from John A1. Jared Parker proved to be a really good tight ends coach. Can Mike Denbrock maintain the level of development at the tight end position?
Well, I mean, Mike Denbrock has coached tight ends for quite a long time in his tenure. Yes. He's had a lot of success at it. He was Notre Dame's tight ends coach when this kid named Tyler Eifert was coming up as a player, and Kyle Rudolph. He was also the receivers coach during a tenure when he developed Will Fuller. You know, he recruited Miles Boykin, Equinemi St. Brown, Javon McKinley, Chase Claypool. You know, he was the receivers coach in 2015 when they had that really outstanding receiving core with Will Fuller, Chris Brown, and Amir Carlisle. So yeah, I think he'll be fine. And like I said, he was Notre Dame's tight ends coach when he. So it was funny, they had a lot of turnover. So Brian Kelly thought it would make a lot of sense in his first 2 years to take one of the best running back coaches in the game and move him to receivers, which he did with Tony Alford. But Mike Denbrock in 2010 and 2011 was the tight ends coach at Notre Dame. And that's when you had Kyle Rudolph and Tyler Eifert together. And then obviously Tyler Eifert in 2011 was even more productive statistically than he was in 2012 when he was, I think he won the Mackey Award in 12, didn't win it in 11, when he was actually a far more productive player. So I think he'll be just fine developing. And if anything, it'll be easier for him because there's far less guys than when he was the receivers coach. So I think in that regard, it'll be a lot easier as well. And look, at Cincinnati, Ryan, was it 2021 or it was 2020, I think, is when they had a tight end that led their team in receiving, right? Yeah. wasn't it
Josh
2020?
Wiley, right?
Yeah, it was in 2020. Josh Wiley led that team in reception yards. So you had Michael Young on that team, Alec Pierce on that team, Trey Tucker on that team, and you also had Leonard Taylor on that team. So you had a lot of production from that position. The next year, when you had those really great receiver production, Josh Wiley that season. So you had Pierce, Scott, Tucker, all NFL draft picks. Michael Young was on that team. So your tight ends ranked 5th and 6th on your team in catches. But look at the total production. Josh Wiley had 26 for 332 and 6. Leonard Taylor had 28 for 268 and 4. That's 54 catches for what is that? I think that's almost on the dot, 600 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Leonard Taylor was the one that had that little dagger reception down the seam against Notre Dame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And 10 touchdowns between the two of them. And then you had another tight end on the team that had 2 catches for 22 yards and another touchdown. And yet another tight end that had a touchdown. So you had 12 touchdowns out of your tight ends. And then the last 2 years at LSU, I mean, Mason Taylor was a solid player this year. And I don't know. I personally don't believe he has the talent of some of Notre Dame's top guys, but Mason Taylor caught 36 balls this year. And they didn't really have anybody else at the position that I thought was really worth a darn. But 2 years ago, Mason Taylor had 38 for 414. He was a little bit banged up this year. I think he missed 1 or 2 games this season, Mason Taylor did. But his first year there, 38 catches, 414 yards at the position. So, he'll be just fine producing tight ends, in my opinion. And you are correct. Jared Parker did a very nice job coaching tight ends the last 2 years. But I think Mike Denbrock will be able to keep that thing rolling. There's not a doubt in my mind. You agree, right, Ryan?
Yes, I do agree. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there'll be a drop off there.
No.
Michael with a question. In my mind, maybe it's a stretch, but in my opinion, I could now see Notre Dame taking 5 wide receivers in the 2025 class.
Stressed a little bit earlier, Ryan, but we I think we both agree it could happen.
There's a possibility, right? Yeah, number's 4, but we could see what happens if you get the right combination that want to come play.
Yeah. And I could see them taking a 5th, who's a high level guy, and then somebody falling off, and then they're back to 4. But people would be okay with it because that guy'd be falling off because you got a top guy.
Right. Yep. We had John A1 with another question. In short yardage situations, less than 3 yards, who do you project the strengths to be with the departure of Estimate? Brian, I don't know. My initial thoughts is that I imagine that Jabron Payne is going to get an initial crack at this opportunity to be that short yardage back, but I could see Keidron Young potentially working in at some point. Heck, I could see Aeneas Williams being pretty good in that scenario as well because he's built low to the ground and he runs really hard. But I think my top 2 guys that I would predict would be, I think that Jabron Payne will get a crack. I could see Keidron Young getting crack. And then heck, John, I think that Riley Leonard could double as a short yardage weapon in those goal line situations.
Well, certainly a lot of read stuff, Ryan. And like you said, a lot of the Q power, where you're basically running Q power is a read play. You're basically running jet sweep sweep action, outside zone or sweep action. Sweep more likely. How most people do it. Outside zone footwork from the running backs if you're doing it with the running back. And then the quarterback is reading, and then he's keeping it. You're blocking power with the offensive line, and then blocking sweep on the perimeter, basically.
I also love it to pair with Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price's run style as well.
Well, and Jadarian Price is another guy, Ryan, that I could see being a guy that they use more in some of those short yardage situations because he's got great downhill explosiveness. He's another guy that he's built like a tank, and he's also built low to the ground. So I could see him also potentially being a part of that as well in that conversation. But I don't know that there's going to be a guy either. There's going to be times when it may be Jeremiah Love because you want to really scare teams with that read combination on 3rd and 3. We're like, hey, you've got to worry about this guy in the backfield. You got to worry about us gashing him that to me, that inside zone read with Jeremiah and Jadarian and then Riley is just going to be really dynamic. Really dynamic because you'd watch teams against LSU last year that they'd still crash on the backs, even though the backs were kind of and they had Jaden Daniels as a quarterback. It's just the natural tendency to crash the backs. Imagine what it's going to be like when you've got the running backs Notre Dame has running that action, right?
Split gun, both running backs to the backfield, inside zone. You pull it. There's the triple option out of a different look. Love it.
And here's the thing, Ryan. I mean, you're kind of laughing about it, and I get it because you like striking my nerves with the triple option. But you're actually speaking like football truth and stuff we've seen Mike Denbrock do Now, he would do it kind of with receivers at LSU. He would kind of send a guy in motion and then kind of swing him around. They run inside zone, and then they get the bubble screen. But out of 21 personnel with Notre Dame, why not do it with your two backs? You can do some things out of it that way too. So, I mean, yeah, you're saying it in a funny way, but he's also being serious, folks. Like, there's some really dangerous things. Like, they would do stuff at LSU, and you know what I'm talking about, where they would run inside zone read, and it's not a give, keep, run. It's a give, keep, bootleg, where he could keep it and run or throw the little slider out to the tight end. I could imagine Notre Dame doing that with Jadarian Price being the read zone, the inside zone back, and you're sneaking Jeremiah Love underneath on a slide concept, where now that guy's like, do I run with Jeremiah Love or do I stay on Riley Leonard? And neither answer's good. And if you're now then defensively having to say, hey, well, we're gonna have to make sure we play for that. Now I'm just giving it up the middle to Jadarian Price, and he's ripping you up inside. So it really gives you a lot of options that can make it be real dangerous, Ryan. And then you run that action off play action. Those teams start biting up, and Riley throws it over to the top to somebody. There's just if you're a creative coordinator and you look at the talent they have at running back, there's so many creative things they can do out of that. So you are spot on, Ryan. If you're not doing stuff like that, then you're just not thinking enough about how to utilize the talent of this football team. You're just not.
Right.
You're just not.
Right. You remember all the stuff Rich Rod used to do at West Virginia with that type of stuff? That stuff was nuts, man. He did a lot of great stuff. He was revolutionary for a while too, and then he fell into a little bit.
He just couldn't. He couldn't adapt. Like, he had this great concept that was ahead of its time. I mean, even before at West Virginia, I've talked a lot about how much I loved watching Woody Dancer play. Well, who was Woody Dancer's offensive coordinator? It was Clemson. It was Rich Rod. And then obviously he got the head coaching. I mean, he was doing some of this wild stuff back at Glenville State in the 90s. You're just like, dude, this dude's doing some wild stuff. But as the game evolved and everybody started doing it, he couldn't evolve past it. And that's kind of what hurt him. But he did a nice job at Jacksonville State this year. And nice squad. Nice squad.
Should have just stayed at West Virginia, man. Never should have went to Michigan. Should just stayed at West Virginia.
Yep. That was a bad
John
fit.
A1. Yeah, it was a really bad fit. Do you believe the offense will be more effective this spring from top to bottom than the past 2 years?
In the spring? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much Riley Leonard's going to play in the spring game.
Coordinator.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have your third coordinator in 3 years, and who knows if Faison's probably not playing in the spring game, and I don't know how much they're going to play Riley Leonard in the spring game. I mean, there's so many unknowns. I have no idea. Do I think the offense will be more effective in the fall than they were the past 2 years? Yes. Spring, I hope not. Honestly, Ryan, like, the defense should be better than the offense in the spring, in my opinion. It should. And for a host of reasons. So if the offense is out there shredding the defense and the defense is trying, that might concern me a little bit. I'll be honest with you.
New offensive coordinator, new quarterback, new wide receivers. I would be very surprised if it was just like smooth transition and everything's clicking early on. I'd be very surprised.
Unless they did something where they wanted to schedule the spring game for success for the offense. So like maybe have it like 1s versus 2s kind of thing, just to try to gain. Yeah. But in a normal scrimmage where, I don't see that.
We had Ida Benami with another one. Do you guys prefer the playoff games all on campus or not mind how it's set up now? As far as like neutral sites versus
the most that I would do with it is the quarters. That's the furthest I would go with on-site, Ryan, just because I could say, hey, there's merit to allowing the teams that qualified as the top 4 seeds to play a game at home. Because like you're almost penalized as far as like the way the format is, you're almost penalized by being one of the top 4 teams because you never get a home game. Or if you're the 5 through 8, you get a chance to have a game at home. From that standpoint, of course, you're not penalized because you play fewer games. I would be okay if they wanted to have the quarters also on a home field. I'd be okay with that, but I also I don't have a problem with the way they do. I really like the idea of the first round games being on a home field and then the rest being neutral fields. I'm okay with that. I definitely would do semifinals and championship on neutral fields, 100% on that one. But
Yep.
first 2 rounds is as far as I would go with that, Ryan. What are your thoughts on that?
It doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. Like, I mean, I think for a program, for a coach perspective, like home field advantage is great, right? You get to be able to
Mhm.
control the atmosphere a little bit better. You get to be able to have your guys in a familiar situation from a week to week, from the week perspective, and be able to, kind of control things a little bit more. Because I think that's the big thing about the neutral site games is things aren't in your control anymore, right? And when you're on the road, things aren't as much in your control. Like you try to dictate as much as possible, but it's taken away from you just based upon where you are functionally at the time. So I think that there is a lot of merit to having home advantages in the playoffs. As far out, I haven't thought about it as enough to be honest. Like I would need to kind of sit down and think about it a little bit further. But I'm okay either way. I am. I mean, I think that there is merit though to you guys were the number one team in the country. You were undefeated. You did everything you had to do. You did it in deserving fashion. You deserve to have some home field advantage in certain scenarios. I'd be okay with it. But as a spectator, me personally, like, would it be cool if Notre Dame had a home game? For sure. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But just me as an analyst, I'm good. Just play football. We'll be good.
Well, Notre Dame has a chance to always have a home game if they're a 5 through 8 seed because they can never be a top 4 seed. And that's the only thing. Like that would be the only thing for me is if we're constantly winning our division, then we never have a chance to have a home game. Of course, the counter is you already get an advantage because you don't have to play a first round game.
They
So,
wouldn't give you the
but
advantage in the national championship, though, right? The national championship.
no,
Would
like
always
that's
be
what I'm saying. Like
neutral.
I'm not
Yeah.
going past the quarters. Like the second round,
Yeah.
basically, which is the quarterfinals, is the latest I would go with home fields. So it'd be that first game that the top 4 seeds play. I'd be
Yep.
more willing to go there and allow that. But I also am okay with the way it is now. I think
Yep.
both, but I would not go. The semifinals to me is now giving too much of an advantage to those higher ranked teams because now you're guaranteeing them. The top 2 seeds are guaranteed now 2 home games,
Right.
at this point in time, and then the 3 and 4 have a potential for 2 home games if a 1 or 2 gets upset. So, I'm not going past the quarters, and I'm also okay if they leave it the way it is now. And I definitely don't want. I would not go the opposite. He didn't ask this, but I would not go all neutrals either. I think one of the best ways to make those first round games more interesting is to, in fact, give you, hey, you're playing for home field advantage. So, like you're late in the year, Ryan, you're the 9 seed. You're now, latest college football playoff rankings came out. You're the 9. You're watching those teams ahead of you that next week, hoping that one of those teams gets knocked off so you can jump up and get a home field game. I think that just is one more thing to add intrigue to it. Because otherwise it's like, well, what's the difference of being 9 or 8 or 7 if you're going to have to play at the Citrus Bowl anyway? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, but now it's like that 9-8 flip in week 13 means something now. Just adds more intrigue to it, in my opinion.
Sure. We had John A1. Who's the better athlete between Pat Coog and Rocco Spindler? They're
Better
different
athlete?
athletes.
Yeah, they're very different.
Athletes. Yep.
Pat moves a little bit better laterally. I think Rocco moves a little bit better vertically.
Yeah.
That's how I would say it.
Rocco's more explosive in a straight line. I don't think that he is as flexible, though, as Pat. So I think they're about the same athlete. They're just different, right? Like if
Overall
we're talking about
grade,
just like the
yeah.
tier of athlete, but yeah, they're just different. They're very different players, in my opinion.
Agree.
Tyler Robinson, with the inevitability continuation of conference realignment that threatens to leave a sizable chunk of the sport behind, does the living history of college football fans hold dear fade with it?
Look, to me, the problem that I have, Ryan, with a lot of the conference realignment isn't so much that there's conference realignment. There's always been conference realignment. I mean, the Big 8 and the the Big 12 used to be the Big 8. The Pac-12 used to be the Pac-8. There used to be a Southwestern Conference. There used to be a Big East Conference. And to me, so those things aren't so much issues for me as much as it's the manner in which they're doing it. I'm totally fine if there's conference realignment if it's done smartly, Tyler. That's the thing. I think the problem that you're having now, and it speaks to your question, is there's no rhyme or reason to the realignment other than just dollars. And so what you're doing in the way that you're having to make schedules now is you're losing some rivalries. You're losing the regional aspect of college sports. And I think that's a mistake. And again, it just kind of goes back to what we've been saying for a while. There's just not enough smart visionaries in the game. There's no Dick Gavitts, right? That if you familiar with Dick Gavitt and what he did starting the Big East. I mean, it's just there's just not guys like that anymore. And I think I'm saying his name correctly, right? The old basketball coach, right? I think I'm getting his name wrong. Just hold on a second. It was Dave Gavitt. Excuse me, Dave Gavitt. And so to me, there's just not those kind of visionaries that are able to say, are what we doing like one of the big things that Dave Gavitt had in mind was it was the way that they put the Big East together. It was like intentionally like creating new rivalries. And what they're doing now is basically eliminating a lot of that. And I think that's unfortunate. But Tyler, that's my biggest fear. I mean, honestly, selfishly, if fans lose their passion for college football, I'm out of a job. So, I mean, selfishly, that's why it matters for me that people remain passionate about the game. And that's one of my big fears. And plus, I love college football. And, I want to make sure that my nieces and nephews and your kids, and if I'm ever blessed enough to have kids, that my kids would be able to say, hey, look, this is something that I love too. And just that kind of going away a little bit because of this lack of leadership that they have. And that's sad. And you said, I don't want it to lose its uniqueness, Tyler. And in your follow up in the chat, and I think you're spot on. That's my fear. That's my fear with this whole thing, to be honest with you. Domer Grizz with a question says, does Marcus Freeman have NFL aspirations? I could see him patrolling the NFL sideline someday. I just hope it's 10 years from now after conquering college football and looking for the next challenge. As of right now, I've never once heard from anyone associated with Marcus Freeman that actually knows him that he has NFL aspirations. I think he loves working with young people. I think he has a passion for helping young men, grow up to be grown men and develop as people. I think that's something he very much enjoys. And maybe that goes away someday. But as of right now, I think it's why I don't see him being an NFL coach. Okay, John, let's see here. Let's go to Bobby S. Bobby S says, do you think the staff is taking too many commitments early with how good the 25 class is and with us being in a pretty good spot with a lot of hell of players? Should they be more selective? Well, Bobby, I think you could make a case for that, but we've been here in the past, and sometimes you get too selective and then you end up missing on those guys you want, and now you don't get anybody. I think what this staff is choosing to do is taking certain guys, and then if they can and still continue recruiting those other players. And if you get them, okay, great. Like James Simon at running back. Like they already have 2 running backs. They kept recruiting James Simon. Why? Because they think he's really good, but they didn't want to be in a situation where, they also missed out on other guys. So I think what you're seeing is their willingness from this staff to over recruit because of the fact that there are no limits on numbers of guys you can sign. The realization that you're going to lose guys in the portal. It's easier to kind of convince guys to go into the portal that, 4 may be our number now, receiver, but by the time we get to November, you may need 5. So they're going to keep recruiting. We've seen it before with defensive line. They met their numbers needs and they kept recruiting Damian Shanklin. They offered Ethan Utley. They offered, they were recruiting Javion Campbell, offered him, I believe. And so you're seeing all these different things where you're like, wow, they're full, but they're still recruiting guys. And we talked about it earlier. Yes, they got their 2 safeties. They met their numbers needs. They're still recruiting Jadon Blair. So I think we have to prepare ourselves for the reality that Notre Dame is not going to stop recruiting certain positions and certain players just because they met their numbers needs. There's things I like about that, things I don't like about that, right? If you're going to just do it to then just bring in 5, great. If you're going to do it to bring a guy in and then push a kid out who's been committed to you for 6 or 7 months and is doing everything right, that I don't like. But if you're just going to go beyond your numbers because you have room on your roster, go for it. And that's what they're doing at that point. And and now if a kid wants to leave because he doesn't want to compete against other guys, that's fine. So I understand the sentiment, Bobby, but I think we are in a different world now because of the portal. And if your number's 23, based on where you are now, the reality is the odds of you actually being at 23 when it comes signing day are pretty slim because you're just going to lose.
Yep.
I mean, who a year ago really thought Braylon James and Rico Flores were both going to be gone after 1 year? Ryan, if I'd have told you a year ago Braylon James going to leave after 1 year, you'd have been like, no way. I would have been like, no way.
Yeah.
That's what happened. I mean, it is what it is. If I'd have told you a year ago Tobias Merriweather's not going to be on the team at the end of the spring, at the end of the season, no way. Now all three of them are gone. And so now all of a sudden, your number was 3. It's eventually it could grow to 5. There's going to be injuries that could happen. There's just so many different things, Ryan, that can happen between now and then that you just have to build a roster differently now. And Marcus Freeman and this staff want to be a high school team. So if you can recruit, if you get Derek Meadows and Jerome Bettis, and you're sitting there and you're still recruiting Taylor, and he's not going to decide till signing day, and you stay on him, you're in one of two spots. You're going to need another receiver. Am I going to take Taylor, or am I going to go to the portal? Well, it depends on whether or not you land Taylor on signing day. And if you don't, you go to the portal. If you do, you take 5 receivers. I just think we're in that world now, and I actually commend Notre Dame for being more willing to recruit past their quote-unquote numbers, anticipating those things, as long as they avoid the pitfall of forcing kids out that are doing it the right way. And we were in that boat with Cedric Irvin, and I didn't like it then. The only reason that I made an exception for it was because it was a new coach. It was Dylan McCullough did not recruit the kid. That's a different situation. And so I can live with it then, but I don't want to get into a situation where you bring a kid in, he doesn't take visits, he sells the class, he does everything right, and you force him out because you got somebody better. Right. I don't want to do that. But if it's a situation where we love you, but I got a chance to go out and get some even better, and we're going to take both of you, do it. And then the kid doesn't want to stay in that situation, okay, that's a different story for me. But that's the world we live in now, and I think Notre Dame is adjusting to it and recruiting to that. So we have to adjust our mindsets and not be so stuck on the numbers because that's what it is for now. 2 months ago, it was 3 because they didn't anticipate Braylon, Rico, and Tobias all being gone after the offseason. So that's where we have to be in my point in time.
I think that we need to understand that Notre Dame views players differently than what you might view as a certain player or I might view a certain player. I also believe this, Brian, this is just my overall opinion on this. I don't care if Notre Dame loves a player and wants to take him early. I could not care less. Great. Sounds good. The only issue that I'll ever have, and this isn't even a Notre Dame thing, this is a program-centric team, is just don't take players that you don't love early just to take a number. Like that's crazy because that's when guys do get pushed out, in my opinion. If you take a player early where you're just like, yeah, we like him, we don't really love him, but that's when guys get effed over in the end, in my opinion. And I don't like that scenario, right? Like take players early that you really like and love. Don't take players just to fill a number early on. That's not my.
Don't take a player if you plan on forcing him out. That's wrong. That's wrong to me. Hey, we're going to take this kid to hold us a gap until we can hopefully go recruit someone. And if we get someone, then we're going to force them out. I don't like that. I don't like when teams do that. To your point, Ryan, we're 100% on the same page on that one. If you know your goal is to eventually force the kid out, don't take them. That's my thing. But again, I'm also okay with you take a kid and I'm going to keep recruiting this other kid at this position because he's better. And if that kid decides he doesn't want to stay in the class because we got somebody better, that's a him decision. But that him decision better not be because you stopped calling him or you stopped returning his calls or you stopped showing him love. That's not okay. And so once you offer a kid a committable offer and he commits, then that marriage should last and should be about respect until that kid gives you a reason not to. Kid starts going on visits. Okay, cool. Yeah. You're not in the class anymore. That's different. That's different.
I hate the backhandedness of that as well, as far as like just start ignoring a kid and stuff. It's just like, dude, if you're gonna
Right.
do that, at
It's
least have a
childish.
truthful conversation with a kid.
Right.
Like, and again,
Be
this
a
isn't Notre
man,
Dame
call
centric.
him up and tell him
A
what's
lot of
up.
programs do
Exactly.
this. You know what I mean? And it's just like, just have the
Well, remember
conversation with the man and be like,
when
hey,
Harbaugh did that to that tackle that ended up going to Oklahoma? When he first took over at Michigan, it was Eric. So I
mhm.
forget the kid's name, but yeah, they just ignored the kid for like
Oh,
a month.
Eric Svensson or something. Eric
Yes,
Svensson,
something like
something like
that.
that.
Yes,
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that. Yeah. And it's
yeah.
like, dude, like that's the thing I respected about. Look, I know Cedric Irvin Sr. wasn't happy, and I know Cedric Irvin Jr. weren't happy, and they had every right to not be happy. But I did respect the fact that Notre Dame called him up and were straight with him. Here's the deal.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
you may not like it, but you were man about it. And that's what I would just wish that's how it should
Everyone's like,
always be.
yeah,
Exactly. That's
for
how it
sure.
should always be. All right.
We had Joe Allen with a question. He said, with the possibility of having bookshelf losses in the season, which game is more important to have the win, A&M or USC? Bookshelf
I
losses
think
in
he
the
means
season.
bookend.
Okay, book and
Yeah.
losses of the season. Got it. Got it.
Uh, which game is more important to win? I mean, there's two arguments, Ryan. One is A&M's more important because you build some early momentum. I still think it's the last game. I think people care more about how you finish than how you start. Plus, you have the rivalry aspect. So at the end of the day, I'm going to go with USC, but I think you could make a case for A&M because if you win early, it increases your chances you win late because you build some early momentum. But I mean, like I said,
Yeah.
I still remember USC starting the season 1-3 back in 2016 and getting obliterated in two of those games. I think didn't Bama beat them like 55-3 or 55-6 or something like that? By the end of the year, Bama USC would have been a great game in 2016. Great game by the end of the year. Early in the season,
Yep.
it was a mismatch because they were complete. That's one where, like, I hear people keep talking about Bama in 2023 was a completely different team in November than they were in September. No, they weren't. They were a slightly better version of themselves, just like most teams are. In 2016 USC, they were very different because they made a completely different. They went from who was the kid's name at quarterback?
Max Brown. Max Brown.
Yes, they went from Max Brown to Sam Darnold, and they completely changed their football team. They had a couple other guys that didn't play a lot early. They were a legitimately different team by the end of the year, and that was one of the most entertaining bowl games I've ever seen. That Rose Bowl game between Saquon Barkley's and Chris Godwin's Penn State team against that Sam Darnold USC team. I think the final was like 52-49. It was a phenomenal game, man. But that's kind of how I look at it. But I'm going with USC. Beating USC is always the better option, in my opinion.
Agreed. I would say so. Yeah, especially with the placement of the game as well. I think that it's look, you never want to, but losing early, potentially Texas A&M gives you a lot more of a ability to rebound than if you lose late, and sometimes that could be a decider in the most important games. Going down the stretch. So I would pick the win against USC if I had to pick one. Although I do think there's merit to saying Texas A&M for people out there, just because of the setting the table for what the season could look like.
SEC win also, yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan, this question I'm going to bring up next made me laugh because it's in response to a tweet that you had earlier. This is a great question. I'm going to read this one from Archer. Ryan, which wide receiver or tight end has the most robust route inventory in the 2024 draft?
I'm not answering this, Archer. I'm sorry, man. I think people understand, and I'm assuming that Archer, because you know me personally at this point, but some people, man, it's just like inventing scouting lingo to try to act like they have some secret sauce. Brother, get better at watching film, and you don't need to invent new lingo in your arsenal. My gosh. He has a varied route tree. He has a toolbox to work with. Like, there's so many other scouting terms to say what you just said that are logistically, like, they make sense. They've been known. They are well versed. Like, I've literally have talked to scouts in the past, and I've never heard any scout in my life, current or former, that say robust route inventory. You're trying to sound smarter than you are. Just say that they have a varied route tree. Please, for the love of God, say they have a varied route tree. Please. Robust.
Okay, Ryan, which wide receiver or tight end has the most varied route tree or has the best toolbox from a route standpoint? I did love that Archer did that because I knew you were going to be annoyed by it, but I do want to get your answer to the question.
Yeah.
So the others.
Probably. Probably Malik Neighbors, I guess. I mean, he lines up inside and outside, and he's really good in and out of his breaks. They've asked him to do a lot of different stuff. Like he's been vertically oriented. He's run the whips and the short area stuff, the option routes. Like he's done a lot of stuff. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is at least in the conversation because he's a pretty special route runner for being 6'4". Like you just don't see guys that often be able to do that type of stuff. At tight end, it's probably Brock Bowers. I mean, they asked him to inline, slot, outside as a boundary at times, and run a different variety of routes from different alignments. So I think that three off the top of my head, I would just say is Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Brock Bowers, probably top three.
Ryan, I obviously, you know this. I'm working my way through some LSU film from last year. I'm breaking down all their games against Power 5 teams. And the other thing that you have to realize about what they do with Malik Neighbors is he has to make a lot of post-snap decisions on where he's going to go and what he's going to do.
Yep.
And I think that's something that NFL teams are going to like as well. You know, option routes, conversion routes, you know, like, okay, they'll convert go routes to just pure stops. They'll convert go routes to comebacks. They do a lot of double type moves. They do a lot of post snap switches. You know, they run a lot of burst corners and different things like that. And, you know, so yeah, I think they'll run him on a lot of overs. But the thing about it is, to your point, they will play him all over and not just line him up in the slot, but they'll start him off here, shift, then motion him and get him in a different type of situation. So yeah, they did ask a lot of him the last 2 years. There's no doubt about it. He definitely has a very robust route inventory.
Yeah. Well, it made Brian Thomas such a much better player because he does not have a robust route inventory. He is much more vertical.
His route inventory is very
very limited inventory there.
Yes.
Well, the worst part of the worst part of the whole conversation, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like they were talking about Jatavion Sanders as having the robust. I'm like, dude, Jatavion Sanders does not run that much variety of routes.
No.
Like he's a slide.
Well, that's the
guy.
thing, Ryan. I understood what the guy was trying to do. I do, and because I'm not in your world as it was more funny to me. But I know where you're coming from because I have had to deal with that. Like I've been at coaching clinics where I'm like, dude, what are you saying? You're just saying things that to make yourself sound smart. You don't need to reinvent the wheel here. You know what I mean? You're trying to say something to us. But if you're going to use a player, that's not the one you use because he doesn't have that, in my opinion. You know, to your point, you want to say that about Brock Bowers? Go for it. You know, because he does a lot of different things. If you want to use that about certain players, fine. But that's not the guy that I'm going to use. I'm going to go there with. And then Archer's still trying to poke the squirrel. He said, I'm surprised Jatavion Sanders didn't make your list of guys with the robust route tree.
He would not have been in my top 10 choices, Archer.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Might not have been in the top 5 at tight end in the draft. But I mean, I like the player as far as he's a really good yards after catch tight end. He's a really good athlete. He can be a seam runner, but like the first thing, one of the top 5 things, if you ask me the top 5 things about Jatavion Sanders, route running, not one of them, my friends. Like it's not, that's not near the top of the list.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one, Ryan. I'm going to ask you, and this, you can just kind of go with your lifetime of what you've seen.
Sure.
This is an NFL draft question from John A1. Who do you see as the top 3 wide receiver prospects of all time? Tim Brown, Keyshawn Johnson, Julio Jones, Megatron, Harrison Jr., others. I'm going to just say this. If you're going to go back all the way to Tim Brown and not have Randy Moss in that conversation, we're going to have a talk about that one. But, Ryan, from what you've seen, give me your list of the best 3 that you've evaluated, not just in what you're doing now, but even if there's somebody that you watched when you were younger or you've gone back to study or whatever the case may be. You can answer however you want to go with this one.
Well, it was, I mean, if I'm just working off of just my opinion and not as much like written content and actual evaluation, like Calvin Johnson was a guy where I was just like, dude, have we ever seen an athlete like Calvin Johnson at wide receiver? I mean, a 6'5", 235 plus pound kid who ran 4.35 in someone else's shoes at the combine, like freak show stuff, man. Like it doesn't make sense what Calvin Johnson was as an athlete. So, I mean, just off of memory, but like the guys that have graded highest for me, Marvin Harrison Jr., I think is going to end up like 2 or 3. Like he's going to be very high. Jamar Chase is actually the highest guy I've ever graded. I was a huge Jamar Chase guy, man. I really was. I love that guy. And people are calling Marvin Harrison Jr. a generational player. I don't agree. I think that he's very good. I think he's one of the great receivers we've seen in recent years. But I actually did have Jamar Chase rated higher than what I will have of Marvin Harrison Jr., and I'm very high on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Ryan, to talk about how good of a prospect that Calvin Johnson was a 1,000-yard receiver in a triple option offense. Like,
with Reggie Ball throwing him the ball,
Reggie Ball,
who was an awful quarterback, man, like absolutely terrible.
He had 76 catches for 1,202 yards and 15 touchdowns in his last year. He had 48 catches for 837 yards and 7 touchdowns as a freshman in a triple option offense.
He's a freak, man. He was a freak.
Yeah, and everybody in the stadium knew every time the Reggie Ball would drop back to throw, everybody in the stadium knew where his ball was going. He had 1,200 yards. The next guy, James Johnson, had 608 yards, and there was only 2 other players in the entire roster that had over 100 yards. Think about that. They only passed for 2,300. He had over 50% of their route yards. Like, that's just nuts because you know where it's going. I mean, he was and then, of course, Notre Dame kind of held him in check. If Notre Dame fans remember that shot that Chinadu Ndukwe had on him on that post route where he got drilled, but it's like the ball should not have gone there. That's the reality of it. But he was a freak.
I've never seen anything like him. Like, some people, you just need to go back to his combine numbers for anybody out there and just like marvel at it for a second. I mean, the kid, again, guys, he was like 6'5", 235 and ran 4.35 in the story, and he verified it. It was that literally he wasn't planning on running a 40, and he got the itch while he was there and was like, "Hey, borrow your cleats," and he took somebody else's cleats and ran 4.35 at 235 pounds. Like, man, all right.
Agent was probably pissed when he did that, but yes.
Well, it wasn't afterwards. He's like, "Oh, good move, sir. Good move there.
What are you doing?" Yeah. But that guy was a freak. I'm actually trying to find something here real quick. Yeah, he ran a 4.38, Ryan, a 1.54 split at the combine.
Who's that? Calvin
Johnson.
I thought it was 4.38. That could be wrong.
Yeah. He ran a 2.56 20-yard split, 1.54 10-yard split, which is for a long-legged guy is really good. Oh, and by the way, at his pro day,
I have 4.35.
He jumped 42.5 inches.
Yeah. If you look at his
42.5 inches.
If you go to Mock Draftable, you can make a spider chart of him, and it is the most hilarious thing of all time. Literally, here are his numbers based upon combine and pro day: 6'5", 239, 33 3/8 inch arms, 9 1/4 inch hands, which actually isn't that big considering him. 4.35 40, 42.5 inch vert, and he had a 139 inch broad, which would be what? That would be 11 feet and 7 inches. Is that right?
That was his best from a percentile standpoint. Was his best
99%.
Yeah, vertical leap 98 percentile, and he was in the 95th percentile for a guy that was 6'5", and he weighed in, Ryan, at the combine 32.39.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Pretty good. It's not bad.
Yeah. He's in my list of guys. I was not. I'll say this: I was not as in love with Julio Jones as some other people were. I thought Julio was very good, but I think he was getting a lot of the generational stuff, and I'm like, AJ Green is kind of the similar kind of players, and you know what I mean. Like,
I like
you
AJ
can't have two.
You
can't have two generational. I don't know if you can have two generational players in the same draft class, but he was still very, very good. That's just what a lot of this has turned into. Right? It turns into a hype machine. Like, this is the greatest, this, that, and the other thing, and it's like, no, he's not. And then it's like, there's also a lot of groupthink in it, Ryan, which I know drives you nuts, because especially the people who aren't, to me, real evaluators, because you'll get into this. Well, let me go. You and I were talking about this yesterday. Let me go say a bunch of dumb stuff about Drake May. And then all of a sudden, every other idiot that doesn't know just jumps on board. Oh, yeah. I saw the same thing. Well, okay, now we know you're both idiots, and you and I have both had critical things to say of what Drake May did this year. But like, if you're going to be critical of him, there's things you can point to that we can all kind of say, yeah, that's something he's going to have to work out the next level. But some of the things that it's like, dude, you guys are just idiots. I mean, you're talking out of your what's now.
People are calling him inaccurate. And I'm just like, look, man, I think that Drake May locks onto his first read too much.
Yeah.
I think he made some bonehead decisions at times this year, and I think he has a little bit of a long lever. Those are the three things that I would say. But accuracy, Dang
Right.
accurate when he gets the
Because
ball out.
people
He's
don't
pretty accurate.
understand the difference between a bad decision and an inaccurate pass when they're not real
Right.
evaluators. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's ridiculous. Here's a funny one.
We have from Mike. Mike, I'm not going to butcher your last name, so we'll just call you Mike H. Thank you so much.
Hanashowski. That's my best shot. Hanashowski is what I'm going to say. I hope I got that right, Mike.
Okay. Steve Berline, better NFL quarterback than Jim Harbaugh. Do you agree? I don't remember Steve Berline enough. I remember Jim Harbaugh in his late years.
I'm gonna slightly agree with that, Mike. If you look at their numbers, they're almost identical. I think Harbaugh threw for like 2,000 more yards. They had very similar TD interception numbers. I think Berline had a little better touchdown to interception ratio. They were 57 to 58% completion rate. They both had losing records as starters. What I would say is Steve Berline's best years were better than Jim Harbaugh's best years. I think Harbaugh probably had a more consistent career, but Berline had about 3 years where he was really productive and really good. He had a 4,000-yard season, and I think he had more 3,000-yard seasons than Harbaugh did. But Harbaugh just got more, I think, opportunities to be a starter, where Steve didn't get as many opportunities to be a starter. But Steve Berline at his best in the NFL, to me, was better than Jim Harbaugh at his best, in my opinion. So
I also think Steve Berline was definitely better than John Harbaugh as a quarterback. So I'm safe to assume that one. No. I wasn't. I know. I was just adding on to it. I don't even think you said that, but yeah.
Okay. John Harbaugh didn't play quarterback.
I know. That's why it was a joke.
Oh, gotcha. Didn't get it. But to Andrew's point, to like Andrew, you're not actually. I'm just going to try to help you debate here a little bit. To say no way, Harbaugh was pretty good in Indy doesn't actually say anything. In response, to say he was pretty good in Indy, did we say he sucked in Indy? Never said that. So you have to make a better argument that he was pretty good in Indy, but just for the record, he had one good year in Indy. He went 4-5 his first year, had 9 touchdowns and 6 picks. He went 7-5 in his second year, 75 yards, 17 touchdowns, 5 picks. I think that's the year they went to the playoffs. His next year, they went 7-7, 13 years and 13 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, went 7-7. And then his last year in Indy, they went 2-9, and he had 10 touchdowns, 4 picks. And I think got benched that year. So number one, he wasn't pretty good in Indy. Number two, name me a year in Indy that's better than Steve Berline's best year he had in Carolina, where he threw for 4,436 yards and had 36 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Name me a year where Jim Harbaugh was that good in Indy. You can't find one because he wasn't. Name me a year where Jim Harbaugh was as good as Berline was the next year when he threw for 3,700 yards and 19 touchdowns. So, yes, Jim Harbaugh did have a couple decent years in Indianapolis, but as I said, you got to push back other than saying, like, it's like saying, well, no, Joe Montana or John Elway's not as good as, or John Elway's better than Tom Brady because he had some great years in Denver. Okay, no one should deny that, but that doesn't mean he's better, or Tom Brady's better than John Elway because he had some great years in New England. Okay, that doesn't say anything, right? They both had good years. You actually have to prove why he was better, not to just say he had some good years. And so, I just don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. So, and you say, okay, he had a Pro Bowl year. Jim Harbaugh had 1 Pro Bowl year, right? Do you know how many Pro Bowl years that Steve Berline had?
3? Oh,
1.
Okay.
I mean, again, so like you have to have some context. You're only arguing from the side that you're probably a Colts fan. So you're kind of going there and saying, okay, that there you go, that's fine, you can say that. But Steve Berline also had a Pro Bowl year, same amount as Jim Harbaugh had. So again, you got to come with a little bit more than that than just, okay, he had a Pro Bowl year. Now, yes, you are correct. Jim Harbaugh was in Saved by the Bell once, and Steve Berline wasn't. So okay, there you go. But
was he in Saved by the Bell?
Yeah, he was in an episode of Saved by the Bell. He Screech's cousin. So yes,
Oh, nice.
I'm going to offensive comeback player of the year. Steve never did that. Dude, you're reaching. Because to come back, that means you had to get benched or something in the first place. So come on, dude. Let's be honest about that. Okay. You're reaching at that point in time. So I'm gonna have to push back on you a little bit about that one. So that's just not a strong take in my opinion. Not a strong take. All right, let's get to some more questions here, Mr. Roberts.
Did he have a robust route inventory though? Is the real question that we're
That's the
searching
great
for.
question. He threw to a very robust route inventory during his
Yes.
years where he never got to 3,000. Well, I'm sorry, he had one 3,000-yard passing season with the Bears. So that's what that Jim Harbaugh had that, and then Steve Berline had 1, 2, 3 3,000-yard seasons during his career. Two with the Panthers, and then one with the Arizona Cardinals or Phoenix Cardinals at the time, actually. So got to go with my guy Steve on that one, Ryan.
Mike with a question. I would still like to see Matt Campbell as head coach of Notre Dame. Why? I don't even want to
my
finish
only
that.
answer is
Why?
why?
I don't even dislike Matt Campbell, but like, no, thank you. I'm all right. I'm good.
No, like no clue why that would be a thing.
Yeah, it's funny. We got Salty with a question. Considering how the 2023 class has looked and the 2024 class is shaping up, what two recruits commits from the 2022 and 2023 class that got away have kept Notre Dame from closing a gap?
I mean, the big one that jumps in my head is Keon Keeley. I mean, that's
Yes.
the big one for me. I mean, honestly, it's two kids from the same class. You get Keon Keeley and Peyton Bowen in the 2023 class, and we're having a much different conversation about Notre Dame's defense going into next year. I mean,
Peyton Bowen's probably like. Could you imagine Peyton on the other side of Xavier Watts this year? That'd be pretty good, man. That'd be pretty dang.
I mean, Peyton Bowen would have played a ton as a freshman at Notre Dame. There's no doubt about that. He played a ton at Oklahoma. He would have played a ton at Notre Dame too. And you talk about going into next year with him and Xavier Watts side by side. Yeah, you're going to be a pretty darn good secondary. I mean, a really really good freaking secondary. And you throw Keon in there, and you've got that's the two. I mean, I don't know that there's even a conversation for anybody else. Honestly, in my opinion, I think that's an easy two, guys. It really is.
Mm-hmm. We had
I'm going to ask this one, Ryan,
NC Notre Dame.
I'll read this one for you. This is more for you. NC Notre Dame fan. I'm watching the combine on NFL Network. I still don't understand how this matters more than film. Shaking my head, guys running around in shorts and lifting weights.
I mean, it matters. If you look to the degree that people try to make it out to, I agree. It doesn't matter as much as people try to sometimes make it out to be, because there are literally people out in the evaluator world that they kind of work in numbers and raw athletic scores into their evaluation, which I think is the most misguided thing of all time. I'm watching a player. I think they're very athletic. I go to the combine. They test like a really good athlete. That's just the check mark for it, right? Like that doesn't add to the evaluation. That doesn't change the grade in any capacity. But NC Notre Dame fan, I will say this is that the televising the combine is much more from the general public and just getting excited about players. It's not as much for the NFL scouts. Rarely ever do athletic scores truly change a team's grade on a player. It's more about them getting them into a similar situation, seeing how competitive they are as competitors on a on-field perspective. But more than anything, it's about the medicals. It's about the one-on-one interviews. It's about those team sections a whole lot more. I think that we just evaluate the combine as what a guy does on the field, the 40 time, the L drill, the short shuttle, the vertical, and all that stuff's fun, right? It's fun to talk about. But ultimately, what matters more to NFL teams for the most part is how does a player interview? How do they show up in the meeting rooms? How are they on the whiteboard? And what do the medicals check out on? So those are the things that matter a whole lot more. I actually don't even care that much about the testing scores. Like I think it's fun, it's cool, it's interesting, right? But ultimately, those numbers are supposed to just verify things. It's built in about every part layer of the combine process, which is a whole lot more than just how fast the player runs.
Yeah, we can somewhat agree to disagree about the importance and conversations of the combine. I mean, they have it for a reason, Ryan. But that's not the point of what my response is going to be. My thing is, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the premise. I don't know of anyone in a decision making mode that you're going to have scouts that are going to put more emphasis, or organizations are going to put more emphasis on the combine than they should. Happens all the time. Usually teams that lose a lot, they fall in love with combine guys because they fell in love with the traits on film, even though the film wasn't good. But I don't know of any. I don't know that I've ever heard of a situation where people care more about the running around in shorts than they do the film. I think you can say maybe you put too much emphasis on the combine than you should, but I don't know a lot of situations, Ryan, where the film gets ignored or overruled because of the combine. Outside of like maybe a player here, a player there, because there's a circumstance. Hey, this guy played in a system that we don't know, or this guy was injured a lot, so we don't have a lot of film to evaluate. Guy played in a triple option offense, so he goes to the combine and runs a 4.3, and then all of a sudden we're going, we may take a flyer on this kid, even though the film doesn't show us. I mean, there can always be exceptions like that, but I don't know of anybody that really puts a greater emphasis on the combine than they do film. When it comes to this, people on Twitter do. I'm talking about NFL teams and decision makers, right?
And NFL teams also have a lot of insight into what a player is going to test like. There's rare. I know it's super geeked up. Like, oh my God, that player from Northern Illinois ran a 4.38. Like, where did that come from? Well, usually NFL teams have kind of a little bit of a heads up of like, hey, that guy's going to test really, really well, right? And you can take that information where you want from there. It's a verification process. It is. There's no player that's going to be at the combine, because guess what, guys? You know who picks the list of guys that are going to be at the combine? NFL teams. There's no guy there that's going there that they're like, oh my God, I've never heard of that guy before. No, that's not how it works. It's a verification process, man. You think a guy's really fast, he tests fast, cool, check mark, don't have to go back to a cross check. Oh man, a guy I thought was a 4.3 kid ran a 4.53. What the heck is up with that? Maybe we need to go back to the film to watch it again. That's a part of the verification process. There's not really a guy that ever pops under the radar that you've never heard of as an NFL team. That just doesn't happen. NFL teams are literally the people that put the combine list together. The people that are going to be in Indianapolis are who Team X, Team Y, they have put up for, I want to see that kid in person. I want to see what he looks like in an athletic setting. So, yeah. Andrew Gilmore, who is the best coach that Notre Dame will go up against in 2024?
I think it's Jeff Brom. I mean, you're going against Mike Elko, Thomas Hammock, Ryan Walters, Chuck Martin, Jeff Brom, Troy Taylor, Brent Key, Brian Newberry, Mike Norvell, Tony Elliott, Jeff Monken, and Lincoln Riley. And the guys in the conversation for me are Elko, Brom, Norvell, Monken, and Riley. Because I think Jeff Monken's a very good football coach. It's just Army's a tough place to win. Those are my five. I don't know that I can go, as much as I love Mike Elko, I can't go the guy that's been a head coach for 2 years as the best coach they're going to go against. And he wasn't even as good as Mike Norvell was in that league the last 2 years from a result standpoint. To me, if I could pick, I put it like this, if I could pick any coach that I'm least want to go against in a big game, it'd be Jeff Brom. That would be my if there's even remotely equal talent, equal setting, he'd be the guy I'd most be concerned about.
I'd probably go Mike Norvell, but I think it's an interesting conversation. I mean, Norvell obviously did a great job at Memphis. He's done a really good job, and especially the last 2 years at Florida State, he's building that program into something that I think is pretty good and pretty sustainable. So I'd probably go Mike Norvell, but I do think there's a couple routes that you can go on that one.
You can't call his year a fluke either, Ryan, because they were building to this.
Yeah,
and you had some competitive games in 2021. They go 10-3 last year. They were building to this. So I would go with Brom. I'm not going to argue with you about Norvell. I wouldn't. And I honestly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to say Lincoln Riley. I mean, Lincoln Riley's results don't lie. I mean, they're very impressive. I personally would not go with him. I think he's an overrated coach. I think he's a great offensive mind. Yep. But I think he walked into a great situation at Oklahoma. And it was one of those don't F it up situations. And in his last year, they started to show a lot of warts his last years. They got further away from the Stoops era, and then he leaves for USC, and some of those warts are still there. So, and I think the other thing, too, is what makes a good head coach? Do you make good hires? And I don't know that there's two guys on this list, to me, that have shown a better track record of making strong hires than Jeff Brom and Mike Norvell either. I think that's the other part of it too, right?
Yeah.
Mike Norvell's put together a very good coaching staff at Florida State. He really, and that's a big part of being a really good head football coach. Really big part.
Absolutely. Well, that's why Marcus Freeman has me so excited, because he's
Right.
shown that he can put together some pretty good
Yes.
stats, it appears. So,
And he's not afraid to move on from a mistake. That's the other part
Yes.
of it too.
We had John A1 says, how much pressure is on Gino Guidugli to prove he can have a positive impact on Riley Leonard, given the shift in college football as transfer quarterbacks are going to be a regular thing?
I think there's a lot of pressure on him. I mean,
Yep.
look, you got Sam Hartman. Things didn't go well. You can explain it. Okay, listen. He was a system quarterback, didn't really fit our system. Some things happened. We didn't have the receiving core we thought we could put around him. It didn't work out. You go then get Riley Leonard, who was like last year, for being honest, Sam Hartman, Ryan, you and I had a lot of conversations where I would relay to you what I was hearing from my sources at Notre Dame. Sam Hartman was not the number one quarterback on the board early on. They didn't get the guys that they wanted. A couple of them didn't jump into the portal that they wanted. And there was a couple other guys early on that they liked, and it they ended up going with Sam. There was no debate on who their top quarterback was in this portal class. No debate. It was Riley Leonard, and that was literally it. So if you don't make it work again in year 2, there's going to start to be some legitimate questions about your ability to develop quarterbacks, because, again, portal's part of it. Now, the thing that could save him is that he has done a good job with the high school kids and developing them. I mean, you got to give Coach Guidugli credit for the job he did with Steve Angeli last year. Let's see what he can do with Kenny Minchie this year and CJ Carr. But, yeah, I think it's a big year for him. Right, I do, because you've got a dude now. You've got an offense. Because last year it's not his fault. He didn't have the coordinator. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. You can't. No. What's your excuse this year? You got Mike Denbrock. You got one of the best coordinators in the game. So yeah, it's someone who. So and honestly, Ryan, I think the answer, we're going to get a good answer from. We're going to feel good about Gino Guidugli, I think, at the end of this year, based on the way that Riley Leonard's going to play. Because I think he's also more of a style of a player that Gino Guidugli has had success. Look, Gino Guidugli really only developed one quarterback in his tenure at Cincinnati. That's not a knock on him. That's his career path. He was there for basically the entire time of Desmond Ridder was there. So he gets a ton of credit for developing Desmond Ridder. But he only had 1 year without Desmond, and then he moved on to Notre Dame. And Desmond Ridder is a much more similar quarterback to Riley Leonard than Sam Hartman was. And I think Riley Leonard is a much more talented player than what Desmond Ridder was. So I fully expect him to get results this year from his starter and his backup. So I think we're going to feel good about where they are at quarterbacks coach at the end of the year. But going in, I think there's a ton of pressure on him to make sure the quarterback position holds up its end of the bargain this year.
Well, I think he has a great opportunity in front of him, because I think that the one thing that we didn't emphasize enough was Sam Hartman was a 6-year player, right? Where it's like at some point, a guy just might be what he is, right? They might just kind of be set in their ways. Riley Leonard's a little bit more of a ability to be, I think, a little bit more flexible with his development, because he's only really been a starter for 1 year on the college level. I mean, we could count last year, but it was a very abbreviated season.
Yeah, 1.5.
He has not played.
Right.
He's not played a ton of football. He really hasn't. I mean, he still has a lot of room to grow. So I think Gino has an opportunity to have a little bit of a clearer canvas with the Riley Leonard. And then also, this is a big year just for the future of the program as well. You're going to have redshirt freshman Kenny Minchie. You're going to have true freshman CJ Carr. You're going to have redshirt sophomore Steve Angeli. This is where the bulk of your technical prowess needs to be developed now. You need to get those building blocks to be able to build off of. So he has a great opportunity in front of him. And I do think he's going to do a good job, because I've heard nothing but very good remarks about him as a technical standpoint perspective. And he needs to prove it, obviously, but yeah.
And Ryan's referring to, just so people understand, because you and I have had this conversation, you're referring to things you heard about him even before he came to Notre Dame. So we're not talking about, well, the Notre Dame sources we have think highly of Gino Guidugli. We're talking about outside of the programs he's been in, talking to you about the job they feel he did developing Desmond Ridder. Right? 100%. Am I correct? Yes. So, yes. Because if Notre Dame people are like, oh, we really like Gino. Oh, okay. I'm sure you do. That's why you hired him. That's not the same kind of thing as like, hey, I've been around that program as an outsider, and boy, I tell you what, that guy did a really nice job developing. So, like I said, I think the answer is going to be a positive at the end of the year, but he's got a lot to prove. There's no doubt.
Michael S. with a super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Is there any chance Al Golden could be a serious candidate for the San Francisco defensive coordinator position?
Is there a chance? Sure. Do I think it's going to happen? No. I think Alan Golden's a pretty honorable guy. And I don't think, I'll put it like this: the extension that he signed was there to be signed for a while.
Right.
And I don't think he signed it until he was ready to say, I'm definitely staying. Yeah. And I'd be surprised if he signed that, because that's what Kirby Moore did at Missouri. He had that sitting on his desk for a few weeks because there was some, Notre Dame was talking to him. And then when Mike Denbrock made the decision to circle back to Notre Dame, which I think I'm going to put the reason for that on the board tonight, is kind of funny. But then obviously Kirby Moore didn't get that Notre Dame opportunity. And then, of course, a couple days later signs his extension. But I know for a fact that he was sitting on that extension until the stuff with Notre Dame went on, because as a person with some level of integrity, you don't sign an extension knowing you're going to leave. Mike Denbrock did not sign his extension knowing he was going to leave. Mike Denbrock signed his extension with full intention of staying. Then things changed with his circumstance, not because of him. And then he said, okay, if you want to change my circumstance, then what we agreed to in the contract is no longer there. I'm out.
Right.
And so I highly doubt that Al Golden would do that. But maybe it's a situation where, when he signed it, he didn't know the San Fran job was going to come open. That would shock me. And if you think about where he's coached his whole career, where did he coach in the NFL? It was with the Raiders is the furthest west. But Cincinnati, Detroit. I mean, was he with the Raiders for a year? Am I remembering that wrong?
He may have been. I don't remember it though. I don't remember.
No, he wasn't. He was with the Lions, and so his entire coaching career has been at Red Bank Catholic in high school in New Jersey, Virginia, Boston College, Penn State, Virginia, Temple, Miami, Detroit, Cincinnati, Notre Dame. The furthest west he's ever coached, and his first year of coaching was in 1993. So in 30 plus years, the furthest west he's ever coached is Notre Dame. I don't see it. I just think I don't see it. But I don't want to say no, because in this business, Ryan, you don't ever say no chance, because you never know.
I also would be like, again, I don't know what his interests are in that job, even if it was like, if he was targeted for it, but I'd be hesitant with that San Francisco job just in general right now, because the previous defensive coordinator, Steve Wilkes, kind of got scapegoated out of his job, to be honest. Like, it was kind of like one of those, we failed again, Steve, you're out of here. And it was just kind of like,
that was odd.
I don't know about that one, dog. Like, I don't know.
I won't comment on it, Ryan, because I just don't follow the NFL enough to know how they were in the regular season. But that surprised me. I was like, wow, okay. Your defense is kind of what kept you in that game. And I don't know
had a good defense showing against Kansas City.
Yeah, and you just one of the best quarterbacks to ever do it just happened to do what he does. So it's interesting.
It was very strange. Rob Osgood, Rob, next year's schedule has Notre Dame playing 2 games in the New York City area. Would you rather have seen an Army game played in Texas, Florida, or another area?
Not this year, because this year it's the 100-year anniversary of the game where the Four Horsemen, where they played in New York. They played at the Polo Grounds. I think it was 1924, and that was when Grantland Rice wrote the thing about the Four Horsemen. So I get it. Notre Dame is a school about tradition, and so it makes a ton of sense for me to do it in New York this year. I get it. And here's the other thing too: is I don't know that I think, from what I've been told, Chicago and New York are the 2 biggest alumni locations, and then obviously Subway alum locations in America for Notre Dame. So you get a chance to kind of double dip in front of a fan base that's important to you and an alumni base that's very important to you. I completely understand that. Because and the thing is, they already played Army in Texas. They did. That's last time they played Army was in San Antonio, where there's a huge Army base. You've already given that kind of shout out. So I think because of the aspect of this being the 100-year anniversary of Grantland Rice's creation of the Four Horsemen, I think it makes a ton of sense, because now you're going to hear people talk about that. How many young people really know what that was about? You're going to hear that talked about a lot leading into that game, Ryan. And it's going to be pretty cool in my view. Now, am I fired up about going to New York? No, but it's not about me. It's about what's best for the program.
I hate New York. I hate I like
I will
upstate New York. I
literally,
hate the city of New York, though. Oh
Ryan, I will
God.
drive in for the game and leave. Like I'm working with
Yep.
somebody. I'm going to try to get in on Friday into the area, and I'm going to try to. A couple people have offered a chance to take me to West Point and give me a tour of West Point, which is I'm hoping that we can make that happen because that is going to be awesome. But yeah, we'll be in the city from the time it takes us to enter to drive to the stadium and then to leave and get out of it. That will be the extent of my time in New York.
I do like upstate New York, though. Upstate in like wine country and then Cooperstown, all
Yeah.
that good stuff. Like that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, New York
Ryan,
City,
I've
of
never
course.
been to Cooperstown. Can you believe that?
It's way honestly, I mean, obviously I'm a football number one guy, but I actually
Yeah.
like the MLB, the Baseball Hall of Fame more than the NFL
Yeah.
Hall of Fame. Or
How
the
far
Football
away
Hall
is
of
it
Fame.
from the city?
Oh, it's it's a few
Like
hours. Probably like
if
3
I was
hours or
driving
something.
from Indiana
Yeah,
to New York, would I kind of be somewhat close to it?
I'm not 100% sure
Okay.
even. That's a good question, but
I have to
yeah,
look into
it's not
that.
close to the city. It's
I
upstate
would
New York.
love to
It's
do
really
that.
cool because Cooperstown's like on a lake, and it's just like super small town feel, which is obviously
Mhm.
very different from the city. So yeah, it's really nice.
I would love to go. I would love to go to Cooperstown someday. That would be
We've been
amazing.
there like I've been there like 2 or 3 times with Caitlin. It's really cool. I like it a lot.
That's awesome.
Andy Milton fan, what is the most refreshing thing about Marcus Freeman? We talked
He's a
about
pretty
it, man. It's
genuine
the
guy.
authenticity. Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem fake, Nathan. Even people that preach similar things to Marcus Freeman, sometimes you just kind of like leave and you're just like, I don't know if he 100% meant everything he just said. And Marcus Freeman, if it's an act, it's an act, but he definitely comes across as a person that loves what he preaches and truly believes in
Yeah.
it. So the authenticity, I would say. We had Andrew Gilmore with another one. Thank you so much, sir. Brian, who is your favorite non-Notre Dame head coach of all time? I know he was a rival, but I like Pete Carroll. He had some great teams. Seemed like a good guy.
I think looks can be deceiving. I'll just leave it at that. Uh, I'd probably say Steve Spurrier. I just because he was just I mean he was revolutionary. I mean he really was, and he was a phenomenal coach. What's funny is Ryan, my two favorite non Notre Dame coaches are two
Mhm.
rivals. It's Steve Spurrier and Bobby Bowden. Those are my two favorite non Notre Dame coaches. I just thought like I know that there's recruiting, but that was college football, man. I've heard some things about Bobby Bowden as a guy that just like you do, man. I would have liked
Yeah.
to play for that guy. You know, like I
Yeah.
would have liked to play for him. You know, because he's one of those guys that when you play for him and you invest in him, you've always got him. He'll be there for you whenever, whatever. All that I've heard all that about him, and I just respected him. Stayed for a long time. I mean, he was at two programs basically his entire career. He was at West Virginia for a while,
Yeah.
and then Florida State, and then that was just it. So I had a great deal of respect for Bobby Bowden. Still ticked about 1993, but if you're going to lose it the way they did, I'd rather lose it to a guy like that. Spurrier for different reasons. He was a phenomenal coach, number one, but as I said before, he was just revolutionary. Just the things he did in the SEC and college football, just you changed the game. And as someone coming up as an aspiring coach, I love studying his stuff. I love studying he
Yeah.
had such a unique way of teaching. I mean, all his quarterbacks had to drop back, hold the ball, do it all the exact same way. He was the antithesis of what I believe in, which is you just kind of let guys do what they do. That was not Steve Spurrier, man. You were going to hold the ball here this way. You're going to drop back this way. And that's how it's going to be. It worked for him. I mean, he turned some pretty mediocre quarterbacks into really good quarterbacks. You know what I mean? And when you can lead an offense that allows Danny Warfel to win a Heisman, you're a phenomenal football
Amen.
coach.
One of the best we've
You're a
ever seen, Danny
phenomenal
Morphle.
football
That's
coach.
him, baby.
So, yeah, those are probably my two. Ryan, do you have any? Do you have like a
Um,
non-Notre Dame guy?
NFL wise, I was a huge Dick Vermeil fan because I was a Rams fan growing up. So he obviously took the Rams to the Super Bowl, and I mean, obviously I've grown outside of Philly, and obviously he spent some time in Philadelphia, and I've never heard anything but just Dick Vermeil was very emotional, but he loved his players and he challenged his
Yes.
players, but he was just a genuinely just good person, right? So Dick Vermeil's one. Andy Reid always kind of makes me laugh. He was a great innovative offensive mind, obviously, but he's also just like a joking grandpa that likes to eat cheeseburgers, which is pretty
Yeah.
hilarious. I think he's a pretty funny
Yeah.
dude. And then I've always had a
Yeah.
soft spot for Kyle Whittingham at Utah because I just
Yeah.
think he does everything right.
He's a guy you respect. Yeah, there's no doubt. A lot of respect for him. If we're talking NFL, Mike Shanahan, because gave me my first Broncos Super
Yep.
Bowl, and was a great offensive coach for his entire career. Ryan, it's funny. The first time I saw Andy Reid in a commercial with Pat Mahomes, like, well, this is going to be lame. Just because you're just like, and he's hilarious. And I don't
He's
know
really
what
funny,
it,
man.
but like the
And
one where he's drawing the mustache on the player and Pat Mahomes comes up, coach, it happened again. And he chucks the just nonchalantly chucks the Sharpie. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You're just like, seriously.
did you see the playoff game where his mustache was iced over? Did you see that one?
Oh, yes.
Early in the postseason. I think it was somebody came up to him. I think it was Creed Humphrey came up to him apparently and was like, "Coach, you got something right here," and like pointed at his mustache. He's like, "I don't give a hell. We're playing a football game right now." It just like starts like what? Also, the greatest scene I've ever seen is you see it all the time because it's hilarious. But he was in a kick, punt, and pass competition when he was a kid, and I think he was like 12, and he was like 2 feet taller than everybody else there, and it is hilarious, hilarious.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Here's an interesting one from Christopher Hardy.
Christopher said, "What is the difference between a guard or tackle pulling versus a guard or tackle wrap?"
Well, I would say this, Christopher. For me, in the way that I've always taught it, and the way I understand it, is a pull is more of a broad term for an action. A wrap is a specific type of pull or play.
A wrap is
So,
technically a pull. So
yeah, exactly. A pull can be a quick kick out. It can be a wrap. It can be a getting on the perimeter. You're pulling. It can be types of different types of things. A trap is a pull, right? So it's basically arguing a genre versus a specific aspect of that genre. Basically, is how it goes. So I've only known it that way, Ryan. I don't know if you've ever heard it to where somebody tried to differentiate between the two, but that's how I've always known.
No, a pull is just a term of a offensive guard or offensive tackle opens up and goes laterally down the line of scrimmage and will either kick out or pull into space, or wrap, to what you're asking, Christopher, is when they pull up through the hole and they wrap that way. So, yep. We had Salty with the question with Scary Terry, which is hilarious. That's what Sean Terry calls himself. Scary Terry and Elijah Burris committed, and with the Notre Dame's wide receiver still recruiting as a group, how well do they fit with Mike Denbrock and Mike Brown offense as seen in Cincinnati?
Pretty well. I mean, Tyler Scott was a more explosive vertical player than Sean Terry, but there's a lot of things that he did, jet sweeps, quick game, things like that. Body type coming out of high school was very similar. You're going to say, okay, that system, him and Elijah Burris can fit into that type of system. Yes. Much more so than like how they use the two receivers they had, or at least how they use like Brian Thomas. Like neither one of those guys is going to fit into that. But you look at some of the things they do with Malik Neighbors and some of the things they do with like the Lacey kid and some of the other receivers. Sure, they can fit into some of those things. They didn't really have a Sean Terry type at LSU the last 2 years. So I don't know that LSU, but to your question about Cincinnati, they fit in very well. They want route runners. What could all those kids at Cincinnati do, Ryan? They could run routes. At least the kids that Mike Brown had for a period of time. I think, I know Trey Tucker was only there for like a year or two, but the kids that he developed,
I think he's the one that I think Trey Tucker's kind of the one that he reminds me most of, though. I mean, they're a little bit of a diminutive slot that's a space player that can return kicks and punts. I mean, Trey Tucker was a little more straight line fast than what Sean Terry is, but like stylistically, I think he reminds me a lot of him, honestly. So,
but they fit in very well to the things that they did. But it's also too, Ryan, about what we get back to earlier. It's not so much about them trying to replicate what they did at Cincinnati. It's about them looking at specific skills that they don't have on the roster and saying, and again, it's an argument that I'm sympathetic to, even though I don't agree. We have guys like Dalen McCutcheon on the roster. We don't have guys like Sean Terry on the roster. Okay, that's fair. I agree to disagree, but I can at least understand it, even if I don't agree with it. Does that make sense, right? I mean, so yeah, they fit well with what they do. And to your point, Ryan, or maybe this isn't the point you're making, but to me, I'm going to state my opinion about what I think about what I do and don't like about receiver recruiting. but I'm not going to get all up in arms about it because I have a level of trust in Mike Denbrock because he's earned
Sure.
it, and to a degree about Mike Brown because of what I saw at Cincinnati, even what I saw at Wisconsin this year, and from the things I've heard about him from people that I trust and respect. I'm going to kind of say, hey, listen, if they're making this decision, I'm going to voice my honest opinion about it, do or don't like, but I'm also going to kind of have a level of, okay, let's see how it plays out. Where if the same players were committed maybe with another coach, I might have maybe been a little bit more up in arms about it because I just don't trust that coach's evaluation. Or to the point you made earlier, which is a great point, Ryan, I don't trust that coach is going to be able to get the most out of that kid. Right. Because when we talked about something like Charles Jagasaw, I would not have been fired up about Notre Dame getting Charles Jagasaw if Jeff Quinn was still the O-line coach as I was with Harry Hiestand being the O-line coach.
Sure.
Because I had a much greater confidence that Harry Hiestand was going to be able to get the most out of him. And then I still, even though Joe Rudolph's not Harry Hiestand, I have more trust that he's going to get more out of him than that Joe Rudolph is going to get more out of him than Jeff Quinn was, because I've seen him take big, physical type of players and have success with them in Wisconsin. So you have to, like Mike, there's been guys at corner. I did not love the Carson Hobbs commitment a year ago, Ryan. And I said so. But I also said, but I trust Mike Mickens. So let's see how it plays out. And lo and behold, ended up being a pretty good pickup when it's all said and done. And that's kind of how I'm looking at some of these receiver things too, Ryan, is I'm just like, look, I'm gonna express my opinion. I don't like this. I do like this, but let's see how it plays out. Because these guys have earned that trust, in my view.
Yeah, I coached Coach Denbrock. I trust Mike Denbrock to be able to evaluate well. I'm wait and see, obviously, on Mike Brown because he's never done it at quite this level. But I hope for the best. I know he can coach, so it's a good start. It's a good start. Joseph Barrett, Brian, what are your opinions on USC's defensive staff hires? Also, do you think it's unfair that Alex Grinch bears all the blame? Does not seem responsible to me. Can I say this, Brian, before you go?
Go for it.
Alex Grinch is awful. What am I not blaming him for? He's a terrible defensive coordinator. He literally cashed in an entire career off of having one good defense for Washington State, was awful at Oklahoma, was bad again at USC. Look, man.
Wasn't great at Ohio State either.
Right. He was just So I do give him a lot of blame. Is Lincoln Riley to blame in some capacity? Of course. He kept bringing him back, right?
Yes.
But ultimately, was Alex Grinch a good defensive coordinator? No, he wasn't. He wasn't a good defensive coordinator.
I think there are things that Lincoln Riley does that makes it very hard for any defensive coordinator to thrive. That's what I believe. Do I think if they'd have had a better head coach, Alex Grinch would have all of a sudden been a Broyles Award nominee? No. But yes, I do think I would never hire Alex Grinch. Do I think it was worse because of Lincoln Riley? Yes, I do. But he also worked at different places in, Ohio State and had similar results. So, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Who did he get hired by this offseason? Didn't he get hired at, was it Wisconsin? Yeah, Wisconsin
hired Alex Grinch to do
safeties
what?
coach. Yeah, I think safeties coach. I don't know if he's co-coordinator or not. Let me look. I think it is, Ryan. Yeah, Wisconsin, co-defensive coordinator and safeties coach.
Oh, Fickle, what are you doing, brother? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
So we'll see how that works out. But, yeah.
I guess that's due to his I'm assuming that they have relationship due to their Ohio State ties, I would assume, between Fickle and Grinch.
Well, they weren't there at the same time.
Yeah,
they definitely weren't there at the same time. But, I mean, it's a good question. I do know that in certain circles, defensive coaches, Alex Grinch is known as a smart football guy. But as you know, Ryan, not every smart football guy is a good coordinator.
Yeah,
and so I would imagine this one is not as the primary play caller. I would assume. I could be wrong about that.
Who would have thought that a defensive coordinator that just tries to create chaos and it tries to make it organized is not actually a good defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought about that?
Good point. We shall see how that plays out. Mike Tressel's their D coordinator. And
Tressel, huh?
Nice. Yeah. As far as USC staff hires, look, two coaches that I think are very overrated have had very good off seasons, in my opinion. I think James Franklin had a very good offseason with some of his hires. And I think Lincoln Riley made multiple strong hires. Like you mentioned DeAnton Lynn, Ryan. I got to
Yep.
hold off on putting him in my top 5 until I see him do it for multiple years. But I loved what they did at UCLA this past season. And if you look at the numbers, and they did that with a not very good offense this
Yes.
year either, Ryan. Could you imagine what they would have done if UCLA had a vintage, defense? Like, look, guys, 2022, they gave up 29 points a game. In 1 year, first year, they dropped to 18.4 this past season, Ryan. In 2022, they gave up 403.8 yards per game, 5.6 yards per play. In 1 year, they dropped down to 301.5 and 4.6. Ryan, that is a whole yard drop and over 100 yards taken off in the same league with the
Yep.
same players and a worse offense. That is a phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. Now, let's see him do it multiple years with a coach who I don't trust as much as I do Chip Kelly. That's all fine. But they got Eric Henderson, was he the D-line coach of the Rams, I believe,
Yes.
made him co-coordinator. They got Doug Belk, who was a guy that interviewed, who was a finalist for the Notre Dame D coordinator job in 2022.
I like Doug
Marcus
Belk,
Freeman
man.
got hired.
I like Doug Belk.
And right. Well, he was part of that whole, Holderson got fired, so the whole staff got fired, and so he's going to be their DB's coach. Those are 3. I don't know Henderson personally, but I've read some good things, heard some good things, Ryan. I think were you one that told me that he had a good reputation? Did I talk to you about that?
No.
Talked to a couple guys about it. That's all I can, on paper and reputation, is a good hire, but the Belk and the DeAnton Lynn hires are both very strong hires. So I don't like the guy. Think he's an overrated coach, but I think the hires he made this offseason, Ryan, were strong, very strong.
I agree. And I would also say that I think that USC has some talent to work with on defense. They just have not been well coached. They've not been well coordinated. You need to be able to get guys like Anthony Lucas and those types to play at a higher level and to make an impact. And they certainly have upgraded the defensive staff. So we'll see if it works or not. But I like it. I like it a lot. All right. We had another question from Xavier Kilowatts. Says, why does Notre Dame have so many more 2025 recruits than any other team? How do you feel about the staff's evaluation prowess to taking guys earlier than other teams? I feel like we talked about the earlier aspect of why Notre Dame goes a little earlier. I mean, Xavier, this has kind of been a trend under Notre Dame. I mean, if you were following 2024 recruiting, Notre Dame was done by the season. Like, they did not sign another player, get another commit during the season this past year. It's just what they do, man. It's what they do. They're trying to get early evaluations. They're trying to get guys locked in. They're trying to shut down the recruiting process, and they're trying to move forward in a very cohesive manner. So that's what Notre Dame's going to operate with. And I mean, so far, a lot of the evaluations I've really liked the last 2 years. I mean, I really have. There's been a lot of really good ones. Is it ever going to be perfect? No, it never is in the evaluation world. But for the most part, I've agreed with a lot of the evaluations for Notre Dame the last couple of years.
I also think overall, Ryan, getting ahead of, if you're going to try to carry the process out, who's the number of guys that I would have said, hold off on that guy is pretty short. I'm not holding off on Deuce Knight. I'm not holding off on Justin Thurman. I'm not holding off on Elijah Burris. I'm not holding off on James Flanagan, Will Black, Owen Strebig, Davion Dixon, Chris Burgess. There's a couple guys, I personally, Josiah Kia, but here's the thing. If you like the guy, why wait? They like them. Joseph Reif, Ryan, you and I have a difference of opinion. Neither of us thinks he's a stud, but the reason that they took him is because he showed up at their camp and did great, and they loved the frame. So it's not like they reached for him in their evaluation. He came to camp, earned that scholarship, and they love the tools and all. So we can disagree maybe with their evaluation on it, but they think the kid can play. I keep hearing we think he's going to be like Riley Mills. We think he's going to be like Riley Mills. Okay, well, we'll find out if you're right or wrong. But he's not some guy that we'll see if he can maybe help us someday. They think he's going to be they could be very good. I don't think either of us see him being like a dynamic difference maker player and all that type of stuff. But they do. I'm not super high on Josiah Kia. They are. They like him a ton. So, are you going to wait for Ethan Long? You're going to wait on Ivan Taylor? You're going to wait on Cretan? No. So I think part of it is just that it's a strong evaluation ability. They have a lot of faith in their ability to evaluate. When they like a kid, they're going to take that kid. I think the other thing too is they by doing it this way, you find out pretty early on who really likes you and who doesn't. That's the other
Sure.
part because you can play these games and then you think these kids like you, and then all of a sudden, this is what happened to the previous staff all the time. Kid says, "Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you." You always get into the late in the year. You miss on Asa Turner. You miss on Kyler Gordon. You miss on all these guys that you played the process out with. And because you didn't get other kids, you end up with nothing. This staff is saying, "Hey, we're going to go get kids we like. And if we like kids even better, we're going to still recruit those kids, but we're not going to be left with nothing." And that's pretty much how they played it out. They're going to play it out. And that's, yeah.
We had USMA 87. After the recent RTCF show, anyone else even more fired up for this season?
I am. I mean, just talking about it had me super fired. I mean, it really did. It was a fun show, but I think it's because we're getting closer to spring. I think that's what it comes down to. We're less than a month away from spring ball starting. So I think that helps people get fired up too, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah. We had a super chat from Michael S. It seems odd that Cincinnati had more accomplished players than what Notre Dame had. How did that happen? I guess we're talking about wide receivers. Is that the conversation we're having here? I would assume.
I guess.
Well, I would say this is that I think that wide receivers in recent years at Cincinnati, and we're talking about the Mike Brown era, right, comparative to what the previous staff was, is that Mike Brown had gotten players, Alec Pierce, Tyler Scott, Trey Tucker, who had raw athletic skills but needed to be developed. And he is a good developer, obviously, and got the most out of Alec Pierce, got him drafted in the second round of the NFL draft, got the most out of Tyler Scott, got him drafted in the top 4 rounds of the NFL draft. Trey Tucker, same story, right? So I think they took a gamble on more raw traits, and they had a developer that was able to cash in on those traits. And ultimately, the previous staff and obviously, even before Chancey Stuckey, like I'm not just throwing shade at just Chancey Stuckey, but wide receivers has been a position that has not been developed properly for several years for Notre Dame, and it needs to be better moving forward. And that's hope that you have in a guy like Mike Brown.
Well, who's the last coach to kind of recruit and somewhat develop receivers that were consistently going in the NFL? It was Mike Denbrock. I mean, he coached TJ Jones multiple years. He coached Equanimous St. Brown until his last year. He recruited and coached Chase Claypool for a couple, for 2 years. I mean, so you're bringing in guys that are successful at that, because I think Ryan nailed it. It's you didn't have coaches that. I mean, you think about what Mike Brown did with Alec Pierce and think, what could he have done with 4 years of Kevin Austin?
Right.
It's like that'd have been fun to watch. Development is a big thing. There's no doubt. And again, that's at receiver. I don't know that would be true to a lot of other receiver and quarterback, if we're going to be honest, So yeah, it is frustrating, but hopefully we won't have to worry about that anymore, Ryan. I do want to address this because a lot of people keep adding this question. So I do want to address this one, Ryan. So you can go ahead and
okay.
And,
PK asked, would Jerome Bettis Jr. come as a preferred walk-on?
I mean, could he? Yes. But should he? No. And here's why, because Jerome wants to play. Yes, I think he'd like to play at Notre Dame where his dad went to school. There's a lot of love there, but Jerome wants to play. And if Notre Dame doesn't value enough to offer you a scholarship, what are the odds that they're going to value enough to give you a chance to beat out those scholarship players? I don't know that I would trust that. And they can tell me all they want. Well, hey, here's this, here's that. But look, the only way that I would even consider that is if it was a situation like maybe like, hey, look, we can only afford to take 2 receivers in this class. And, could you maybe come walk on for a year and we'll give you 1 in 2 years? But they're not there. That's not the reality of the situation. So when you've got teams like Texas A&M and Georgia Tech and teams like that recruiting you and wanting you, why would you go be a preferred walk-on at Notre Dame unless you had just some dream where no matter what, Notre Dame was a place to be? And if that was true, Jerome would have committed Notre Dame the day he was offered and was told he could commit. So I think he wants to go to a place where he feels values him and is going to give him an opportunity to develop. And I think right now he believes Notre Dame's that place. But if Notre Dame said, hey, we want you to walk on, I think they stop being that place. And if I was him and I was his dad, I'd say, hey, listen, unless you just have a desire to go to Notre Dame, if you actually want to play football, your best bet's going to be to go somewhere that truly values you enough to say, hey, you're a scholarship kid for us. So,
Yep.
would he? I doubt it. I doubt that he would do that,
Yeah.
Ryan. I doubt it.
Well, I mean, he has options, right? I mean, we're kind of
Right.
treating this kid like, and because I have my question about him just as much as anybody,
Right.
but ultimately, it's not like he's sitting there with Notre Dame as his only offer, and then, you know, Sanford, like that's the only
Right.
two schools that he has an opportunity to,
Yeah.
right? Like he has Texas A&M, and I've been told that Texas A&M is pushing for Jerome Bettis Jr. It's
Yes.
not just like a
Yes.
here you go offer. It's like a yeah, we would love to. I mean, some legitimately good programs, Missouri, Arkansas, Georgia Tech. There's some schools that are legitimately pushing for Jerome Bettis
Yep.
Jr. So whether you agree with it or not, he does have options on the table. No, it's not Notre Dame or bust for him.
Right.
If he ends up in College Station, it's like you're playing in the SEC, right? Like it's not like
Right.
you're going nowhere. Is
He's got multiple SEC. Look, here's his offer list around of Power Fours: Arkansas, Boston College, Duke, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, Missouri, NC State, Purdue, Texas A&M, UCF, and Notre Dame. That's a pretty good offer list. Why would I turn down a bunch of those schools to go to Notre Dame, who doesn't think I'm good enough to warrant a scholarship? And this was dad can afford it. So just because he can afford it doesn't mean that his kid should have to go on it. Just, you know what I mean? Like, if my kid's good enough to be a scholarship player, then he should be a scholarship player. Luke Tallage's situation was a little different because they were tight on numbers. And so it was a different situation for him than what it is for Jerome Bettis Jr. And eventually Luke, I believe, is going to get a scholarship at Notre Dame. And there was like Maris Leofau and JD Bertrand was going to come to Notre Dame as a walk-on. But it was a situation where they didn't have enough room for him when Georgia dropped him. And so it's like, hey, if we can't get room, come here for a year and then we'll get you a scholarship. And it worked out where he ended up being on scholarship the entire time. But those are unique circumstances, Ryan, that always involve, hey, in year 2 you'll get one. If you're going to tell me that Jerome's going to buy the argument that, hey, we don't have enough room for you to give you a scholarship right now, be a preferred walk-on, coach, you got 4 receivers committed to you right now. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't think I'm one of your top 3 or 4 in this class, then, maybe I should go to Georgia Tech, who thinks I'm their number 1 or their number 2. So that's what I would do if I was him. Unless he just has some burning desire to, no matter what, play at Notre Dame and be cool. I would do that. I mean, I think that'd be great, Ryan, because then you could still use your scholarships other places and you could still get Jerome Bettis Jr. Because the big fear I have is that Jerome goes somewhere else and the DNA hits and the upside hits and all that stuff hits, and all of a sudden he's balling out at Georgia Tech or balling out Texas A&M, and then I got to watch Jerome Bettis Jr. highlights in a non-Notre Dame uniform. Like, honestly. And I'll say this, for all the issues I have with, or the concerns I have about taking Jerome, the minute they went to 4, I was fine with it. I was, because like you said, you're taking a chance on a kid that's got a big body, that's got really good ball skills. You're hoping that the athleticism takes a jump when he gets to college. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't like that when you were taking 3. I'm okay. I'm okay taking that with 4 because I'm willing to take a chance on that DNA kicking off. And I'll say this too: Notre Dame does not look at him as a legacy take. I'm just telling you that right now. From everyone we've talked to, Ryan, yes, he's a legacy, but he's not a legacy take. They genuinely think he is a kid that's got a big ceiling that's going to tap into when he gets to college. I'm just telling you guys right now, that's how they view Jerome Bettis Jr. We've been honest about our opinion that we don't agree with that, but I just want to make sure that people understand they don't view Jerome Bettis Jr. as a walk-on player. They view him as a scholarship caliber player. And I hope, here's one, Ryan, I hope they're right. Oh, this is one where I flat out 100% want to be wrong. 100%.
Agreed.
And I know you do too.
Yep. Without question.
Get the last few, Ryan, as we kind of wrap this up. Here's a couple that I thought were pretty good. I want to just answer this one really quick from Domerson Spurth. He says, gents, is there any chance or rumors for the opener against A&M to move to from Saturday to Sunday or Monday on Labor Day weekend? No, there isn't. There's already games scheduled for those 2 days. I think Florida State and BC play on Monday, and I think the USC LSU game is on Sunday. And those days are both 1-game days. So no, they won't be moving that game. Here's a super chat down here. Actually, no, we already answered that one from Michael S. So here's one, Ryan, I'm going to ask you. Mr. 2.0 says, how can you compare Bryce Young to Jerry Tillery?
I mean, they're both long. Otherwise, not much of a comparison. I mean, Jerry was a pure interior player, right? Like, I mean, in a 3-man front, he could do some
They
stuff,
recruited him to play
obviously.
offensive tackle, Ryan.
Right. He's a much more of a true interior player. Could Bryce Young eventually grow into an interior player? It's possible. I mean, he's got a big frame, but this kid is an edge that has a really good bend in his hips and his ankles, and he's a true defensive end in Notre Dame. And then obviously we'll see where his body develops from there. But he's a big end in this system. Jerry Tillery is a 3 technique. He's an inside player.
When you were talking earlier about him playing over the guard, you were talking about a nickel pass rushing situation, not as a, just so people, not as a every down. You're talking about him being 6'6", 265, 270, that on third down, on 3rd and 9, you move inside and let him go after guards. That's what we're talking about.
Like Gregory Rousseau that came out of Miami a couple years ago, where they would just line him up on the an inside on obvious passing situations.
Notre Dame did that a little bit with Dalen Hayes and Adetokunbo Ogundeji in 2020. I mean, you remember the big sack that Dalen had against Clemson in overtime? That was over a guard. It was lined up over a guard. He beat a guard. So yeah, you'll see that stuff, especially a guy as long as him, because you can get into pass lanes. You get your hands up and get into pass lanes. So yes, but I agree with you. Every down guy, no, you're not going to see that. Here's an interesting one from Nick Schmidt.
Nick says, do you think Notre Dame will be higher ranked in points scored or points allowed?
They were 7th in both areas this year, Ryan, which I thought was pretty interesting. I don't know how. I'm kind of torn on how to look at this one, Ryan, because I do think they're going to play better defenses this year, in my opinion, than they did last year, top to bottom. I also think I think the offenses are going to be a little better too, top to bottom. I just think I think this schedule is a little harder than some people are making it out to be. It's not a vintage, it's not a brutal schedule, but this schedule is going to be a little bit more challenging than people are making it out to be, in my opinion. I mean, look, I pointed this out the other day, Ryan. Notre Dame, the record of Notre Dame's opponents on the 24 schedule was better in 2023 than the record of Notre Dame's 2023 opponents. And all year we kept hearing Notre Dame fans talk about how challenging the schedule was, and it was. But I think what I think is lacking is there's no elite preseason Ohio State on the roster. And I'll grant you that. There isn't that type of team, but I think the depth of this schedule is really quality, and that's what makes it challenging, in my opinion. And I just think the quality of the offenses and defenses is just going to be a little, like USC this year, Ryan. Going to be a much better defense than they were last year. That's not saying a whole lot. They could still be a top 50 defense and still be way better than they were a year ago, right? And so it's going to present a little bit more of a challenge, in my opinion. I don't know that it's going to necessarily be like a gauntlet. So I don't know which side of the ball benefits more from that. I really don't. It's going to be interesting. I tend to think that the defense is going to be better, if I had to guess, because I just don't see a lot of big time quarterbacks on the schedule. That's really where it settles for me. But I'm not sure that I feel great about that answer, Ryan. I mean, I could see both of them being close. I mean, they were 7th and 7th. I mean, as great as Notre Dame's defense was last year, and as much as people bitch about the offense this year, they both ranked 7th in scoring this year where they were. So, it's going to be interesting. What say you, Mr. Roberts?
Give me the offense. I'm trying to be I feel like we have been able to depend more on defense in the recency, right? So I'm going to be a very positive Notre Dame fan and say, offense takes off this year, baby. Takes off.
I love it.
Let's do it.
I love it.
No analysis, just general there.
Yeah. I get, but sometimes gut feel you have to go with, man. I get it.
Sure.
I'm going to ask this one, Ryan, because I want to read it. It's hilarious, and then I want to get your answer to it. This is from Salty Virginia Peanuts. What's the Oben under on RJ Oben having a year that surpasses that of John the Baptist? So what say you, Ryan?
I guess it's depending on how we're grading the season overall, Salty. I think that RJ Oben over Oben on, I can't even do it. I just messed it up. It was terrible. Good one, Salty. RJ Oben. I think that RJ has higher upside as a pure passer than Javonte. So I think that he could clear in that mark. My biggest question as far as being able to cycle from Javonte to RJ is, will the run defense be similar Will it be less? Does he have higher upside there? Because that was one spot that he just wasn't used a ton of.
Mhm.
As Duke was being a true run stopper and edge setter, just wasn't really a role he was asked to do. So I'll say that he is more impactful in the passing game than Javonte, but maybe lesser in the run game. So it becomes a little bit of a wash, but I think you have to. I hope it's not a wash, but I think it might be end up being a wash as far as like comparing one skill set to the other. It's just going to look different, in my opinion.
This is gonna be a situation, Ryan, where if he has the all-around game jump that Javonte had, you have to start seriously saying, "This Al Washington guy is doing a pretty good freaking job." Right? I mean, that you have to do that because Javonte Jean-Baptiste did not show on film the player he was at Notre Dame. He wasn't, because we were having the same exact conversation about Javonte Jean-Baptiste a year ago that you just said about RJ Oben, and you are 100% correct on RJ Oben. Just like we were correct about him, but he got developed in a way that his game expanded and he became a much better all-around player. But he didn't show that on film at Ohio State, in my opinion. We kept talking about how he's going to help you in the pass rush, but how is he going to hold up as a big end? A lot of people thought he should have been a Viper when Notre Dame first got him. Is he going to play Viper or big end? So if you have that jump with RJ Oben again, then all of a sudden now Washington starts proving himself as like I think he did a really good job this year, but I'm a big fan of, okay, yeah, you did it once, but can you do it multiple times? Right?
Right.
That's my thing. And
Yeah.
so you're a Rams fan. Use an example. Yeah, Mike Martz showed that 1 year he could put it all together and have that 1 year, but there was a lot more years where he disappointed and didn't maximize the talent they had with the Rams than years he got the most out of it. Would you agree with that as a Rams fan?
Don't
So
bring up Mike Martz, please. Don't do
so
it.
I just had to, Ryan. I had to.
He
I
almost
had
ruined
to.
Kurt Warner's career,
Hey,
man. He
you
almost before
gave
it
me the
started.
triple option earlier. I have to get you with the Mike Martz one.
I can't stand Mike Martz, man. Yeah.
But the point is, just because you did it once doesn't mean that's who you are. I think what Al Washington did this year was really, really good. But in order for him to really go against the Larry Johnsons and the guys like that, he's got to string them together. So if he can have a second really good year at Notre Dame and then say, hey, now that BC thing I did with Harold Landry and Jason, was it not Jason Allen? It was Zach Allen. Now that's coming into some context with like, look, dude, you want to come play. And now the next time there's a Braden Fisk out there, he's coming to Notre Dame. Because now the track record that Al Washington has at developing these type of players is much better. So now when some of these big time players jump in the portal, they may look at Notre Dame a little bit stronger because, hey, this dude can do something with me. And I think so. That's a big year for him as well. Build on the great job you did last year. I think that would be huge for him. And if he wants to be a D coordinator or a head coach, that would set him up for great opportunities to get that as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Because to your point, Ryan,
tidbit. Sorry, you finish your. I was going to make a corny joke. Please, you finish first, and I'll do it.
Okay. So the point you were making earlier is if RJ Oben maxes out his potential, if Javonte Jean-Baptiste maxed out his potential this year, would you agree with that? And he's likely at best to be a late day 3 pick, 5 to 7 round. Would you say maybe somebody falls in love with him in round 5, but most likely 6, 7 undrafted? Would you say that's probably still the range he's at right now? To your point, if RJ Oben maxes out his ability, you're now talking about a guy that might be a day 2 guy next year. That also adds to Al Washington's resume because you could end up having 3 Notre Dame players drafted next year from the D line to varying degrees. And maybe if you really do your job, a couple of them go on day 2 in Riley Mills and RJ Oben. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. But there's a lot for Al Washington to go out and prove this year, where he can kind of really start putting his name out there. When you start talking about the best D-line coaches, now all of a sudden he's put his name out there from a coaching standpoint as that dude. And then that makes recruiting a lot easier, man. It does. Just look at Chris O'Leary. The light didn't all of a sudden go on for Chris O'Leary. I mean, he worked harder and did some things recruiting-wise, but part of it was, look at what I'm doing, dude. I mean, how hard do you need me to recruit you beyond Jeremiah Usu-Koramoah, Kyle Hamilton, and Xavier Watts? What else do I need to say? Do you need me to hold your hand and tell you you're pretty? I mean, what else do you want me to do here, right? Do you want me to coach you up or not? Makes recruiting a whole lot easier when that's your resume. And and I think Al Washington has a chance with another big year like that to kind of put himself into that conversation as well. So
I was
it's
just
going
going
to
to
be
say
interesting.
9-year-old Ryan Roberts used to call him Mike Farts and not Mike Martz. That's all I
Mike
was going to say.
Farts. 9-year-old
That's
Ryan
all.
Roberts was very bitter about the missed opportunities and multiple Super
Man,
Bowls
he ruined me, man.
from
The
him.
next 12
Yes.
years after Mike
Yes.
Martz was awful. It was terrible.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That's very well done. Well, Ryan, that's
Yep.
going to do it for today, man. That was, yeah.
Good ending to the
Real
show,
quick.
Mike Farts. Yep.
Yes. Just so you guys know, we're gonna try to have a 6:00 show. We may have to start a little bit later because I've got to go from here to my house. So we may get started a little bit later, but we'll at the very latest get started at 6:30. But we will have another show tonight. Be on the lookout for that. It'll be me and Vince. We're going to break down Sean Terry's recruitment and commitment, and then also have a little rapid fire. So it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, so we will have one. I'm just not sure what time it is going to be. It'll be no later than 6:30. I got to get with Vince on my way back over to the house, and because I gotta get going over there. I got to do it from over there. So just to give everybody a heads up. So Ryan, you want to go ahead and take us out of here, man?
Absolutely. Appreciate everybody for stopping in today. Before you leave, if you're listening to us live on YouTube, please hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and hit the notification bell. If you're listening to us on your favorite podcast platform, whether that's Apple, Spotify, or anything in between, make sure to hit a 5-star review over there. Make sure you're subscribed as well. You can also go to boards.irishbreakdown.com. All the latest recruiting and team intel. You can also read the free content if you're not a premium subscriber at irishbreakdown.com. That's Brian Driscoll. I'm Ryan Roberts. As always, we appreciate you guys for dropping in on a mailbag. And we'll talk to you again very soon here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.